18 years ago, a colossal tower suddenly appeared, piercing the skies above the cities. Soon after, mysterious gates opened across the world, unleashing hordes of terrifying monsters. However, a small number of people awakened to superhuman abilities, becoming known as players, who quickly became humanity's hope and formed a powerful new faction. The player economy flourished, with those awakened to abilities becoming symbols of immense wealth and revered heroes. Yet, Kim Kigyu found himself an exception, unable to be selected for such a path, as he arrived, apologizing for his tardiness. Inside, Otashik inquired, "Has the player registration been completed over there?" Kigyu, looking apologetic, admitted, "Sorry, I'm late." Later, navigating the bustling city streets on his scooter, he passed towering buildings, one of which displayed a massive advertisement. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. Seeing the face of Yusu, the new 18-year-old hero from South Korea, a single ability holder, emblazoned across the billboard. He knew that he, too, was a player, but not one of the chosen. They were people with godlike abilities, unique ability holders. They were monster-like players. In other words, superhumans. A sudden honk from a delivery scooter broke the quiet. As the driver impatiently shouted, the light changed. "Fucking move already." He then seemed to catch himself, muttering, I'm." Under the silent gaze of the moon, the world had changed. And he was just one small figure, walking through its new reality. A sudden realization jolts him, sending him rushing out the door. His mind races through the endless list of financial burdens, loans, hospital bills, and now, even school expenses. He stares ahead, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. The door clicks open, and he calls out, announcing his return home. His younger sister greets him warmly, thanking him for his hard work. He pushes open a door, wondering why she isn't asleep yet. She explains she was doing homework, then asks if their mother is sleeping. Their mother rests peacefully, sleeping more soundly than usual. A gentle smile touches his lips as he asks if his sister gave their mother her massage. A soft whisper of happy birthday fills the air as his younger sister holds out a small cake, her eyes wide with surprise. He questions her, asking where she found the money for it, worried she might have used the funds he gave her for new clothes. She playfully dismisses his concern, declaring herself loaded, then teasingly threatens to eat the entire cake herself if he doesn't want it. A gentle smile plays on his lips as he reminds her of his preference for chocolate cake, subtly revealing he was the one who bought it. She smiles back, acknowledging his thoughtfulness, even though it meant sacrificing money for her new attire. He expresses his gratitude, playfully crediting her for the birthday cake. Ruffling her hair affectionately, he listens as she asks if he would like to read the letter she wrote. Holding out the carefully folded paper, she repeats her offer, inviting him to share in her heartfelt words. The letter, a simple request, awaits his attention. He lets out a soft, surprised sound. As his sister, Kim Hanul, smiles mischievously. His eyes fixate on the player invitation document, his expression shifting to utter disbelief. His gaze remains wide, a single word forming on his lips, before a shout of pure astonishment erupts from him. He clutches the invitation, the words "a player," echoing his shock. Hanul leans in, a playful smirk on her face, explaining that she retrieved it from the mailbox to surprise him. She embraces him tightly, congratulating her brother. A triumphant smile spreads across her face, proud of her successful prank. He reflects on the profound shift in his life, the invitation a beacon of hope. He stands by a window, gazing out, contemplating the future. A fierce resolve hardening his expression, a silent vow to seize the opportunity before him. Time passes, the night sky giving way to the dawn. The name of his destination, the Korean Player Association, looms large in his thoughts. A towering skyscraper pierces the clouds, its sleek facade reflecting the morning light. He finally stands before the imposing entrance, flanked by colossal statues, a small figure against the grand scale of his new world. Awe washes over him as he gazes up at the colossal structure, the weight of his journey settling in. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, reminding himself that this is not the moment for sentimentality, but for unwavering focus. He steps into the Korean Player Association headquarters, a sense of determination settling over him as he acknowledges that this is only the beginning of his journey. A friendly guide greets him with a warm smile, offering her congratulations. She addresses him respectfully as Player Kim Jae-nim, to which he responds with a slightly awkward, yet pleased, "Aha, yes." As they walk, she explains that his player information will appear simply by saying "status window," then encourages him to try it out. A holographic window materializes before him, displaying level +1 and, to his utter astonishment, unique ability? He gasps, wondering what the question mark next to unique ability could possibly mean. The guide, beaming, confirms his suspicions, declaring him a unique ability holder and clarifying that the question mark signifies his ability hasn't awakened yet. The revelation hits him with overwhelming force, leaving him speechless. He stares at the floating text, repeating unique ability to himself, a tremor running through his body as the reality of it sinks in. Unbeknownst to him, a white-haired man in glasses watches from a distance, his expression unreadable as he observes the new player's reaction. A female guide, Kim Hanul, offers a reassuring smile, suggesting that the new player relax, as the trainer will explain everything in more detail shortly. Her expression then shifts to surprise, as she recognizes the trainer who has arrived. Standing before her is player Yu Suk-woo, a young man with striking silver hair. He looks back at her, a hint of surprise on his own face, as she repeats his name in disbelief. Yu Suk-woo then turns his gaze, his expression firm, asking if he is the one assigned to guide the new player. Kim Hanul confirms this to Tae-shik and the other staff, explaining that she overheard the conversation and volunteered. Yu Suk-woo looks down at the new player, Kim Kigyu, his eyes narrowing, acknowledging that he is a unique ability holder. Tae-shik, however, expresses concern, stating that such an arrangement would normally not be allowed. Kim Hanul, with a mischievous smile, dismisses his concerns, insisting that Yu Suk-woo is not just any manager, but a trainer, and thanks him for his understanding. The air crackles with raw energy as they approach the designated portal zone. Standing before the massive, swirling gateway, Yu Suk-woo can barely contain his excitement, eager to step through the immense portal. Kim Kigyu, though perhaps a bit apprehensive, confirms his readiness, a low rumble echoing from within the portal's depths. Reassuring him that there's no need for nervousness, Yu Suk-woo leads the way into the shimmering blue light. Inside, a small, green-skinned creature with large ears stares back, prompting a questioning glance from Kigyu towards his guide. But the single creature is merely the vanguard, as the cavern stretches endlessly before them, teeming with an impossible number of similar monsters. Countless goblin-like figures, some armed with crude spears, fill the vast space, their forms blurring into a terrifying, moving tide. Kigyu voices his concern, noting that while monster rushes can occur from overlapping spawn timers, he's never witnessed anything on this scale. Yu Suk-woo, however, sees not a problem, but a rare opportunity, his expression hardening with resolve as he declares his intention to reveal his true power. Kim Kigyu questions the nature of the test, wondering if it's truly about killing goblins, but Yu Suk-woo confirms it is indeed a test designed to measure hidden potential. He explains that it was a test conducted to measure the hidden potential of players. The objective, he continues, was to kill 100 goblins without using any skills, with the time taken determining one's hidden potential. With a decisive snap, Yu Suk-woo begins his assault. A digital timer flashes midnight as he moves with impossible speed, a blur of silver and blue energy tearing through the dungeon. His movements are so swift that he appears as a mere afterimage, dispatching goblins in a fraction of the time it would take a high-class player. As he continues his relentless assault, he declares that clearing the test in under an hour means having the potential to become a ranker. The ground is littered with the dissolving forms of defeated goblins, a testament to his overwhelming power. Standing amidst the carnage, he finishes his thought, stating that he possesses the potential to become a high ranker. A gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young player, surrounded by a faint blue glow, moves with focused intensity. He tears through the dungeon, a vortex of azure energy engulfing his form as he strikes down a shadowy foe. His hand, crackling with power, reaches out, the sheer force of his unique ability echoing through the space. With a decisive grip, the blue energy flares, sealing the fate of his opponent. And just like that, the entire test is completed in a mere 10 minutes. He stands triumphant over the vanquished monster, the last vestiges of his power shimmering around him. The observer can only process the incredible display, realizing the true nature of what he just witnessed. This was the power of a unique ability holder, a force so overwhelming it could only be described as incredible. Yu Suk-woo, still enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, completes the test in an astonishing 40 seconds. Observing the feat, Tae-shik exclaims his disbelief, noting that while a high ranker might take an hour, a unique ability holder like Suk-woo finishes in mere minutes. He muses on the sheer magnitude of such power, a level of growth that would typically demand years of effort from an ordinary player. The department head continues, explaining that the potential of unique ability holders defies imagination, then turns to Kigyu, acknowledging him as the leader of the Engelda Guild. Kigyu, with a slight smile, confirms his status as a rare unique ability holder. Tae-shik elaborates, stating that most members of their guild are already incredibly talented, clearing the goblin test in 3 hours or less. His ambition is clear, to forge a guild so formidable it would eclipse even the renowned Engelda Guild. He emphasizes that to achieve this, they need talented players. Tae-shik concludes, expressing his hope that Kigyu will continue to overcome his limits, promising they will meet again in the tower, his hand glowing with a faint blue energy. Tae-shik, having laid out his grand vision, muses that he might have spoken for too long, then asks if they should begin their first hunt. Without hesitation, Kim Kigyu, wielding an axe, closes in on a snarling goblin, its crude club raised defensively. From the sidelines, Tae-shik's voice cuts through the air, instructing him to put more strength into his hips and legs. Responding instantly, Kigyu moves with newfound speed, a blur of motion as he follows the precise movements with his eyes, just as he's been told. With a powerful, blue-tinged strike, he brings his axe down, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. A determined expression crosses his face as he declares his intention to change. 5 years later, the world has moved on, bathed in the warm glow of a new day. Now, in a dense forest, Kigyu stands, his gaze fixed on a towering tree, a subtle shift in his demeanor evident. A hand grips a sword, its blade glinting as a powerful swing cuts through the air. Nearby, a monstrous, green-skinned figure wields its own blade, while Otashik watches the scene with a focused gaze. Turning to Yun Jae-won, Otashik offers a casual apology for his tardiness, remarking that he still managed to catch the spectacle. The protagonist, now wearing glasses and with his hair swept back, brings his sword down with immense, focused force. His eyes are wide with exertion, his face contorted in a grimace of effort. A close-up reveals the sheer strain on his features, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He collapses to one knee, panting heavily, the intense effort clearly taking its toll. Otashik comments on his exhaustion, wondering if he's attempting the popular vertical scroll technique, a thought Yun Jae-won readily admits he also had. Still gasping for air, Kim Kigyu stares at a status window, his face etched with fatigue. He remembers the frustration, the sheer indignity of being invited to the tower at the tender age of 18, only to be stuck. Meanwhile, Otashik and Yun Jae-won discuss the player, Kim Kigyu, wondering aloud, who could have imagined such a fate for him? Despite possessing a unique ability, what others called the privilege of a chosen one, it still took him a full hour to defeat a single goblin, even after 5 years of grinding. The reason for his agonizingly slow progress was simple. He was still stuck at level 1, forever known as the player that can't level up. The sharp sound of an impact echoes through the dungeon. As a grotesque goblin, its yellow eyes burning with malice, lunges forward, claws extended. But before it can connect, Kim Kigyu moves with blinding speed, his blade arcing through the air to strike the creature down. He lets out a relieved sigh, the tension of the fight easing from his shoulders. His companions approach, one of them calling out, "Good work, everyone," while another adds, "You too, guide him." "Yes," exclaims Yin Sung-woo. "I think goblins are pretty easy now." Kim Hanul observes, "We didn't even kill that many, but we still leveled up." This rapid progression is due to the accelerated experience gain in the early levels of the dungeon. The group stands together, ready for the next challenge, with plans to ascend to the second floor tomorrow morning. As the group stands amidst the dungeon's trees, one of the young men wonders if he is truly that famous, while another, holding a glowing purple item, confirms that he certainly is. Curious, Yusu then asks what exactly he's famous for, suggesting they investigate. Yun Sung-woo leans in, revealing there are a few rumors circulating, the first being that he possesses a unique ability. Yusu reacts with genuine surprise, but quickly dismisses it, muttering that a rumor is just a rumor. Yun Sung-woo nods in agreement, conceding that Yusu is likely correct. He then adds another piece of information, revealing that the person in question is also known as the lowest-ranked player. Yun Sung-woo questions if people are truly ranked all the way to the bottom. Yusu clarifies that such detailed ranking is only for rankers, and while everyone tries to keep their rank low, it's impossible to shift it once established. Someone remarks on the guide's unique nickname, a title known widely among the players. He is, after all, the player that can't level up. Kim Kigyu, the subject of this reputation, now moves through a dense forest. The very player known as the player that can't level up. This secluded area is where he comes after finishing his daily work as a guide. A deep corner of the first floor that players rarely visit. It's a place he discovered after exploring the lower floors more thoroughly than anyone else, his own secret spot. Here, in his private sanctuary, he stands ready. He surveys the quiet forest around him, a place he'd meticulously discovered. A holographic window materializes, confirming this was the designated spot where a single goblin would spawn each day. He considers his strategy, knowing that if he could strike its vitals before it even registered his presence, it would be a simple, clean kill. Moving with practiced stealth, he closes the distance to the unsuspecting creature, his boots barely disturbing the forest floor. With a determined glint in his eye, he raises his knife, his gaze fixed on the target. He lunges, a blur of motion. But with a sudden, jarring clang, the goblin's spear unexpectedly intercepts his attack, shattering against him and forcing him to recoil in surprise. The goblin lunges with unexpected speed, its spear thrusting forward with lethal intent. A sharp impact sends Kim Kigyu recoiling, a pained grunt escaping him as the world spins around him. He's thrown backward through the air, his body a helpless projectile. Still airborne, he struggles to regain control, but the momentum is too great. The goblin's spear connects with another jarring blow, a sharp chwng, echoing through the clearing. But the impact is too much for the crude weapon, and with another chwng, the goblin's spear shatters into pieces. He finally hits the ground, sliding to a halt and quickly bracing himself with his sword, ready for the next attack. A frustrated curse escapes his lips, the unexpected resistance fueling his resolve. It seems it will be another hard battle today, a constant struggle against the forces that emerge from the Super Association's portals. Still reeling from the meager 20,001 he earned from a goblin's magic crystal, barely enough to cover his potion costs, Kigyu ascends a towering structure. His thoughts consumed by the endless cycle of hunting and expenses, he walks down a sterile hallway, the guide department sign a stark reminder of his daily grind. A heavy sigh escapes him, the bitter realization hitting that he's once again operating at a loss. As he continues his walk, a familiar voice calls out, "Hey Teo," causing him to pause. He turns to face the blonde-haired man, who asks if he's clocking out, to which Kigyu simply confirms, "Yep." Teo then remarks on his late departure, a hint of concern in his tone. Kigyu offers a quick apology, acknowledging Teo's greeting. As Kigyu steps into an awaiting elevator, Teo calls out his name once more. Inside the elevator, Kigyu looks back at Teo, who stands watching him leave, a silent farewell. Returning to the office, he is greeted by the guide department head, Otashik, who looks up with a slight smile. Otashik then informs him that the new player he guided today, Teo, will be handled by someone else next time. Confused, he questions the sudden change. Tashik sighs, running a hand through his hair, recalling how smoothly things seemed to be going earlier. It seems the rumors about him have reached the higher-ups, a fact he acknowledges with a simple "oh." He grips the hilt of his sword, a sigh escaping him as he wonders what his reputation has to do with his role as a guide. Tashik, however, can only offer a resigned expression, admitting that it's simply the truth. As he walks away, his thoughts drift to the unique situation of South Korea, a nation boasting the highest number of players in the world. Even with the constant threat of death, people willingly enter the tower, drawn by the idol-like status players hold, a testament to the amazing heroes South Korea has produced through its gate campaigns. The potential to become a player, a world where assistance with floor raid succeeds, seems so distant for some, as he wishes for success. He ponders, story? A world that feels not so distant, he muses, but for a player like him, it's a story that's too far away. His companion exclaims, what? The characteristics of government-designated S-rank players, those who have proven their worth in countless gate campaigns, are a stark contrast, and he agrees. Yes, I think so too. He asks, why the S-rank players? Despite being a player himself, that world feels so far away. His companion continues, now that you mentioned S-rank gates in the past. He asks, it off, to which his companion replies, I was watching that. A voice states, work today as well, as today's pay is offered, met with a simple, thank you. He might appear cold, but he really does feel sorry about it, so don't blame him too much. Kim Kigyu, still processing the day's events, firmly states that Teo is not at fault for anything, and there's no reason for him to apologize. Meanwhile, a man with a neat, dark haircut and light stubble, Kim Seon-pil, advises someone to come in early the next day, promising to share information once it's ready. A hand rests on a computer mouse, the silent thought echoing that this new arrangement isn't quite enough as a replacement. Back with Kigyu, he learns that someone specifically requested him, a revelation that clearly catches him off guard. The man from earlier formally introduces himself as Kim Seon-pil, asking for good care and expressing his pleasure in meeting the other party. Later, Yusu approaches Kigyu, mentioning he's heard a lot about him from an older acquaintance named Sukwu. He then questions Kigyu about something his brother said to him, before revealing their own familial connection. They are cousins. Kim Seon-pil, now alone again, offers a brief thanks to Sukwu. Finally, Kim Seon-pil approaches Kigyu and Yusu, addressing Kigyu directly as the leader and politely asking for an introduction. He stands before the newly assembled team, as Yun Jae-won introduces himself, Yun Sung-woo, and Kim Hanul, confirming their readiness. Kim Seon-pil then addresses the group, expressing hope that they are pleased to meet everyone, and reminding them of the 5-day deadline to clear the first floor, a task they themselves requested. With a determined stride, he announces that roles have already been assigned, promising to explain the details as they proceed. Later, inside a tent, he suggests they call it a day, ready to rest after their initial efforts. He then begins preparing their camp, his hands deftly working a portable stove. Kim Hanul approaches, offering assistance, but he assures her he is fine, encouraging her to rest if she's tired, as he can manage setting up her tent. Soon, an incredible aroma fills the air, prompting an excited voice to exclaim about the delicious smell, wondering if he was once a cook. He chuckles, apologizing for the delay, and invites Yun Jae-won to sit down, mentioning the food is almost ready, while Jae-won expresses surprise that his level hasn't increased. He assures them, it's true, feel free to ask me anything you're curious about. Jae-won, however, offers a quiet apology, while Sung-woo simply hums in acknowledgement. As the stew simmers over the fire, he asks about their experience. Jae-won admits the hunt wasn't as hard as he expected, despite a slight injury, which he quickly healed with a potion, adding that the goblins on the 4th floor only wield crude weapons and move slowly. Kigyu encourages them, stating that as long as they remain vigilant and work hard to level up, they will all do great. He adds a crucial caveat, warning them about encountering a guardian, prompting Jae-won to question what a guardian is. Though rarely seen, these formidable beings are the guardian deities of each floor. They may appear boss-like, but their power is truly unbelievable, far exceeding what one might expect, though Hanul admits she hasn't seen many bosses herself. Jae-won adds that guardians also drop really great items, but Hanul interjects, clarifying that this is only if they're on her floor. Seon-pil emphasizes their immense power, noting that even high-ranking players defeat them in teams, never alone. Kigyu dismisses their worries with a slight smile, assuring them they don't need to concern themselves too much, as they keep track of the Guardians' respawn timers. He continues, explaining that there are guilds capable of quickly subduing even the low-floor Guardians. However, he clarifies, it's actually quite difficult to even encounter them, as the scene shifts to the border between a forest and desert on the tower's fourth floor. Deep within the shadowed woods, an orc-like creature stalks through the undergrowth. Before it can react, its head is violently crushed. A dark, oppressive force envelopes the monster. Its body compresses further, groaning under the immense pressure. The creature's face contorts in a final, agonizing scream. Then, with a sickening burst, it explodes into a shower of blood and shimmering purple energy. Its remnants fall, dissolving into nothingness. An unseen force tears through the air with a violent, rending sound. As the destructive energy continues its relentless assault, now against the backdrop of a dark, star-filled sky. The sheer power of the attack is evident as a monstrous arm is ripped apart, bone exposed, and flesh shredded. On the second day of the raid, the team arrived at the base, where orcs were already lying in wait for them. Though outnumbered by the sheer size of their foes, the orcs proved weaker than goblins, making the fight manageable. By the third day, on the third floor, the players continued their relentless assault, their weapons clashing against the monstrous forms. They encountered a few more rifts and goblins, but their lack of intelligence meant they posed no significant threat, as Kim Kigyu's secret strategy for clearing the dungeon involved simply waiting a few more days. Yusu reflects on the situation, remembering that Kim Kigyu only joined the raid because he had personally asked him, knowing his exceptional abilities and recommending him for the task. Later, as Kim Kigyu diligently writes in his diary, Yusu asks what he's doing. Kim Kigyu replies that he's writing his diary, then muses about the possibility of getting rich from an autobiography if he becomes a ranker, a thought Yusu finds amusing. Yusu then reminds him that as long as they survive tomorrow, the next challenge will be the fourth floor test, and he eagerly anticipates getting a class. A young woman, wiping her mouth with a cloth, muses aloud about the class she might receive. Another player, mid-toothbrushing, attempts to chime in, his words muffled by the foam, as a voice reminds him to finish brushing before speaking. Nearby, a third player laughs heartily by a crackling campfire, the warmth illuminating his face. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu, having cleared the third floor, sits in quiet contemplation. The journey continues, leading him to the fifth floor, under the watchful eye of a crescent moon. Here, the landscape shifts to a desolate, snowy forest, where orc and goblin hordes roam, slightly stronger and faster than those on the third floor, yet still manageable. Suddenly, a fierce cry erupts from Kim Kigyu. As he lunges forward, striking a monstrous orc with a powerful blow. Kim Kigyu continues his relentless assault, cutting down the monstrous orcs and goblins that stand in his path. Having cleared the immediate threat, he pauses, surveying the path ahead. Descending deeper into the dungeon, the environment shifts to a dense, shadowy forest. Here, the creatures are larger, more formidable, but he meets their charge with unwavering resolve. His movements a blur of efficiency, he dispatches multiple foes with practiced ease, the sounds of battle echoing through the trees. Suddenly, a massive dust cloud erupts in the distance, a violent tremor shaking the very ground. His eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind. A dust cloud? But a guardian isn't supposed to spawn today. Gripping his weapon tighter, he acknowledges the ominous sign, knowing whatever it is, it's not good. Nearby, other players scatter in panic, one shouting desperately for everyone to run, urging them to move quickly. He moves with practiced ease through the dense, unfamiliar forest. There is something he has learned over many years as a guide. A truth that the tutorial in the real world never truly prepares you for. This is not a game. A guttural roar rips through the air, and both he and J1 flinch, their faces contorting in shock and alarm. A hulking, green-skinned monster, wielding a massive club, lunges from the undergrowth with a savage cry. The monster's arm blurs, striking with terrifying speed, forcing him to recoil from the impact. But the blow connects, sending J1 sprawling, a crimson spray erupting from his face as he cries out in pain. A frustrated curse escapes Kim Kigyu's lips, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He knows that in such a critical moment, one wrong move could lead to the annihilation of his entire party. And like always, he pushes forward, a determined cry escaping him as he charges into the fray. His weapon flashes, striking a monster with precise force. But a bad premonition washes over him, as the grotesque face of another creature looms into view. A guttural roar echoes through the space, as a massive, red-glowing guardian monster reveals itself. Its imposing form, radiating a crimson aura, is surrounded by a horde of smaller, vicious creatures. Kim Kigyu's eyes widen in surprise, recognizing the formidable foe before him as a guardian. With a sharp intake of breath, he tightens his grip on his weapon, preparing for the inevitable battle. He lets out a powerful shout, his voice cutting through the chaos, commanding everyone to listen. With a fierce determination, he urges them, "Get ready to run." Immediately, a blinding flash erupts, followed by a concussive blast that tears through the air. Dust and debris billow outwards, obscuring everything in a thick, white cloud. Through the swirling haze, Kim Kigyu moves swiftly, supporting the injured Yun Jaewon as they make their escape. The cloud of dust continues to expand, providing crucial cover for their retreat. Another object, a G3 grenade, is hurled into the fray, adding to the confusion and buying them more time. The air fills with even more particles and smoke, thickening the veil around them. As debris rains down, he urgently calls out, "Hurry!" Still supporting the injured Yoon Jae-won, he leads the desperate flight, with Kim Hanul urging them to escape now. Jae-won, struggling to keep up, questions their destination, but Kigyu's resolve is firm, telling them to just follow him. He knows a hiding spot, a dark cave entrance offering a temporary refuge. Inside the cave, they finally find a moment to rest, the sounds of their labored breathing filling the air. The others gather around, all exhausted, as Jae-won lies still on the ground. Kigyu looks down at the unconscious Jae-won, wondering what to do now, recalling the giant orc-like creature that had pursued them. He suspects it was the guardian of the fourth floor, a dangerous situation regardless of its true form. Fortunately, they have enough rations, so they decide to wait patiently for an opportunity. Kigyu kneels beside Jae-won, his concern evident as he notes her deteriorating condition. Hanul confirms the grim truth. Jae-won was poisoned by the Goblin King. Despite the revelation, Kigyu tries to reassure them, promising they will recover once an antidote is found. Frantically, he rummages through his bag, desperate to locate the necessary remedy. His search continues, until a grim realization dawns upon him. The Goblin King's magic has rendered any conventional healing useless. Despite the setback, Kigyu steels himself, refusing to let despair take hold. As the group gathers, Seonpil steps forward, offering to brave the dangers outside to find help. But Kigyu immediately rejects the idea, insisting it's far too perilous for anyone to venture out alone. He had been through this tutorial more times than he could count, so there was no need to worry. His plan was simple: shoot a flare on top of the hill, as the great lift was too far to the left. Despite his current appearance, he pointed upwards, a soft thump echoing in the cavern. A hulking green guardian, its massive club resting on its shoulder, turned its head, as if confirming his words. That's what I said, he thought, knowing his presence had been noted. But the guardian had changed the monster's behavior, making their movements unpredictable, and he couldn't predict their next move as he fled. Thoughts of giving up and finding a different way flickered, but he pushed them aside. Worry could come later. He still had one more thing to do. At this rate, he would reach a dead end in the cave, but it was the only way for the team to escape. His boots pounded against the stone, his sole focus now to avoid the guardian. But then, a towering red-skinned guardian, its eyes glowing with malevolent crimson light and a dark aura radiating from its form, appeared directly in his path, a formidable obstacle that was more than just the guardian. His own eyes flared with a matching red glow, and a powerful blast of crimson energy erupted from him with a deafening crash. He cries out, a sharp impact tearing through him. A monstrous claw descends with crushing force, sending debris exploding around him. The blow throws him violently backward, his body twisting in midair. His weapon, a cylindrical device, slips from his grasp and clatters to the ground. He lands hard, a pained groan escaping him as he urges himself to move, to act quickly. Lying amidst the rubble, he stares up at his attacker. A towering, green-skinned monster with massive tusks and glowing red eyes reveals itself, its presence filling the cavern. Of all the creatures he could have faced, this one is a shock. With a surge of resolve, he reaches for his fallen weapon, his fingers closing around its cold metal. Rising to his feet, he raises the device, a fierce determination in his eyes. This time, the monster won't fall for the same trick twice, but neither will he. Kim Kigyu's mind races, a whirlwind of thoughts he desperately tries to suppress, reminding himself that no one knows his secret, no one can take what he has. He clenches his jaw, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, insisting there must be a way, a path forward. The image of the fifth-floor test gate, looming in a desolate, snowy landscape, flashes through his mind, a challenge he once considered abandoning. He remembers a gentle smile, the face of his family, the very reason he couldn't give up. The gate stands before him, an insurmountable barrier where only death awaits someone of his meager strength. Yet, a question burns within him, wondering why he came here, to this place of certain doom. The answer solidifies in his eyes, a fierce purple glow emanating from his form, as he acknowledges the fifth floor is a death sentence for a level 1, but he must radically change himself. The memory of past failures, of hitting rock bottom, fuels his resolve, a painful thud echoing in his mind. His face contorts, teeth gritted, tears welling in his eyes, a silent scream of pure, unadulterated will. He stands amidst the ruins, contemplating the stark choice before him, the end of death, or an eternal one. His face contorts with raw emotion, a single, frustrated thought echoing in his mind about what lies beyond this impossible situation. Before him, an ethereal, shimmering gateway materializes, radiating an otherworldly glow, a barrier known only as the unpassable door. This formidable portal now stands fully revealed, and as he gazes upon it, a system message confirms that he has met the activation criteria, his player data verified, and the conditions for passage fulfilled. A digital interface materializes, announcing entry into the first testing site as player data verification begins. The system then confirms that a hidden ability has been recovered. Lying on the ground, Kim Kigyu receives another message, confirming he has met the required conditions. He looks up as the system further announces that the difficulty has been significantly lowered. A puzzled expression crosses his face as a holographic screen appears, displaying a simple, yet ominous command. Kill the goat. The command looms large, followed by the distinct, bleating sound of a goat. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single question escaping his lips. A guttural roar echoes through the testing site as the tusked monster lunges forward. But its form shatters into countless fragments, confirming the system's declaration. Your class has been selected. You have passed the test. A new message appears, revealing a deeper truth. Your hidden ability has been unveiled. Stepping over the defeated monster's remains, Kim Kigyu reflects on the unexpected turn of events, realizing he has entered a test site where he must face challenges again, as the ability of Spirit Contract improves. Then, a new creature appears before him, a white, horned goat, accompanied by a perplexing system objective: kill the goat. He stares, utterly bewildered. Dark energy swirling around him as he struggles to comprehend the absurdity of the situation, muttering, "Wah, what?" His fist clenching in utter disbelief at what the world has thrown at him now. Kigyu finds himself disoriented in a vast, dark void, a luminous, abstract form hovering nearby. A voice echoes through the emptiness, demanding to know what he is. His eyes snap open, confusion clouding his gaze as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. Lying on an unseen surface, he questions his location, a small, shadowy figure now visible behind him. The voice, unmistakably that of a young boy, then asks if he is its master. Sitting up, Kigyu stares at the shadowy entity, bewildered, as it repeats its question, and he curses under his breath, frustrated that a mere ghost can't even answer his own query, let alone be his master. The small voice sighs, expressing its long wait and impatience, before simply demanding a name. Kigyu, clearly annoyed, asks for clarification, and the entity confirms it wants a name. Finally, the voice reveals its true intention, asking him to link up, as an ego requests a connection. As he stands in the ethereal void, the ego's voice echoes, asking if he will link up, its plea for a master resonating deeply within him. Then, a blurry image begins to form, a woman's worried face hovering over him. The world slowly comes into focus, revealing a hospital room and the familiar face of Kim Hanol. Her voice, filled with relief and concern, calls out to him, asking if he's finally awake. As he stirs, a memory surfaces. He remembers pressing the call button before losing consciousness. 2 weeks have passed since he was found unconscious on the 5th floor, a fact that slowly registers in his recovering mind. Later, Kim Seon-pil explains the situation, telling him what happened after he collapsed. The guild players who saw the flare found the Guardian rampaging in front of the 5th floor door, unable to corner it despite their efforts. Lying in the hospital bed, he couldn't shake the unsettling thought that the Guardian had managed to escape, a fact that continued to trouble him. Still, he felt a measure of relief knowing that Kim Seon-pil and his companions had been safely rescued. Later, on the phone, he confirmed, "Yes, Mom." He then informed a nurse and another patient that he would be discharged after a few more tests, asking, "Come on, what are you apologizing for?" Back on the call, he reassured his mother, a kid, "Don't worry about me, and get some rest." Walking through the hospital hallway, he continued, explaining that Yunho had told him his mother's health was a priority, before adding, "Hey Yunho, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to take care of it. I'm going to the 5th floor." As he held his phone, he concluded the conversation, "Jill, contact. I'll let you know when I'm done after clearing the 5th floor." Looking out the window, he mused, "Unlike my expectations." He stares at his phone, a quiet frustration simmering beneath the surface, knowing that despite everything, he's still stuck at level 1. Yet, a faint, ethereal glow emanates from a ring on his finger, a subtle sign of hidden power. He stands overlooking a sprawling city, the weight of his past and the promise of his future converging, but now, everything is about to change. A flash of memory brings him back to a chaotic dungeon, where players clash violently with monstrous foes, their shouts echoing through the confined space. Back in the present, he walks along a forest path with Yusu and Yun Jae-won, their conversation light amidst the rustling leaves. Yusu glances at him, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Yun Jae-won listens intently. Yusu continues, explaining that he's been hearing a lot about him lately. As they walk past a massive, ancient gate, Yusu insists, "I'm telling you, man, he's become quite the talk of the town." Yun Jae-won hums thoughtfully, then asks Yusu, "What makes him so famous, you mean?" Kim Kigyu presses his hand against a shimmering, purple-hued barrier, its intricate patterns glowing with an otherworldly light. Meanwhile, Yusu gestures dismissively, declaring that the topic of Kim Kigyu's fame is already old news. Yun Jae-won listens, a slight smile playing on his lips, as the question of what exactly made him so famous hangs in the air, triggering a flashback to a desolate, snow-covered forest where a horde of green-skinned monsters gathers, their tusked faces twisted in aggression. Through the muddy, frozen ground, Kim Kigyu strides forward, his boots crunching on the icy path. He stands alone amidst the chaos, some of the monstrous figures already defeated, others still looming in the frigid air. The battle is a blur of motion and impact, as the green-skinned creatures are violently cut down, blood splattering across the snowy landscape. With intense focus, he extends his hand, a vibrant red energy flaring from his palm, illuminating his determined expression. He moves with blinding speed, a crimson trail of magic following his every strike, as he carves a path through the remaining monsters. He crouches low, a fierce determination in his eyes as crimson energy crackles around him, ready to unleash his power. With an explosive burst, he launches forward, leaving a crater in his wake. The green-skinned monsters, caught off guard, turn with startled expressions. Their initial surprise quickly shifts to aggression, their tusks bared in a snarl. Before they can react, Kim Kigyu is already upon them, a blur of red energy as he strikes the first monster, sending it flying. Without missing a beat, he pivots, delivering another devastating blow to a second monster. His movements are a whirlwind of power, a sweeping arc of red energy tearing through the horde. The final impact erupts in a blinding flash, a massive explosion of crimson energy engulfing his target. As the dust settles, only lingering trails of red lightning remain, a testament to his overwhelming power. As the battle rages, a blade, infused with a vibrant crimson energy, slashes through the air, leaving trails of glowing particles in its wake. From above, Kim Kigyu descends, his form radiating with the same potent red aura, poised to unleash another devastating strike. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of red energy amidst the green monsters, each strike sending shockwaves through their ranks. Then, with a final, explosive surge, a massive wave of crimson energy erupts from him, engulfing and obliterating the remaining creatures in a blinding flash. As the dust settles, a voice echoes in his mind, prompting him to consider a name for this newly unleashed power. A lone monster recoils, its form racked with pain, as the name is uttered, Ru. The decision is made, the name confirmed, his power now formally recognized as Ru. A system interface flashes, displaying his own name alongside the newly designated Ru, solidifying the connection between player and power. A satisfied smirk plays across his lips, a quiet affirmation of the power now coursing through him. With a surge of vibrant red energy, he sweeps his blade through the air, the attack leaving brilliant trails in its wake. His eyes glow with fierce determination as the intense aura of his new power, now identified as Ego's partner, envelopes him, granting him skills like synchronization and unconscious intervention, while the entity Ru rapidly levels up from 7 to 8, boasting new abilities like Access Graft. He stands amidst the swirling crimson particles, ready for anything. Just yesterday, the mere sight of a single orc had filled him with terror, yet now, he casually pulls a handful of shimmering purple crystals from his pocket. As he traverses a desolate, snow-covered landscape, he finds himself ridiculously collecting all these crystals. A faint, glowing red symbol pulses on the back of his hand as he holds one up, asking, "Isn't that right, Ru?" Later, walking through a dense forest, he gazes upward, lost in thought. His eyes fall upon a holographic screen, displaying text that makes him realize, Ego's partner, so it hadn't happened yet. Meanwhile, a young woman reacts with utter shock. "What? You're telling me that I'm going to become a player?" Her expression hardens, a fierce determination in her eyes. "I'm going to get eclipsed by my brother if I don't get home." Kim Kigyu stares at his status window, unable to accept that it has changed after 5 long years. Looking at the small bird, he wonders how he can possibly link up with this so-called ego. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening with understanding. His resolve hardens, a palpable energy beginning to emanate from him. With a decisive stomp, he channels the surging power. His eye glows with an ethereal light as he commands, "Link up." A powerful aura erupts around him, energy radiating from his outstretched hand. Suddenly, he stands in a vibrant forest, a colorful parrot perched nearby, observing him intently. As he bends down, the parrot squawks, "Oh my shoestrings are untied." Having just experienced a profound change, Kim Kigyu sits in the quiet solitude of a forest, reflecting on his overwhelming excitement and the fortunate timing of finding such a secluded area. He then addresses the familiar, albeit annoying, voice of his ego, declaring that he has decided to give it a proper name, Ru. As if in response, a vibrant red orb materializes, a system message confirming that the ephemeral Ego Rui has been summoned. Kim Kigyu recoils slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his face, as he questions the orb's shrinking form and wonders what kind of appearance it will ultimately take. Another message appears, explaining that due to his current lack of ability, Ru's initial appearance was randomly selected, but it will adapt to his discretion as he grows stronger. The red orb now floats larger before him. Staring intently at the orb, Kim Kigyu voices his confusion, asking what it is trying to communicate. Suddenly, the orb begins to shift and glow, causing him to react with a startled gasp. The red energy transforms into a brilliant blue, pulsating with an ethereal light, eliciting an astonished "whoa" from Kim Kigyu. As the blue orb continues to radiate its intense glow, Kim Kigyu, now wide-eyed, realizes its immense value, exclaiming that this stuff is worth at least 1,000,000 won. As the energy around him intensified, a blinding white light erupted, enveloping him completely as he cried out, desperately trying to resist the overwhelming force. The swirling chaos pulled him deeper, a dark, nascent form visible within the maelstrom as he screamed. The energy consuming him entirely, leaving him to plead, begging for the ordeal to end. His voice echoed in the torrent of power, a final, desperate plea lost in the overwhelming surge. Then, as suddenly as it began, the energy dissipated, leaving him disoriented but unharmed, staring at a dark, pulsating orb and wondering if the terrifying transformation was finally complete. The orb before him pulsed with an ominous, vibrant glow, its dark surface shimmering with internal power. Residual magical energy lingered in the air, a testament to the profound change that had just occurred. As the chaotic energy subsided, a shower of vibrant, multicolored feathers drifted down from the heavens, illuminated by a fading, ethereal glow. More feathers continued to fall, their soft descent marking the end of the tumultuous transformation. He blinked, disoriented, a soft huh, escaping his lips as the last of the feathers settled around him. His gaze was unfocused, his mind still reeling from the overwhelming surge of power. Nearby, a magnificent, dark sword stood impaled in the earth, its hilt adorned with a single, glowing red eye, emanating a faint, mystical mist. He found himself sitting on damp earth, naked and bewildered, surrounded by the unfamiliar greenery of a forest. Now wrapped in a rough blanket he'd somehow acquired, he stared at the sword, a single thought forming in his mind. So, the sword's voice echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicion. You're telling me you're Rue? Rue's exasperated reply cut through his confusion. That's what I'm telling you. Can you stop making me repeat myself? Are you a retard? Still processing the bizarre transformation, he finds himself growing impatient. A small, bird-like manifestation of the ego clears its throat, then asks, anyway, what exactly is an ego? Kim Kigyu considers this, wondering if it's akin to a soul, but the ego quickly dismisses the idea, stating it's not a soul, leaving him to ponder. Then what? As he holds the newly transformed sentient sword, its glowing red eye seems to glare at him, and the ego's voice snaps, you fucking pervert. The accusation clearly catches him off guard, his face contorting in annoyance as the ego continues its indignant outburst, demanding, anyway, can you please get off my body? After a moment, Kim Kigyu sets the sword down, addressing it directly. Rue, he begins, are you able to move by yourself? The ego replies that it cannot yet, but probably will be able to later, prompting Kim Kigyu to inquire further, what about breaking the link and changing bodies? The ego's response is swift and firm, explaining that such an ability is exclusive to the master, and it's impossible for an ego to do so. Kim Kigyu processes this information, then, with a slight sigh, moves on to his next question. Oh, okay, next question. When you are able to move on your own, will you? The ego, still in its sword form, questions if Kim Kigyu will be able to harm it, clarifying that while an attack is possible, it's not feasible for an ego already linked to him. Kim Kigyu, a slight smirk playing on his lips, counters by asking if ego can feel pain, then confidently affirms that it can. Ego proudly declares itself a great ego, capable of experiencing not just emotions, but all senses. A system notification appears, posing the question, will you turn on Rue's sense of pain? Kim Kigyu holds a dark, rough stone in his hand, uttering the word, manner. The sword, ego, glows with red energy, exclaiming, mocketh, man. A monstrous green guardian, tusks bared, lets out a guttural roar as crimson energy flares around its massive form. The ego's sword form plunges into the monster, and a series of system messages confirm that Rue has absorbed the orc's blood, gained experience, and leveled up. Another system notification announces Rue's stats have increased, as Kim Kigyu stands in a desolate, snowy landscape, letting out a relieved phew. He reflects on ego's previous inability to feel pain, realizing the entity had never shown any such expression before. A sudden, surprised exclamation escapes ego, experiencing the sensation for the first time. The entity then declares its overwhelming happiness, thrilled to have such a capable master. Kim Kigyu confirms his earlier thoughts, then notes that his bag is full, deciding it's time to descend from the tower today. He considers his next move, deciding that after this, he will return to the tower, but for now, he will enter a gate. A stark warning appears, advising against entering any gates for a while. Kim Kigyu reacts with confusion, questioning the sudden restriction. Meanwhile, in another location, Yoon Jae-won and Kim Seon-pil discuss recent grim news, for high rankers have recently perished in an American gate. Yoo Soo adds to the somber report, explaining that many normal gates are disappearing, and even F-rank gates are turning into C-rank anomalies with bizarre layouts, a phenomenon occurring with increasing frequency. As he prepares to leave, a sigh escapes him, while Yoon Jae-won reminds him of their first meeting. A month ago would be when I met you. Yoon Jae-won continues, I just told you not to enter your name, but he dismisses it. There's no way. Yoon Jae-won quickly clarifies, I'm not telling you to not enter your name. Understanding the underlying concern, he responds, I get it, Hyung. Yoon Jae-won then emphasizes, I get that you're a player who can't level up, but you're a valuable ability. So don't die. With a final nod, he replies, I get it. And Yoon Jae-won sends him off. That's good. Good work. Get home safe. As he walks away, he mutters, Slayer, prompting Yin Jae-won to sigh. Ah, I told you not to. The elevator doors slowly close. Outside the tower, the allure of gates remains strong, promising crystals of higher purity, special items, and clear bounty. Indeed, gates are much more profitable than the tower. Later, he checks his phone. A system warning flashing across the screen, telling him it's against it. He acknowledges the warning, but thinks, but it can't be helped. I'm still struggling to even. The phone displays multiple B-rank gates and an unidentified anomaly, all accompanied by a warning gate message, making him wonder, what could go wrong? His finger presses down on the screen, a digital prompt for a hunt, glowing beneath his touch. But before he can proceed, the screen shifts, an incoming call interrupting his focus with a persistent ringing. Inside a bustling city, a modern building with a prominent coffee sign stands tall, its glass facade reflecting the urban landscape as people move in and out. Within, Kim Giju extends a hand to a man with neat, dark hair, who introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the party leader, Ha Sung-soo. Seated at a table, Giju confirms his identity, adding, my name is Kim Giju. Please call me on the phone. He then asks, so this is your first gate, right? The other man replies, hi, yes. A third man, with neatly swept back brown hair, nods in agreement, having already studied up on raid tactics. A contract is then exchanged between them, its terms appearing fairly standard. As Giju looks at his phone, the brown-haired man emphasizes the importance of punctuality, stating, this should be obvious, but you cannot be late. They agree to divide equipment by rolling dice and plan to meet at Giri Station by 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Gates, the mysterious portals to other dimensions, are broadly categorized into two types. One-off gates that vanish after being cleared, and perpetual gates that remain, allowing for repeated hunts. While perpetual gates offer fewer individual rewards, their consistent nature makes them a safer and more frequent option for many hunters. A voice cuts through the dungeon's silence, urging the group forward. As footsteps echo on the stone floor, the party stands ready, their forms silhouetted against the torchlight, deep within the perpetual gate. Kim Kigyu subtly glances around at his new companions. A quiet observation settling over him as he notes the unfamiliar faces. He wonders if they were all recruited through the same advertisement, though two of them, Ha Sung-soo and Yin Jae-won, seem to share a prior connection. Ha Sung-soo, equipped with a quiver of arrows, leads the way. As the party stepped through the gate, a familiar sense of unease settled over Kim Kigyu, the air within the dungeon thick with an unfamiliar energy. The stone corridor stretched into oppressive darkness, where faint, indistinct figures began to appear in the distance. Their presence was heralded by a growing chorus of guttural sounds. As a horde of red-eyed monsters swarmed from the shadows, their forms grotesque and menacing. One of the tusked creatures let out a piercing shriek, its maw wide in a silent roar. Without hesitation, Yusu stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension, calling out for the party's tank to engage. He then charged directly into the monstrous horde, his sword already drawn and ready. A heavy impact reverberated as he met the first attack, his blade deflecting the blow with a powerful heave. From behind, Kim Kigyu called out for the damage dealer to act, his hands already glowing with nascent magical energy. As the perpetual gate opened, the party found themselves immediately plunged into chaos, with Yusu already engaging the monstrous horde, his blue aura flashing, while Yin Jae-won moved with practiced ease against the red-eyed creatures, and Kim Kigyu watched the unfolding battle with focused intensity. One of the green-skinned guardians lets out a guttural roar, its red eyes burning with malice. Jae-won's weapon becomes a swift arc through the air, as he mocks the grotesque forms of his enemies, finding them so adorable when they're just rotting corpses. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses his face, as debris explodes around him. Meanwhile, Yusu, enveloped in a fierce red aura, holds the line against a relentless wave of foes, the impacts echoing through the confined space. Jae-won, recovering quickly, lands a decisive blow on one of the green guardians, while a blonde warrior observes the brutal efficiency of the attack. After the intense battle, the party stands amidst the remnants of the gate, a hooded female figure and a blonde warrior observing Yin Jae-won, who seems to be catching his breath. The blonde warrior, now standing over Kim Kigyu and Yin Jae-won who are seated on the ground, lets out a confident laugh, proclaiming that clearing this gate will be easy. He then turns to Kim Kigyu, playfully questioning his self-proclaimed low level, feeling as though he's playing in a child's channel and dismissing any modesty. The muscular warrior continues to praise him, highlighting his crucial role in defeating the mid-boss earlier. With a wide grin, he suggests that once this gate is cleared, Kim Kigyu should invite him to his party for future raids. Fortunately, the protagonist, a subtle smile playing on his lips, doesn't seem to mind the warrior's boisterous nature. Now standing with the entire group, the blonde warrior continues to speak, referring to the party leader. He reiterates his belief that today will be a breeze thanks to Kim Kigyu, urging everyone to acknowledge the truth of his words. With the discussion concluded, the blonde warrior leads the way, calling for everyone to get going again as they prepare to delve deeper. As the group pressed deeper into the gate, Kim Kigyu paused, a quiet question forming in his mind for his companion, Ru. A moment later, the voice of Ego echoed in his thoughts, a blunt assessment of their recent encounter, just as the blonde warrior announced their arrival at the boss room, urging patience from the others. Yun Jae-won stood beside the blonde warrior, both ready for the challenge ahead. While Kim Kigyu's expression remained thoughtful, his gaze falling upon a massive grate ahead, a quiet hum, escaping his lips as he considered its purpose. The entire party, including a newly joined black-haired man, stood before the colossal bars, a collective wow echoing through the chamber as they took in the sheer scale of the boss room. Kim Kigyu's thoughts turned to the formidable barrier, wondering if these giant bars were truly meant to contain the boss monster within. With a final glance at the imposing structure, the black-haired man acknowledged the situation, before the blonde warrior stepped forward, ready to outline the tactics for defeating the gatekeeper, Talon. He sighs, growing impatient with the delay. Meanwhile, another member of the group urges them to proceed, while the black-haired man simply tells him to stop dragging things out. Kim Kigyu, however, insists on caution, reminding them that a single mistake inside a gate could jeopardize the entire group. His words draw a frustrated tch from the other man, who finds the caution annoying. Suddenly, a woman with striking red hair and piercing red eyes steps forward, her expression resolute. Kim Kigyu and the other man watch her intently as she passes, taking the lead. As she continues forward, Kim Kigyu remarks on her presence, acknowledging her as the one who will explain the tactics. She silences the group with a sharp shoo, then begins to outline their strategy, explaining that when they first enter the boss room by melting the steel bars, Talon, the massive green monster, will be sitting down, facing away from them, and is much bigger than anticipated. She raises a glowing arrow, the signal for their assault, as the command echoes, "We're starting." With a surge of power, the magical projectile launches forward. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, Kim Kigyu, and Yu-Su charge headlong across the cavernous floor, closing the distance to the massive guardian. The arrow strikes its target, erupting in a brilliant flash of blue energy. Such an attack, however, will only serve to enrage Talon, causing the monster to swing its massive fists around in fury. As predicted, Talon lets out a guttural roar, its red eyes burning with intense fury. From the sidelines, Ha Sung-soo shouts, his voice strained with urgency. The narration confirms the strategy. "You'll have to endure it." Tank, Song Byung-hoon SSI. A large, armored figure stands ready, his back to the approaching threat. Talon's colossal fist descends, aimed directly at Song Byung-hoon, who braces for the devastating impact. Kim Kigyu unleashes a furious barrage of attacks, his movements a blur of white energy. Knowing that now is the time for melee damage, aiming to inflict as much as possible. His relentless assault continues, each strike landing with brutal force. Red energy crackles around his fists as he delivers powerful blows to the monster, causing the monster's eyes to glow a furious red, a sign of its growing rage and the damage it has sustained. The most crucial moment, they know, will arrive when it begins to huddle, signaling its transition to a new phase. Just as predicted, the massive guardian begins to huddle, its body glowing with an ominous energy. The red-haired woman calls out, reminding them that Talon's impenetrable hide makes normal attacks almost ineffective at this stage, urging Kim Kigyu to act now. But with his unique attack damage, he should at least be able to make an impact. He plunges downward, a focused strike tearing through the air, creating a massive impact that sends debris flying and leaves a deep crater in the ground. The monster, Talon, contorts under the immense force, its body twisting as the blow connects. A moment later, a system message flashes, informing him that his synchronization with Ru has increased, allowing him to use her powers more effectively, a revelation that leaves him momentarily stunned. With renewed focus, he charges again, red lightning crackling around him, his unique attack power surging. His glowing red hand connects with the monster, delivering the final, devastating blow. Yu-Su and Song Byung-hoon watch in disbelief as a system message confirms the gatekeeper Talon's defeat, a victory achieved in a single, decisive hit. Yun Jae-won and the red-haired woman also witness the triumph, as more system notifications appear, announcing experience gained and the monster's swift demise. Kim Kigyu's eyes glow with surprise as he processes the additional rewards, including extra experience and a small increase in his abilities from Talon's blood. Finally, a new skill is granted, the ominous cannibalism. A massive, green-skinned foot lies inert on the ground, its rough texture hinting at the formidable creature it once belonged to. Kim Kigyu stares down at it, a mix of awe and disbelief on his face, muttering, "Holy fuck, this is nuts." As he processes the victory, Yu-Su suddenly grabs him, demanding, "Your contact info," while Yun Jae-won rushes forward, echoing, "Me too, me too." Kneeling before them, Kim Kigyu listens as Yu-Su explains, "The boss dropped the dagger of paralysis." Yu-Su continues, addressing him directly, "We will roll a dice to determine who gets it." Kim Kigyu looks up, questioning the decision, then insists, "That dagger, you should take it. You're the one who needs it the most." But then, with a firm resolve, he adds, "I'm not going to take it." Yu-Su, a sly smile spreading across his face, retorts, "You basically did all the work." He then glances towards Yun Jae-won, adding, "Me and Dian will pressure him." Crouching low, he considers the implications of his companion's insistence. knowing that if he were to accept their help in this manner, he might lose their respect. Yet, a flicker of determination crosses his eyes, as he realizes that accepting the dagger could ultimately benefit everyone. Meanwhile, Yun Jae-won, standing beside Yu-soo, reflects on his own judgment of character, having had suspicions about dealer Choi Dae-rim and Tank Song-byung-hoon, but never imagining this would be their strategy. He also considers the party leader, Ha Sung-soo, and the enigmatic red-haired woman, who stand nearby as the group deliberates. As the various players gather in a circle, one of them asks if everyone is ready to begin, while another expresses a growing unease, unable to shake the feeling that some are concealing something significant. With a confident smile, Yu-soo declares that he will retrieve the dice for their decision. Ha Sung-soo and Song Byung-hoon exchange a glance, their expressions unreadable. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks with a sharp sound, as if reacting to an unseen force. Amidst the disturbance, Kim Ki-gyu's hand firmly grasps the dagger of paralysis. He lunges forward, a surge of purple energy erupting from his arm. But before he can connect, a swift counterattack sends him sprawling to the ground. His opponent, Dae-ho, pins him down with ease, a sharp crack echoing through the space. Yet, even restrained, a faint purple glow emanates from his hand, a desperate attempt to activate something. Dae-ho, however, is too quick, violently tossing him aside. He crashes hard against the floor, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Ugh, Giju SSI. A voice calls out, weren't you on board with our plan? Dae-ho, looking concerned, shouts, hey, Choi Dae-rim, do something. Choi Dae-rim can only stammer in terror, unable to act. He reflects on the recent confrontation, a close call that felt like a joke, yet nearly cost him his life. His eyes narrow, the memory still sharp. Nearby, a figure in a dark cloak stands, her red hair contrasting with the shadows, her eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light, a dagger clutched in her hand. He couldn't even perceive her drawing the weapon, the speed of her movement utterly baffling. The realization hits him. She isn't a magician, yet her skill is terrifying, making her incredibly dangerous. The red-haired woman stands beside Dae-ho, both observing him, a silent judgment in their stance. Dae-ho speaks, noting his lack of hesitation even with a dagger at his throat, staring straight at the threat. He admits to having considered killing him then and there, in the same swift manner. Now, with Kim Ki-gyu bound on the cold stone floor, Dae-ho demands to know his plans, inquiring about the fate of these guys. Still bound, Kim Ki-gyu desperately tries to explain himself, insisting he only followed orders for money and never intended to deceive anyone. Unmoved, Dae-ho questions his reasoning, reminding him that he was the intended target. His expression hardens, his gaze distant and contemplative. Then, he utters a single name, Harem. Suddenly, the red-haired woman, Harem, bursts into action, enveloped in a swirling vortex of dark energy, a dagger clutched in her hand. Kim Ki-gyu watches, wide-eyed and terrified, as the distant figure of Harem moves with impossible speed. She tears through a group of unseen figures, her dark energy slashes cutting them down. One of the figures screams in terror as Harem's attack connects. A chilling observation notes her dangerous nature, as Kim Ki-gyu and Dae-ho stand together, observing her destructive power. His dark eyes narrowed. Kim Ki-gyu watched the brutal display unfold before him. Another figure was sent flying, their head snapping back with a sickening crack, the force of the blow leaving them unconscious. A sigh escaped Dae-ho's lips, as he continued to observe the scene with a detached air. Harem stood over her latest victim, a casual indifference in her posture, as Dae-ho remarked, then, and why? Her glowing dagger glinted in the dim light as she declared, your life? I think I at least deserve this. Still, isn't that a bit too much? Dae-ho turned slightly, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. Isn't an item of this grade worth basically nothing to someone as skilled as you, huh? I confess I'm... Kim Ki-gyu's expression remained unreadable, a silent question hanging in the air. Harem then fixed her gaze on Kim Ki-gyu, her tone sharp. Do you know who I am? She continued, dismissing his companions with a wave of her hand. With a bastard like her, you're probably not a nobody. However, I don't have any interest in you guys. As Harem stands before them, a thought crosses Kim Ki-gyu's mind, finding her demeanor utterly pretentious, while Dae-ho, standing beside him, voices his desire to continue hunting before they leave. Indeed, the woman known as Harem is extremely dangerous. Dae-ho then questions if they should have interfered with her, to which Kim Ki-gyu replies, wondering if she would have even cared. As Kim Ki-gyu stands, a system message appears, confirming he has saved a life, prompting Dae-ho to remark that he left them to die when they knew who they were, only to save them later. Another system message confirms Kim Ki-gyu has absorbed the constitution of a zombie, and Ego's voice chimes in, thanking him for the absorption and asking how it feels to have unlimited stamina, or perhaps, more power. Meanwhile, Harem, surrounded by a faint red aura, declares her disgust at the taste of zombies, and announces that they are leaving, a decision Dae-ho quickly acknowledges. Ego then explains that Rue absorbs stats by consuming blood, gaining dexterity from goblins, strength from orcs, and constitution from zombies, which is why his stats are so high for his level, suggesting they check the reward room before leaving. A final system message appears, revealing a gray space that can be accessed for teleportation by utilizing the gatekeeper's corpse. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against a hidden mechanism in the stone wall, which, as the system message implies, is a room that gives out rewards. A soft click echoes as he questions, Rue, what is it? Was that there earlier? His expression shifts to surprise as he realizes, no, it wasn't. Confirming his suspicion, he taps the wall, the dull sound revealing that the inside feels hollow. As a glowing red object emerges from the newly revealed space, he considers, should I open it? To which Ego's voice responds, yes, master. He reaches for it, but a sudden instinct makes him recoil, a sharp no, escaping him as he shouts, wait. A violent burst of dust and debris erupts from the opening, forcing him to shield his face from the onslaught, the air thick with much dust. He then asks, Rue, what were you trying? His question hangs in the air as Ego's voice simply states, Ego. He recoils from the sudden burst of dust, a surprised huh, escaping his lips, as he senses a familiar presence within the chaos. I think I can sense another Ego, he muses, only for the entity to respond with a dismissive, a lie like this? As the dust begins to settle, a brilliant, almost blinding light erupts from the hidden space. A voice questions the possibility, wondering if egos are truly so common. Then expresses frustration, asking what he's been doing for the last 5 years, before insulting his master. Kim Kigyu, taken aback, demands an explanation. Dismissing his previous outburst, the voice urges Kim Kigyu to focus, insisting the ego is nearby. A small cough escapes the voice, followed by a lament that this gate, which they've frequented for so long, should hold no more secrets. Yet, the voice insists, with unwavering certainty, that another ego can be sensed. A soft glow emanates from a candle-like object, illuminating the dark surroundings. Nearby, a magnificent sword, radiating a powerful aura, stands upright. As he gazes at the glowing blade, Kim Kigyu questions if this could be something as legendary as Excalibur. The sword, Excalibur, stands embedded in its stone pedestal, shimmering with a faint red glow. He reaches out, a determined expression on his face, wondering if all he needs to do is simply grasp the legendary blade. His fingers close around the hilt, and a surge of power erupts. The sword's hilt pulses with an intense, blinding light. A brilliant flash engulfs everything, overwhelming his senses. As the light subsides, a voice echoes in his mind, asking if he is its master, green particles swirling around him. He finds himself in a pure white space, his hands outstretched, as if reaching for something unseen. The experience feels familiar, yet distinctly different from his first encounter with Rue, and he questions if this new presence is the ego residing within the sword. The ethereal voice echoes, confirming its long wait for a master and politely requesting an answer to its previous question. Floating in the shimmering void, he responds, acknowledging his current status but expressing his clear intent to become its master. The voice then makes a simple, profound request, asking for a name. Without hesitation, Kim Kigyu bestows a name, declaring, L, which the ego immediately accepts as its own. Around him, the glowing particles intensify, as he finds himself standing in a desolate, icy expanse, a stark mental landscape reflecting the ego's presence. A thought crosses his mind, noting the strange familiarity of this new connection, distinct from his bond with Rue. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock, as a powerful sound reverberates through the mental space. The very ground beneath him cracks and shatters, revealing the raw, untamed power of L. He stood amidst the desolate, icy expanse of L's mental realm, his sword held loosely at his side. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the void. As the very fabric of the mental space began to shatter, L's urgent voice piercing the chaos. Master, run. Kim Kigyu clutched his head, the mental assault overwhelming him as L pleaded once more. Please run away, master. I know. He reached out, a glowing light emanating from his hand as he questioned the unseen force. Who are you? What about you? But a new, aggressive voice cut through the crumbling sound, declaring itself the true ego of the sword. I am the sword's ego. Both of you shut up. The aggressive entity continued, its words echoing with finality. Talent, complete. I need to teleport to the real world soon. Kim Kigyu scrambled through the rapidly disintegrating mental space, his mind reeling from the sudden, chaotic turn of events. His eyes widened in alarm as he realized the very ground beneath him was giving way, the floor itself collapsing into the void. The ground beneath him continues to fracture. And Kim Kigyu cries out in frustration as the mental realm shatters around him. Meanwhile, the aggressive ego, glowing intensely within his grasp, taunts him, asking if he'll be able to earn rewards again, urging him to move faster. A surge of fierce determination washes over Kim Kigyu, his form crackling with white energy. As his eyes reflect the intense power building within him, the mental landscape gives way to a dark, cavernous void, dripping with unknown liquids and illuminated by an eerie purple glow. The ego's presence becomes overwhelming, manifesting as a colossal, fiery eye that watches him from the cosmic expanse. Before taking on a towering, shadowy form that looms over him amidst the swirling chaos of the collapsing realm. A perpetual gate, he recalls, its image still vivid in his mind. The gate had perished, its cause unknown, leaving officials to ponder the unprecedented event. There was much commotion as bizarre gates appeared everywhere, but Ha Sung-soo, observing the chaos, felt a strange sense of relief. Because the gate had only perished after he left, he wasn't labeled a suspect, and the rewards included 30 purple crystals and a talisman of protection. This precious treasure prevented common illnesses and increased vitality. Even normal people could use it. Though it wouldn't cure his mother's illness, the crystals and the money from selling them helped ease the burden of her hospital care. With that taken care of, he went back to climbing the tower. Reaching the 5th floor, he marveled at its expanse, noting that while it had no monsters and was a resting area, it was practically a city. He passed through the 5th floor, the very place where he had once lost consciousness. He pushes onward, his blade a crimson blur as he carves a path through the shadowy monsters of the 6th floor. Without pause, he ascends to the 7th floor, confronting a massive, mechanical beast with a blinding yellow strike. The 8th floor brings more relentless combat, his attacks a furious dance of red and yellow energy against the swarming foes. And finally, with a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating, multi-directional assault. Reaching the 9th floor, he stands alone, his glowing blade a testament to the battles he has overcome. He gazes down at the desolate landscape, a quiet determination settling over him. A faint red aura surrounds him as he recalls that not too long ago, he couldn't even dream of reaching such a place. His expression hardens as he considers that in reality, levels aren't all that important. With a resolute gaze, he concludes, as long as you don't give up, your hidden ability will activate. Sukwoo's words echo in his mind, a golden ring with a vibrant red gem glowing faintly, a reminder of the power he seeks. Holding a small, glowing red gem, he acknowledges that while his progress might seem slow, he's definitely getting stronger, thanks to the egos he's collected. He recalls a past encounter, thinking she should have been truly formidable, given she claimed to have sealed a demon. The memory of sealing that demon and the subsequent loss of his powers still lingers, represented by a glowing green gem, though he can't quite remember all the details. A colossal, reptilian eye, burning with an inner light, confirms his suspicion that was indeed the demon. He observes his current progress on a holographic screen, noting that he's gathered enough egos to become stronger, but he'll need to search for even more. With a determined expression, he asks himself if he even knows where to search, then confidently declares that he knows just the place. His destination is clear, the imposing auction house. Inside, the auction is in full swing, with a staggering 9 million being bid, as an item is sold for an incredible 170 million won. He scans the bustling auction hall, a faint frown on his face, still unable to sense anything of note, finding it hard to believe it would be that simple. Then, the auctioneer's voice booms, announcing today's final, main item, a broken brace, which was supposed to be the highlight of the day, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Kim Kigyu's eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes the item as an ego, a revelation that leaves him stunned. Later, under a vast, open sky, he makes his way through the departing crowd, the auction now concluded. Overhearing others complain about the auction's high prices and the sheer number of attendees, he dismisses their concerns, knowing it was unavoidable since a master was involved, and that they were simply fools for not understanding. He reflects on his own successful sales, surprised by how well the items he'd picked up had sold, and acknowledges his own status as a master, feeling a pang of longing as he thinks of Ru and Ego. Suddenly, Ego's voice echoes in his mind, questioning his sanity with a grin, before softly calling out to him, "Master." Later, leaving a supermarket, he speaks on the phone, assuring the person on the other end that he's on his way home, and there are no problems, though he then hints at one lingering issue. He listens intently as a voice on the other end of the line complains about the trouble of finding a party, having just raided a gate. The voice continues, expressing that the monsters were less of a pain than the players themselves, and Kim Kigyu, looking annoyed, asks, "What? You raided a gate? I told you to play it safe for now." His friend, Ha Sung-soo, replies that he only knows how to level up if he takes off his equipment, and that he can't get a player rating or solo raid without it. Kim Kigyu sighs, knowing the truth in his friend's words, and asks, "You know I couldn't help it, right?" Ha Sung-soo then asks where he is, and Kim Kigyu replies that he's outside, having just finished dealing with something. Ha Sung-soo expresses his concern, stating that he can't level up if Kim Kigyu doesn't come, and that the last raid wasn't really profitable. Kim Kigyu sighs again, reassuring his friend that everything will be fine, at least he took care of his urgent matters. Later, while shopping, he thinks to himself that he can even buy beef for dinner, when a small, internal voice chimes in, "You're so frugal, despite earning a lot of money." Kim Kigyu, holding a bag of groceries, responds to Ru, telling the ego that he'll teach it a lesson on manners, to which Ru quickly apologizes. A persistent thought echoes through the quiet city night, the need to earn a substantial amount of money quickly, to finally move to a safer home. Yet, the reality bites hard, reminding him that without significant change, a truly secure area remains out of reach, a realization that makes him pause, a soft huh, escaping his lips as he senses something amiss. Outside, in a desolate alleyway, a faint blue glow begins to emanate, growing rapidly, as if a hidden power is stirring, causing him to question, "Isn't it?" The energy erupts into a blinding, crackling blue burst, enveloping Kim Kigyu where he stands, the air around him shimmering with intense magical particles. The chaotic surge of power swirls and coalesces, a maelstrom of light and ethereal dust. Grid-like patterns emerge within the vibrant blue aura, pulsating with an otherworldly rhythm. Finally, all the raw energy converges, forming a perfectly spherical, crackling orb of pure blue light, humming with immense, contained power. He remains crouched, the intense blue energy from the anomaly still swirling around his lower body, its vibrant glow illuminating the alleyway. As the screen displays critical instructions for gate appearances, emphasizing the need to remain calm, contact authorities, and never approach or touch the anomalies, while always collecting evidence, Kim Kigyu observes a broadcast featuring director Oh Tae-shik, who announces, "Now, let's see here." Nearby, Ha Sung-soo, holding a mug, murmurs in confusion, Isn't that guy's head?" He continues, recognizing the figure on screen. The reporter's name is. The screen then shows a close-up of the reporter's face, streaked with dirt and what appears to be blood, prompting both Kim Kigyu and Ha Sung-soo to exclaim in shock, "Kim Kigyu." The conversation continues, a stern voice warning that failure to enter the game within 5 days will result in the loss of bid priority for an item set for auction, the speaker then thanking the other party for their swift arrival. Kim Kigyu hesitantly addresses the director, who confirms their current discussion is concluded, then requests a moment alone with him. Later, in a bustling cafe, Ha Sung-soo calls out to Kim Kigyu. He remarks on the drink's sweetness, but Kim Kigyu shrugs it off, explaining it's simply the flavor of the spirit. Kim Kigyu takes a deep, audible gulp from his glass. As he holds up his ID card, the name Kim Kigyu is clearly displayed, confirming his identity. Ha Sung-soo, still skeptical, questions his confidence in selling an F-rank gate, but Kim Kigyu confidently declares his strength, assuring his hyung that he is stronger than he appears. A light chuckle escapes Ha Sung-soo as he holds a glass, then quickly corrects himself, asking what floor the other person is on. The reply comes swiftly, stating floor 11, having just passed the test on the 10th floor today, before turning the question back, asking about the other's level, knowing the answer is already clear. A simple question mark hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement from Kim Kigyu. Ha Sung-soo then mentions preparing in 4 days, inviting him to come and see. Why? Kim Kigyu wonders, as the other's voice continues, needing to know if he can be trusted. He warns that if the preparation is half-assed, he won't allow it. 4 days later, a new location is revealed, a futuristic, blue-lit facility, surprisingly located in the association basement all along. It's a combat facility, though it seems little used here, yet it feels much bigger on the inside. Noticing the walls are engraved with a barrier, Kim Kigyu realizes he's been underestimating the association. He suggests that if he were to join the association, he would prefer to be in a different department. However, he clarifies that he doesn't want to be tied down to a single place just yet. Ha Sung-soo responds that if he's willing to join, they'll welcome him, even if he has a different request. He then mentions director Yoo Pil, who apparently became the director after joining the special department. Kim Kigyu, seemingly distracted, asks where his weapon is, wondering if they were dueling. Ha Sung-soo, taken aback, can hardly believe his ears, thinking that Kim Kigyu is underestimating him, a bureaucrat. The conversation fades as Kim Kigyu begins his descent, plunging into the depths of the association's hidden facility. A massive, glowing symbol, pulsating with arcane energy, marks his path downward. He continues to fall through the intricate, glowing pathways, the sheer scale of the hidden structure unfolding around him. His eyes glowing with an intense electric blue, Kigyu reminds himself that a diamond, even if broken, remains a diamond. A surge of blue energy crackles around his clenched fist, as he silently vows not to be looked down upon as a mere ex-high ranker. Surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, he looks up, challenging the unseen force, telling it to stop being a cocky hack and come at him. Yet, a flicker of realism crosses his face as he acknowledges he knows he can't beat him. Extending a hand wreathed in swirling blue energy, he expresses his anticipation for guidance, but makes it clear he won't let the encounter be one-sided. With a determined step, his foot, surrounded by blue light, strikes the ground. His back to the viewer, the blue energy still radiating from him, he pushes forward. The sheer force of his movement causes the very ground beneath him to crack and splinter, blue energy radiating from the impact. With a resounding quang, the earth gives way further, a burst of blue and purple energy marking his determined path. Kim Kigyu lets out a guttural sound, his eyes burning crimson as raw power surges around him. Then his foot slams down with such force that the very ground beneath him shatters, sending a shockwave rippling outward as he lunges forward, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. Later, a man with neatly parted brown hair sighs, asking if he actually prepares for anything. His frustration evident as he continues, urging him to get his head in the game, warning that letting his guard down is a one-way ticket to death. Kim Kigyu, his expression unreadable, acknowledges that Tae-shik is right, but then adds with a slight smirk that while he's seen him pull off miracles, that doesn't mean he shouldn't come prepared. 8 days earlier, at the Yongxian player-only wholesale market, Kim Kigyu stands before a man with glasses who questions his need for items, asserting that he won't find better equipment than what he's already wearing, to which he clarifies that it's not about his defensive equipment, which he admits is not too shabby. He stares ahead, a deep frustration brewing within him, knowing he can't continue like this forever, yet feeling as though he could also endure another ego. From the ethereal expanse of the sky, a voice responds, promising to tell him everything, Master, and suggesting they look around for a while. As he focuses, a digital interface appears before him, displaying a warning. An unregistered player's consciousness has been detected, prompting a request to register and a caution against attempting to bypass the system. Moments later, the screen updates, granting him access to the player-only wholesale market, and revealing a staggering balance of 1.2 billion won. He finds a quiet bench, lost in thought, the implications of his new access weighing heavily on him. His internal guide, Ego, breaks the silence, lamenting that the cheap items are worthless and the truly good ones are always out of reach. He listens intently as Ego continues, addressing him directly as Master and reiterating the difficulty of finding quality equipment. Later, at a bustling market stall, he stands beside Ha Sung-soo, both of them observing the wares offered by a vendor, the search for suitable equipment clearly underway. A young boy insists his grandpa is a great craftsman, dismissing any doubt. He continues to argue, even when faced with the reality that the equipment lacks a system window, a crucial feature for players. Kim Kigyu internally laments the futility of advertising a store that isn't on any player's radar, while the boy, frustrated, curses under his breath. Turning to the persistent child, he asks, "Hey, kiddo, can you show me where it is?" Kim Kigyu expresses his skepticism about the store's utility, questioning its purpose. The boy, however, responds with an enthusiastic, "Yes." Following the boy, Kim Kigyu steps into a dark, narrow alleyway, its depths shrouded in shadow. As he proceeds, the glowing orb of Ego appears, asking, "Are you guys here?" Kim Kigyu confirms, "That's right, Master." Kim Kigyu glances back, observing the boy's attire, noting that all his clothes are branded Eros. Though artificial, the boy's words hold a strange power, an echo of Ego's influence. He hears Ego's voice, warning him not to steal its line. Just then, the young boy beams, announcing, "I brought a customer." His grandfather's voice responds, asking if he didn't bring enough customers already. Kim Kigyu observes the boy's Eros branded clothing, thinking, "Everyone wants to know how amazing you are, Grandpa." He then notes the boy's many cute clothes, wondering if he's wearing them because his grandfather made them. As he steps further into the shop, a peculiar scent hits him, making him realize, but these clothes smell good. The interior of the shop is a chaotic jumble of items, from weapons to armor, all piled high, creating a sense of overwhelming clutter. Everything here. Amidst the disarray, Ego's voice resonates, confirming the unique nature of the place. It is an ego. The air itself seems to hum with a strange, ancient energy, a silent testament to the shop's profound secret. A voice echoes in his mind, unable to comprehend the sight before him, questioning how a mere human could possess such items as the nameless armor, hood, and boots. No, he corrects himself, they must be halflings, as the voice ponders the very meaning of its own name, Ego, Latin for consciousness. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu stands cloaked in a dimly lit shop, surveying a vast collection of dusty, forgotten artifacts. He dismisses the items with a wave of his hand, declaring them mere junk and instructing someone to leave. The shopkeeper, a burly, gray-bearded man, sighs in exasperation, tired of dealing with inexperienced players, yet a flicker of interest crosses his mind, considering a purchase. His eyes widen in surprise, demanding to know if Giju is referring to them, the items he just dismissed. He insists that people like Giju cannot use such things, a hesitant, if forming in his thoughts. The shopkeeper then offers to buy the items if he himself can use them, but quickly retracts, sternly telling Giju to stop speaking nonsense and leave after browsing. His gaze falls upon a nameless sword, its stats revealing a staggering level 79, with all its attributes hinting at immense power. As the shopkeeper holds the mysterious blade, Kigyu asks if he can truly perceive its statistics. Still reeling from the sword's power, the old man questions Kigyu, wondering if he himself is capable of seeing such an item's true nature. Then, with a challenging glint in his eye, he suggests Kigyu try to name the blade himself. The shopkeeper, holding the sword firmly, begins the naming ritual, declaring that the greatest hope for a black dash. As the sword begins to glow with a soft, ethereal light, the shopkeeper continues, "From henceforth, your name will be Sharpness." The blade pulses with vibrant energy, rejecting the chosen name. The shopkeeper's face contorts in utter astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sword's unexpected reaction. Beside him, Kigyu mirrors his shock, equally stunned by the sentient rejection of the name. Still holding the now calm blade, the shopkeeper mutters, realizing the sword must have disliked his chosen appellation. He considers the sword's strange reaction, wondering if that truly was the reason it rejected the name. Later, in a vast, grid-lined training arena, Kim Kigyu faces a formidable opponent, both poised for battle. With a surge of power, his eyes blaze crimson, locking onto his target. He launches forward, unleashing a blinding white energy slash. The attack continues, leaving a vibrant yellow trail in its wake. But before his strike can land, an unseen force intercepts him, sending him plummeting downwards. The impact propels him through the air, while his opponent remains perfectly still, unfazed. Kim Kigyu, his blade now glowing with a fierce red energy, lunges forward, initiating a new offensive. But his opponent, with a casual flick of his wrist, meets the strike with a glowing, open palm, deflecting the attack with ease. A smirk plays on the ex-high ranker's lips as he taunts, sensing the hesitation in Kigyu's sword, and questioning if he truly believes he can win like this. Kigyu falls back into a defensive stance, the truth of his opponent's power sinking in. He is indeed an ex-high ranker, a formidable foe. With a renewed resolve, his eyes narrow, forcing himself to focus completely on the battle. He lunges again, his sword a red blur, but the ex-high ranker is already moving, a blue streak following his counterkick. The two become a whirlwind of motion, a rapid exchange of strikes and parries. Each combatant pushing their limits in a desperate dance of steel and magic, until the ex-high ranker finds an opening, landing a devastating blow that sends Kigyu reeling. The ex-high ranker presses his advantage, unleashing a wide, glowing red slash that cuts through the air with lethal intent. Kim Kigyu barely manages to raise a shimmering yellow shield in defense, but a spectral clone of his opponent appears behind him, striking simultaneously. The main blade connects with a brutal impact, sending purple energy particles scattering as his defenses shatter. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, his eyes widening in shock and pain as he struggles to regain his footing. His opponent, however, shows no mercy, his face a mask of intense focus as he prepares for the next strike. He follows up with a devastating, glowing blue fist, sending Kigyu reeling once more through the simulated arena. Finally finding a moment to collect himself, Kim Kigyu stands alone, reflecting on the overwhelming assault. He wonders why he can't link up with any of his spiritual allies, sensing that they are all somehow out of reach. Still grappling with the concept of halflings, he acknowledges their inherent fun, yet understands that each will be unique, and he had no other choice but to engage. As a voice from the interface affectionately calls him master, he hears a persistent plea for one more time, a desperate just one more try, while an inner voice dismisses him, urging him to give up. Wondering how to properly utilize this new power, he decides on a name, and the glowing interface confirms it, Brunhart. A brilliant blue light erupts from his chest, as the system confirms the successful connection. They lined up with the EGO, Brunhart. He exclaims, I did it. Standing enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he registers a surprising system message. 1. Is the player's lack of ability to connect with all of Brunhart's abilities. The holographic screen clarifies the grim reality, stating unequivocally, Brunhart lost most of ITS abilities. Brunhart's stats appear, showing it at level 7, but with meager strength, dexterity, constitution, and intelligence, and only 2 reflect skills, all crossed out in red. A look of shock crosses his face as another message appears, revealing Brunhart's sole remaining function. Brunhart will reflect the accumulated damage. Despite the severe limitations of his new ego, Kim Kigyu's eyes gleam with a renewed, unwavering determination, the blue aura still pulsing around him. A blinding flash erupts, sending debris scattering outwards. The force of the blast sends him hurtling backward, his body twisting amidst the flying fragments. A pained cry escapes his lips as the impact rattles his entire frame. A small, blue object bounces nearby as he struggles to catch his breath, coughing harshly. Scattered across the ground, several orange bottles bounce, and he reaches out for them. These are potent internal injury potions. Why are you storing such an expensive thing in a dinky bottle? Kim Kigyu asks, his hands trembling too much to even open it. He looks up, surprised, as a voice calmly declares, I said you passed, man. The man smiles faintly, admitting, I didn't think you'd actually manage to injure me. He realizes the recent test wasn't a coincidence. It was all part of a larger plan, and he had simply overestimated his opponent. Still processing the implications, he wonders about the true nature of the trial he just endured. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he concludes he was simply over-equipped for the challenge. Later, reviewing a holographic display, he sees a warning. If the gate isn't cleared within a week, association agents will be deployed. The message concludes with a wish of luck for clearing the gate. A brown-haired man in a suit clarifies the deadline, stating he has 8 days, not a week, and if he isn't out by then, the man himself will personally drag him out instead of sending agents. He reassures Kim Kigyu that such drastic measures aren't necessary, explaining it's simply more cost-effective for him to intervene than to deploy a full team. As they walk through a bustling city street, the man confirms he has the necessary items, including a smokescreen, and warns Kim Kigyu not to be careless, even with an F rank. Kim Kigyu, looking annoyed, internally questions the man's rank and wonders why he's acting like such a worrywart, concluding that he must simply be concerned for his well-being. As the man turns to leave, promising to return, Kim Kigyu simply acknowledges him with a casual alrighty. Stepping through the shimmering portal, Kim Kigyu enters the gate, a swirling vortex of energy closing behind him. Inside, the cavernous interior stretches before him, and he silently hopes this will be a perpetual gate. If it is, he knows he'll be making a boatload of money. But how will he know if it's perpetual or not? He needs to find a way to confirm. A system message appears, clarifying that to clear a perpetual gate, he must defeat the boss monster. This particular one is a ground type, filled with goblins, which means he should be able to clear it quickly. Before he can fully process the information, a monstrous claw, crackling with ominous red energy, lunges from the shadows. A massive, red-skinned beast, its eyes glowing with primal fury, confronts him, and Kim Kigyu braces for impact. The creature lets out a guttural roar, a wave of red energy erupting from its maw. Kim Kigyu cries out as the attack connects, his arm flaring with the monster's crimson magic. He steps into the new gate, a casual remark escaping his lips as he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings. Deep within the cavernous space, numerous pairs of glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness, their silent gazes fixed upon him. From the shadows, a pack of wolf-like monsters emerges, one among them clutching a crude sword, their heavy footsteps echoing with a dull thud. Unfazed by the sudden appearance, he simply observes the creatures before him. A confident smirk plays on his lips, as if the challenge ahead is nothing more than a triviality. As the battle concludes, a system message flashes, announcing a level up. Simultaneously, Ru absorbs the blood of the defeated blue wolf, a surge of power flowing through the spirit. Deep within a cavern, bathed in the eerie glow of red lightning, Kim Kigyu unleashes a devastating attack against a monstrous wolf, the air crackling with raw energy. The creature collapses under the force of the blow, as another system message confirms the protagonist's advancement. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a quiet satisfaction in his eyes. A new skill, Brunheart, is revealed, promising to reflect accumulated damage back upon his foes. The cavern lights up with a brilliant flash of blue and yellow energy, the skill's power manifesting in a final, explosive impact. Following the intense display, Ru's updated stats appear, glowing with newfound strength. After the intense battle and the subsequent leveling up, Kim Kigyu finally allows himself a moment of respite, murmuring that it's time to take a break. 3 hours have passed since his last encounter, a typical human needing time to recover from such exertions. Reflecting on the recent F-rank monsters, he muses that they weren't much different from orcs, perhaps even a bit easier to handle. Despite his success, a sense of disbelief lingers, as he acknowledges it seemed impossible for someone of his standing to even enter such a place, concluding he truly lucked out this time. A new thought then crosses his mind. He truly needs a proper player rating, yet the system for measuring player ratings without equipment means that when he's away from the gate, his stats revert to that of a level 1, making a proper evaluation impossible. Even Tashik-hyung, a trusted ally, can't help him with this unique predicament, leaving him to ponder the futility of having power if he can't properly demonstrate or utilize it. He feels his stats improving, even as he maintains a certain distance from the gate, a strange phenomenon he still struggles to comprehend. Yet, he still has no clue how to truly grow, drinking from his bottle as he ponders this mystery. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his hand, and a familiar voice echoes in his mind, crying out in protest. "You already hit me." The voice complains, as the pain intensifies, a clear sign of his ego's presence. He doesn't understand this strange phenomenon, nor how to make himself stronger, his brow furrowed in confusion. A system window materializes before him, displaying Ru's stats and a new, unsettling skill, cannibalism. Doesn't this mean to eat another of the same species? He wonders aloud, his gaze fixed on the disturbing word. "Are you crazy, human?" Ru retorts, then quickly adds, I'm kidding. With that, Ru declares their break over, urging him to get going, leaving him to ponder the implications. He finds his bag already full, prompting him to consider purchasing one with an expansion enchantment. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, a realization that could change his immediate plans. Instead, he focuses on the buff potions he already possesses, knowing they should help clear up some of his current challenges. After all, he was in need of a buff anyway. As he consumes the potions, a surge of energy washes over him, manifesting as ethereal, swirling particles. A powerful, glowing purple aura envelopes him, a clear sign of the strongest presence within this gate, indicating the boss is likely nearby. He acknowledges the impending challenge, confirming his decision to consume the buffs, which visibly increase his constitution, strength, and dexterity. Surveying the dark, cavernous expanse, he wonders just how deep he has ventured into this place. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he considers the possibility that all the buffs from those potions might wear off before he reaches his goal. He senses a strong presence nearby, certain they are almost at their destination. A light appears in the distance, which he immediately identifies as the boss's lair, though he keeps the thought to himself. He then remembers that their voices can't be heard by any enemies. Ego chides him, telling him not to be so pure, to which he retorts with a dismissive, "Fuck off." The presence emanating from within is so immense, it feels as though it holds at least half the power of the entire gate. This is merely a token, a creature subdued countless times, a novel previously defeated. A single, glowing red eye opens, its sharp pupil fixed on the approaching threat. The massive form of the creature begins to stir. Its snarling face is revealed, the gatekeeper ready for battle. The massive gatekeeper lets out a guttural growl, its sheer presence cracking the very ground beneath its colossal feet. Sensing the immense power, Ego exclaims that the creature looks incredibly intense, urging his master to be careful. Kim Kigyu stands at the cave entrance, gazing up at the monster's towering form. He acknowledges the warning, recognizing that this foe is far more formidable than any talent he's encountered before. This, he realizes, is what a true boss monster feels like. With a sudden, explosive force, the gatekeeper unleashes a powerful shockwave, sending debris flying. The ground shatters further under the impact of its raw power. Its form fully revealed, the colossal white wolf-like creature's eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, a crimson aura flaring around its body. It charges forward, a blur of white fur and red energy, ready to strike. He plummets through the air, a blur of motion amidst the swirling dust and debris. His gaze fixed, a fierce determination etched across his face. Before the gatekeeper can react, he closes the distance, a powerful punch slamming into the monster's jaw. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, his glowing fist connecting with brutal force. The gatekeeper's head snaps back, a shower of debris erupting around its snarling maw as it recoils violently. The ground beneath it cracks and splinters from the sheer force. Kigyu pulls back, a hint of disappointment in his eyes as he mutters, "That was shallow." The gatekeeper, its red eyes glowing with renewed fury, lets out a guttural growl. He watches the gatekeeper recoil from his strike, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, the impact feels insufficient. The massive beast snarls, its fangs bared in a furious challenge. A shockwave erupts from its form, sending a torrent of debris flying. Kim Kigyu braces himself against the sudden, overwhelming force. The monster exerts a stronger presence than he had anticipated, making it clear this fight won't be an easy one. From within, Ego's voice echoes, finding the challenge exhilarating. He relishes the prospect of a long, drawn-out battle against a truly formidable opponent. The lingering dust from the gatekeeper's shockwave still hangs heavy in the air. Undeterred, Kigyu launches himself forward, his blade now glowing with a fierce blue energy, striking the massive beast. Multiple slashes connect, tearing through the monster's fur and sending it reeling back. But the gatekeeper roars, unleashing another wave of raw power that pushes him back. Before lunging with savage intent, its fangs bared. His eyes narrow, anticipating the attack. As the monster closes in, he manifests a shimmering blue shield, deflecting the powerful blow. He holds his ground, the shield crackling with energy as he pushes back against the beast's might. Then, with a surge of his own power, Kigyu unleashes a concentrated blast of blue energy, striking the gatekeeper directly. Having unleashed his final, devastating attack, Kim Kigyu watches as the gatekeeper monster reels from the impact. Its massive form letting out a final, guttural roar of pain and defeat. The immense effort sends him flying backward, his body collapsing to the ground as exhaustion washes over him. Gasping for air, he thinks he saw his life flash before his eyes, the fight having pushed him to his absolute limits. Slowly rising to his feet beside the fallen beast, he realizes just how close he cut it with the buff potions, their duration barely seeing him through. Sitting on the monster's massive form, he acknowledges that without Brunhild, he would have undoubtedly lost this battle. He looks down at the defeated gatekeeper, admitting that nothing he'd faced before compared to its strength, though he still managed to beat it in the end. The mighty beast now lies still, its red eyes closed, seemingly in a deep, unconscious slumber. Kim Kigyu then looks off to the side, a soft expression of gratitude on his face, thanking the unseen presence that came to him in the end. The battle's aftermath leaves behind only the shattered remnants of the formidable gatekeeper, a final, guttural cry echoing through the space. As the system confirms his victory, granting him experience, the heart of the gatekeeper, and a new skill called Unyielding Will, which promises faster HP regeneration when taking heavy damage, he activates Cannibalism, realizing this new ability allows him to absorb a monster's heart and gain its unique powers. A vibrant blue energy pulses within his body, the newly acquired power flowing through his veins. A surge of chaotic energy erupts, manifesting as jagged red lines that tear through the air, spreading rapidly to consume the surrounding foliage, leaving destruction in its wake as it impacts a nearby tree. Kim Kigyu recoils, his expression etched with distress as the skill, Cannibalism, activates around him. The chaotic energy swirling into a predatory swarm. He stands his ground, enveloped in a protective blue aura, as shadowy monstrous figures coalesce from the swirling chaos, lunging towards him. Then, with a sickening crunch, the destructive force impacts, leaving a violent splatter. The chaotic red energy from the Cannibalism skill dissipates, replaced by a system message confirming the successful engraving of the Radiant Wolf. A shimmering blue crystal materializes in the air, prompting Kim Kigyu to question its sudden appearance. He wonders if this is a new skill, perhaps related to the Radiant Wolf, and considers researching it later. Ego's voice echoes in his mind, confirming that the crystal is indeed a skill, but admits it cannot offer any further help. Kim Kigyu scoffs at the limited information, while Ego points out that he only received a skill, not the full benefits, because he didn't actually consume the Radiant Wolf. He retorts he received jack shit, questioning what Ego meant, as Ego shouldn't possess such an ability. A status window appears, confirming Kim Kigyu's name, a level of -1, his class as Ego's partner, and the skill synchronization, with the Radiant Wolf now in Ego's possession. He stares at the system message, a new skill now his, wondering if it needs a name, while a familiar voice prompts him to try it out. Holding the newly manifested skill crystal, he examines its intricate form. And with a playful ahem, the voice encourages him to give it a shot. As he walks, he explains that the skill can only be used twice, having already figured out its mechanics. He then reveals he also acquired an indigo crystal, a tier above the purple crystal he'd expected, its vibrant glow illuminating his thoughtful expression. With the new acquisitions in hand, his next objective is clear, the reward room. But a sudden realization makes him pause, a questioning "huh" escaping his lips. He turns to the shadowy figure floating behind him, urging it to see it. Only for the spirit to innocently ask, "Don't see what? What's wrong, master?" The path to the reward room requires a touch, specifically, a touch to the gatekeeper's corpse, now reduced to mere bones. A wave of frustration washes over him as he realizes the problem. But Rue ate the Radiant Wolf's corpse. The spirit's innocent response only deepens his dilemma. As the sun refuses to set, casting an eternal twilight over the gate, Kim Kigyu finds himself trapped, unable to leave. A familiar voice echoes in his mind, asking, "Do we have to find it? Won't it be our loss if we don't and end up wasting time?" Kim Kigyu considers the options, concluding that exiting the gate and requesting a clear is the only legitimate course of action. He acknowledges the truth of the situation with a simple, that. The thought of abnormal gates and becoming a summon weighs heavily on him, knowing that if he doesn't clear this gate, a gate break will occur. The glowing portal shimmers ominously, a silent promise that a gate break will result in countless casualties. Staring at the swirling energy, he resigns himself to his fate, declaring, "I made my bed. Now I have to lie in it. Since I know the cause, I need to do whatever it takes to find a solution." Ego, however, is unimpressed by his grand pronouncements, retorting, "You're using some big fancy words, but aren't you basically saying that you want to fix your own shit?" Ignoring the jab, Kim Kigyu looks out at the horizon, a new deadline forming in his mind. Tae-shik-young will be here in 4 days. He knew he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, even as a voice within him remarked on his impressive resolve. Of course, it would be best if they could solve the problem before it came to that. Despite their efforts, searching every corner of the plane yielded nothing, leaving him to consider more drastic measures. He wondered aloud if he should simply summon help for the remaining monsters, a suggestion met with a sarcastic, yet ultimately negative, response from Ego. Having explored every path, even those he initially overlooked, he found himself facing a towering, armored figure, radiating immense power and light, a formidable challenge within the gate. With a surge of crimson energy, he systematically wiped out all the remaining blue wolves, their forms dissolving under his relentless assault. By day 5, the relentless clearing continued, the ground beneath him still crackling with residual magical energy. He delivered a final, decisive blow to a snarling blue wolf, his glowing red energy tearing through its monstrous hide. As the last of the creatures fell, he declared the fight over, a quiet acknowledgement of his hard-won victory. Still within the cave, Kim Kigyu stands before a spectral, white figure, contemplating his next move as a familiar voice echoes, asking what he intends to do. He knows time is short, with Tae-shik-young likely to arrive soon. A wry thought crosses his mind, wondering if he truly has to dragon's lay the entire cave by himself. Suddenly, Ego's voice cuts through his musings, calling out with an urgent tone. All the residual energy within the gate, which had been dispersed, is now rapidly condensing into a single, ominous spot. A massive, swirling vortex of golden light erupts from the ground, leaving him utterly stunned. As he stares in disbelief, a small, glowing orb appears in his hand, and Ego demands to know the location of this concentrated energy. The orb pulses with light, revealing the energy is converging precisely where the gatekeeper once stood, out on the plains. Meanwhile, high above a sprawling city, bathed in the warm glow of a setting sun, a towering figure clad in heavy, white and gray plate armor stands silently on a rooftop, observing the urban landscape. Standing over the defeated gatekeeper monster, Kim Kigyu reflects on the narrow victory, acknowledging how close he came to failure. Later, as he showers, Ego's voice echoes, questioning his prolonged absence, having expected his return much sooner given his skills. Drying his hair, Kim Kigyu explains his delay, prompting Ego to inquire if a problem arose. He reveals the boss's corpse vanished, preventing his usual teleportation to the reward room, a revelation that clearly surprises Ego. Ego then asks what he did in response, to which Kim Kigyu calmly states he simply eliminated every single monster. He continues, explaining that after the last monster fell, all the mana within the gate began to converge into one singular spot. As Kim Kigyu races through a dark, energy-infused passage, Ego urgently presses him to move faster. Despite the urgency, Kim Kigyu responds that he is already running at full speed, his form a blur of motion through the shimmering particles. The path ahead glows with increasing intensity, leading directly to the heart of the boss's gate. He glances back, a faint, glowing symbol etched into the cavern wall behind him. His eyes widen, reflecting the sudden, violent collapse of the surrounding space, as if reality itself is fracturing. The world around him seems to shatter into countless glowing fragments, all being drawn inward. Every last bit of mana within the gate is now being forcefully compressed into a single, brilliant orb before him. The orb pulses with an intense, radiant light. He carefully cradles the newly formed sphere in his hands, its light illuminating his face. A system message appears, confirming his acquisition of a fragment of an ego and offering him a choice: to teleport to the demonic realm. Later, the steady stream of water from a showerhead fills the quiet bathroom. Kigyu stands beneath the spray, lost in thought, the recent events weighing heavily on his mind. As the water streamed down, Kigyu remained lost in thought, the recent events replaying in his mind. A new, startling realization began to form, connecting disparate pieces of information. Perhaps gates themselves were a form of ego. His expression hardened, a quiet determination settling over his features as he processed this profound implication. Kigyu stands on a rooftop overlooking the city, a message confirming the transfer of 50 million won for the gatekeeper monster appearing before him. Later, in a hospital hallway, he greets an acquaintance who immediately asks if he's headed to visit someone. Telling him not to be so formal, Kigyu confirms he's there to see someone who was likely already sick, needing to pay her a visit, as he holds up his car keys. The acquaintance, holding his phone, offers him a ride, but Kigyu hesitates, mumbling that he doesn't really want to get into it. The man reacts with a flustered expression, clarifying that he didn't mean it that way, before proudly declaring that a true man's car should be all about pink, revealing a flashy, bubblegum pink vehicle. Now seated uncomfortably in the passenger seat, Kigyu can only listen as his acquaintance proclaims this to be the dream of all true men. The pink car speeds down the road, filled with the man's booming laughter, which continues to echo even as the vehicle disappears into the distance. Lying in a hospital bed, he listens as a young woman, Lee Suin, expresses relief that he isn't hurt, before suggesting he go home to rest, assuring him she'll handle the remaining conversation. Later, in the passenger seat of her car, Kigyu offers his thanks for the ride after his shift, to which she dismissively replies that it's nothing, though a thought crosses his mind about who is truly considered a player. A soft yawn escapes him, and Lee Suin glances over, questioning how he could possibly fall asleep right after their conversation. Stretching awake, he explains that he was merely taking a power nap, now fully ready to drive. Lee Suin, however, warns him not to push himself too hard, fearing for his health, insisting that he should focus on protection. As they arrive, an elderly woman in a wheelchair, Granny, looks up at him, asking if he is her appa. He reacts with surprise, exclaiming her name in disbelief. Still in his hospital bed, he hears Lee Suin's gentle inquiry to Granny, wondering why she hasn't gone to bed yet. The elderly woman, surprised by the unexpected sound, explains that she came out after hearing her voice, adding that she was surprised to hear her, as she always thought Lee Suin was so quiet, before turning her gaze to the young man and remarking on the strange aura he exudes. Later, as he and Lee Suin prepare to leave the hospital, he apologizes for interrupting Granny's walk, while Lee Suin assures her they enjoyed it and wishes her a good night. And he bids her farewell for the next day, only to suddenly halt his steps. Granny's voice cuts through the air, calling out to him. He turns, acknowledging her, as she reveals the reason for her concern. Many auras are clashing within him. A look of shock crosses his face as her voice urges him to lose himself. Walking away down the hospital corridor, her final, ominous words follow him, hoping he can safely clear the trials that await him. Still reeling from Granny's words, he wonders what she could have meant by her ominous warning. Did she truly know something about his inner turmoil? The next day, the hospital stands quietly under the morning sun. Inside, he stretches luxuriously, feeling completely refreshed. Compared to the damp caves he's used to, this hospital room feels like a five-star hotel, he muses, causing a nearby doctor to look at him with a puzzled expression. The doctor then asks if he will become the patient's guardian. He confirms, asking what business the doctor has with him. Clearing his throat, the medical professional requests a moment of his time. Meanwhile, a grand, stone-clad building stands under a bright sky, watched over by a towering statue. A vast, ethereal blue portal shimmers in the distance, drawing the gaze of a large crowd gathered below. Elsewhere, Kigyu, now out of the hospital, complains to a friend, wondering if he can finally go home after 3 days, while his companion suggests they grab a drink instead. Surprised by the suggestion, Kigyu asks if his friend would prefer soju. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the mention of a slayer, prompting Kigyu to ask where this formidable figure might be. His friend, clearly a fan, expresses his admiration and considers approaching the slayer, encouraged by Kigyu to do so. Suddenly, Kigyu's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression shifting dramatically. A look of deep distress washes over his face, as if grappling with a sudden, heavy realization. The gravity of his expression hints at a dire situation, as a thought surfaces about a patient in critical condition. Despite attempts to conceal it, the patient's muscles are severely damaged. He walks forward, each step echoing in his mind as the weight of a critical situation presses down on him. A voice, filled with grave concern, confirms that the complications are quite severe. In a sterile hospital room, a figure sits slumped on a bed. As the voice continues, "It looks like you've been trying to take care of this as best as you can, but it's too late." Suddenly, his mind flashes to a desperate battle, where he stands alone against a horde of monstrous figures, their glowing eyes fixed on him amidst swirling blue and purple energy. A shadow falls across his face, his expression etched with profound distress. Back in the hospital, a doctor with glasses reveals, "And there's another problem I can't diagnose." Another voice, filled with urgency, asks, "Problem? What is it?" A hooded figure offers a somber apology. "I'm sorry. There's nothing we can tell you right now." The patient's face, shadowed and downcast, reflects the grim prognosis. Is that the best-case scenario? But worst case, she only has about 6 months left. His eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue glow, and a skeletal arm, sharp and menacing, appears before him. The skeletal arm belongs to the gatekeeper monster, which roars in fury, its red eyes burning as it unleashes a torrent of crimson energy. His eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, he clutches his head, the weight of his failures crushing him. It's all his fault, he thinks, if only he hadn't used his fear as an excuse. The image of a colossal, dark gate, wreathed in ominous red particles, flashes before him, a stark reminder of what could have been, if only he had gathered his courage sooner. The gatekeeper monster, a terrifying red entity, appears in his mind's eye, its spiky form radiating raw power and a chilling presence. And Kim Kigyu's face contorts in anguish, his eyes still glowing, as he laments, wishing he had been stronger sooner. The vision fades, leaving him standing alone in the pouring rain, staring at the distant, imposing structure of the gate. He looks down, his expression heavy with despair, as an internal voice challenges him, asking if he's lost his mind, or if he's truly such a coward. Turning his back to the gate, he retorts to Ru, the voice of ego, telling him not to speak so carelessly, and that he needs to keep his head down as much as possible, because he hates this situation. His face etched with profound sadness, he acknowledges that his distress is entirely reasonable, as the thought of his master's mother lingers, unfinished. The journey continues, leading to the tower's 19th floor. A desolate, snow-covered forest stretches out before them, its towering pine trees reaching towards a muted sky. As Kim Kigyu and Lee Suin step into the frigid landscape, a soft crunch of footsteps echoes, revealing other figures already present. He glances down, a question forming in his mind. Who are these newcomers, and are they here for the precious crystals? A familiar face catches his eye, stirring memories of a man who once waited endlessly for a party, a man who supposedly ascended from the 11th to the 19th floor in a single afternoon. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, offering assistance with a casual, almost mocking tone. Kim Kigyu lets out a frustrated sigh, exchanging a look of annoyance with Lee Suin, as he wonders why these particular individuals have appeared here. The source of the voice is revealed to be a trio of men, proudly displaying their affiliation, the Smuff Guild. With a smug grin, their leader addresses Kim Kigyu directly, offering to take a load off his shoulder with an unsettling implication. Red energy crackles violently around him, his eyes beginning to glow with an ominous crimson light as the crackling intensifies. A wave of raw power erupts from his hands, overwhelming the guild member who dared to speak against him. The guild member recoils, his face contorted in a mix of fear and disbelief, still attempting to assert his authority. But Kim Kigyu's glowing red eye fixes on him, delivering a chilling warning to back off and not covet what isn't theirs. The guild member is utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the sheer force he's just witnessed. Kim Kigyu stands enveloped in a blazing red aura, his presence radiating an undeniable, terrifying power. A group of players glares at Kim Kigyu, one of them sneering about fucking Pill. As the tension mounts, his eyes begin to glow a furious red, a silent warning against anyone who would dare touch what he considers other people's belongings. Red energy crackles around his hand, a clear manifestation of his rising power. One of the players, recognizing him, shouts, "Hey, what's going on there?" It's Kim Ji-gyu. Lee Suin, standing nearby, wonders aloud if another fight is about to break out, while Ego's voice echoes in his mind, urging him to control yourself. Ignoring the internal plea, he maintains a stern expression, his gaze fixed on the opposing group. Suddenly, a new figure steps forward, a man in a sharp suit holding an ID card, introducing himself as Jio Hyunwoo from the Player Association's Special Ability Task Force, and asking for cooperation. Kim Kigyu explains the situation to the newcomer, stating that those red players were after my belongings. He acknowledges the sheer amount of power Kim Kigyu possesses, then directly asks if he is indeed player Kim Kigyu. Kim Kigyu, looking taken aback, questions if someone has placed a bounty on him. Jio Hyunwoo then reveals that Hyo Sung-hoon was the one who brought him here, mentioning a promised bonus. Meanwhile, in an office, Sung-hoon sighs, realizing he'll have to double his bonus this month. Back in the confrontation, Kim Kigyu presses for more information, asking what exactly is going on. Sung-hoon, still looking concerned, justifies his actions, stating it's only natural to worry when someone has been missing for 2 weeks. He asks, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism, if that is truly all there is to it, to which the agent responds with unwavering certainty. Jio Hyunwoo then reveals a startling development. that they had discovered a potential way to treat his mother. He continues, explaining that there is only one method to cure an incurable illness, and he assumes Kim Kigyu is already aware of it. Kim Kigyu immediately identifies it as the elixir, a glowing, potent substance shimmering with magical energy. Jio Hyunwoo confirms, describing it as a miracle drug capable of curing any illness, but then pauses, hinting at the significant caveats surrounding elixirs. He elaborates, holding up 3 fingers to emphasize their extreme rarity, having only been discovered 3 times throughout history. One was a test reward in the early days, when Marco Alfonso cleared the 50th floor. The agent continues his explanation, adding that the other 2 were clear rewards obtained from clearing gates. Jio Hyunwoo expresses genuine surprise at Kim Kigyu's extensive knowledge, wondering how he knows so much about such obscure information. He then concludes, implying that there's no need for further explanation, as Kim Kigyu must already understand the common factor between the 2 instances. They are known as labyrinth-type gates, not only for the immense number of monsters they produce, but also for the extreme difficulty posed by their powerful keepers, yet they aren't classified by rank, meaning anyone can challenge them. This all happened 2 days ago. Jio Hyunwoo looks up, his expression grim, as the 3rd labyrinth-type gate makes its appearance in the US. He advises someone to clean up, warning that Sujin would faint if she saw them in their current state. He then offers to deposit every penny for their belongings without any fees, so they can be left there, receiving a simple thanks in response. A door clicks open and then shut, and Jio Hyunwoo leans back in his chair with a deep sigh. Days like this, he muses, truly make him miss smoking. From the other end, a voice calls out, Kim Hyung. Jio Hyunwoo gazes out a window, a quiet sigh escaping him as he reflects on his efforts, believing he has done everything within his power. Meanwhile, the towering structure of the Player Association building looms over the city, a hub of activity and crucial operations. Inside, Jio Hyunwoo approaches a young man, confirming his identity. You're Hyo Sung-hoon, right? Hyo Sung-hoon confirms, and Jio Hyunwoo explains his new assignment, stating that the director has granted him a bonus and tasked him with guiding Sung-hoon until the end, having been given the role of guiding him here. He continues, assuring Sung-hoon that all the necessary paperwork has been filed, and all the required supplies have been prepared as well. With everything in order, Jio Hyunwoo gestures for Sung-hoon to follow him, ready to depart. As they walk through the bustling office, Hyo Sung-hoon calls out, please wait. Elsewhere, a digital interface confirms a crucial development. The test has been passed. The system reveals the details of Kim Kigyu's new status. Level 1, Class, Ego's Partner, with the unique ability to link up with egos, and the skill of synchronization, allowing him to use up to 30% of his ego's stats. Even with his new abilities, Kim Kigyu notes that skills with ranks are uncommon, and he can still only utilize 30% of his new power, yet he feels significantly stronger than before the test. Turning to his companion, he asks, yes? Jio Hyunwoo explains that normally it takes a player to clear the 20th floor's test to gain such power, then asks if he's suddenly feeling stronger. A slight smile plays on Jio Hyunwoo's lips as he considers the implications, then dismisses his own thoughts, suggesting they proceed. As they walk through a bustling hallway, Kim Kigyu muses that since this is his first time visiting the 5th floor, he shouldn't make a fuss. Their destination is the 5th floor. They are heading to the Ever-Expanse Tower, a structure so vast it's divided into sectors, making encounters with players from other countries rare. Despite its segmented nature, an unbreakable rule dictates that the tower is connected all over the world. Their journey concludes at the tower's 5th floor, specifically the Korean Player Association's 5th floor branch. He and Jio Hyunwoo arrive at the base of a towering, modern structure, before stepping into an elevator. Inside, Jio Hyunwoo explains that the entire building is a type of artifact, powered by crystals. Kim Kigyu marvels at its scale, realizing the immense value of such a place, and wonders about the government's budget required to maintain it. With a soft thud, the elevator doors slide shut, ascending rapidly. He remains focused, anticipating their destination. A shimmering, intricate blue pattern materializes before them. He identifies it as the International Teleportation Portal Management Center. Walking through the glowing portal, Kim Kigyu expresses his surprise at being able to use such a facility, having only heard of national organizations managing them in strict secrecy. Jio Hyunwoo glances back, remarking that Director Oh Tae-bok is far more resourceful than Kim Kigyu might imagine, before pointing out their specific portal. He stands before the massive portal, its shimmering surface reflecting the distant lights of what appears to be the United States. Jio Hyunwoo, beside him, begins to speak, a question hanging in the air. You seem to be enjoying this, he remarks, a slight smile playing on his lips as they prepare to ride the world's fastest transportation system. Kim Kigyu looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering if this truly counts as riding. Moments later, they arrive, the sprawling cityscape of Los Angeles, USA, greeting them. Now in a car, Jio Hyunwoo drives them through the city streets. Kim Kigyu checks his phone, receiving an important update. The message confirms that 3 high-rankers have declared their intent to join the upcoming raid. Among them, the formidable US's Iron Shield is noted, with another from Europe also mentioned. The world braced itself for the arrival of formidable powers, with whispers of Europe's Athena echoing across continents. and the ominous presence of Korea's Demon King. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu, deep in thought, wondered if he would truly be able to fare well among such powerful individuals. The vehicle continued its journey until they finally arrived. The destination, a desolate landscape scarred by a massive, otherworldly structure, a place known as the hell that had appeared on Earth. Before them, a colossal, shimmering gate pulsed with raw energy. This was the entrance to Yggdrasil's labyrinth, an unseen voice chiding, "Hey Baka!" Standing before the immense portal, Kim Kigyu, alongside Jeo Hyunwoo, gazed up at its terrifying scale, wondering aloud, "Who is that? He seems like a boss, huh?" Meanwhile, in a secure location, an older man with swept-back gray hair and glasses observed the scene on a monitor, admitting, "I'm not sure. This is the first time I've ever seen him. He seems to be with the association." A golden eye, wreathed in crackling red energy, flares with intense power, causing the mysterious observer to react with a soft gasp of surprise, her obscured face betraying a flicker of confusion. Meanwhile, in a secure monitoring station, Jeo Hyunwoo stares intently at a screen, remarking that the player is only level 1 with no discernible stats, yet possesses a unique ability he cannot identify, even with his own powers. His colleague, Sung-hoon, questions if even Hyunwoo's abilities are insufficient to perceive it. The mysterious observer, now with one eye glowing faintly red beneath her dark hair, acknowledges the information, adding a personal, almost flirtatious thought about the player's appearance. The barren, rocky landscape stretches out, hinting at the desolation of the battleground. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracks and splinters, sending shards of rock flying into the air. Kim Kigyu's face hardens with resolve, his body coiled and ready for the impending confrontation. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance on a monstrous, red-eyed spider-like creature lurking in the dense forest. As he charges, a voice calls out, "Someone SSI? Now's your chance," to which he replies, "Roger that." With a surge of power, his sword ignites with a brilliant blue glow, transforming into a streak of pure energy as he unleashes a devastating strike. The glowing blade connects with the monster, a blinding flash of light marking the impact. The force of the blow causes the monster's large red eye to crack, glowing ominously as internal energy surges through the fissures. A powerful red energy pulses around Kim Kigyu, marking the successful completion of his task. With a soft sigh, he begins to walk away from the ruins, leaving Hyo Sung-hoon behind. Sung-hoon calls out, a friendly smile on his face, asking if it's time for him to go. Kigyu pauses, shovel in hand, acknowledging that 15 hours have already passed, and he'll be late if he doesn't leave soon. Turning to face his companion, he expresses his sincere thanks, admitting he was able to adjust quickly thanks to Sung-hoon. As Kigyu resumes his departure, Sung-hoon watches him go, reflecting on the astounding speed of player Kim Kigyu's growth, then playfully suggests that if he's so grateful, he should buy him dinner next time. With a firm handshake, Kigyu promises to treat him to something good and return home safely, while Sung-hoon wishes him well and hopes they meet again. Having completed his task, a red X now clearly marked the path, indicating his progress. He confirms the job is done. Kim Kigyu, holding a can of infinite spray paint used to mark the path inside a gate, acknowledges his completion of the current objective. Reflecting on his recent battles, he realizes that he can now effortlessly defeat 3 giant spiders, a testament to his rapid growth. However, this newfound ease brings a troubling thought. Getting used to a specific monster means he isn't making any real progress. He understands that the monsters should grow stronger the closer one gets to the boss room, a fundamental rule of these gates. Suddenly, he discovers a peculiar, glowing white, web-like object. Curious, he wonders what it could be, only for a system notification to identify it as Arachne's clue. His thoughts drift to a past conversation with director Oh Tae-shik, who explained that the clue is an item allowing re-entry to a gate's entrance once, a gift from the director himself. The director's voice echoes in his memory, advising him, "If you encounter a monster that's too powerful, run away." He considers the wisdom of the advice, understanding that nothing is more important than his life, even as he acknowledges his need to obtain the elixir, regardless of any fight. He sprints through the rocky terrain, his movements fluid and purposeful. As he moves, his hand clutches a small, glowing orb, Arachne's clue, its faint light illuminating his fingers. Suddenly, the air crackles with raw energy, a violent surge of red and yellow lightning tearing through the darkness, signaling a formidable presence. At the heart of the storm stands a towering figure, axe raised, bathed in the ominous glow of the magical discharge, a clear and immediate threat. A small voice echoes in his mind, reminding him of the danger. "You heard that, right? It was a little girl." The voice continues, its tone laced with concern. "It seems pretty frightening. I think you should go, master." Kim Kigyu considers the warning, his gaze sharp, but a different thought takes hold. It won't be bad to check it out now. He rationalizes his decision, understanding the potential consequences of an action. There's a chance it could pose an even greater threat later. Acknowledging the logic, he concedes, "You have a point." The voice responds with dutiful acceptance, as master wishes. Deep within the gate, a young girl, seemingly trapped and entangled in thick, dark vines, cries out for help. Her plea catches Kim Kigyu's attention, causing him to pause, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a sudden, unsettling thought echoes in his mind. Ego's voice cuts through the silence, questioning the girl's presence and nature, wondering aloud if she could be an anglerfish mimic. The thought conjures a vivid image of the monstrous creature, its gaping maw and bioluminescent lure a stark contrast to the girl's innocent appearance, a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking within the gate. Kim Kigyu continues his cautious advance, acknowledging Ego's suspicions and admitting that something about the situation feels deeply wrong, too many details failing to align. As he turns to leave, the girl's soft, childlike voice calls out again, a single word echoing through the eerie silence, a desperate plea for her mother. Despite the lingering doubt, Kim Kigyu steels himself, his back to the entangled figure, and offers a quiet apology, unable to bring himself to save a creature he now suspects is a monster. Ego, sensing his master's resolve, questions his decision, a hint of disbelief in his tone, as Kim Kigyu continues to walk away. The girl's innocent facade shatters, her eyes glowing a malevolent red as a sinister smile spreads across her face, revealing her true, monstrous nature, a chilling thought confirming that even a child wouldn't fall for such a simple trick. A memory flashes, a close-up of a weapon, as Ego's exasperated thought echoes, sigh, fucking retard. The scene shifts to a twisted tree, ensnared by glowing red and green tendrils. And Kim Kigyu stands amidst the verdant growth, observing the strange, vibrant energy. His gaze falls upon the monstrous form of the anglerfish mimic, its red eyes glowing menacingly from within the vines, a stark reminder of the deception he had just faced. Later, in a more peaceful setting, Jio Hyunwoo questions him directly. So you accidentally lost your party? To which Kim Kigyu simply replies, yes. He elaborates, a hint of regret in his voice. I got distracted for a second and... The conversation shifts to the nature of players, specifically a young girl named Jong Sojung, who, despite her age, became a player and obtained a unique buff skill as her special ability. The reality is, as long as one awakens, even a 10-year-old can become a player, but having a minor in a party can quickly become a significant problem. This is because unique ability holders with buff skills are known to be far more dangerous than they appear, which is precisely why they often bring along other equally formidable individuals. He stands alone, his gaze distant. Suddenly, a small kit slides into view, held by a young girl with dark hair. Kim Kigyu observes the safe zone setup kit, lying on the snowy ground. He knows it's a low-grade item, only lasting a day, but hopes someone helpful might appear during that time. As he sits, the young girl, Jong Sojung, calls out to him, addressing him as Ajusi. Her eyes welling up, she asks if he would please take her with him. He reminds her that a player must be responsible for their own life, and he can't offer her any more help. Jong Sojung insists, promising to be a great and helpful support. Kim Kigyu explains his low level, having only recently become a player. She continues to explain, her voice trembling, that she had told people about her unique ability, only to be met with a sorrowful silence. They had promised her a great deal of money, if she would only join them. Kim Kigyu, however, remains resolute, stating that his sole goal is to clear the gate, and he has no intention of turning back. Jong Sojung then offers a desperate plea, explaining that she couldn't command her spirits before, but if he agrees to take her, she will share her ability with him. He warns her sternly that he is not her babysitter, and if she proves unhelpful, he will simply hand her off to another party. Overjoyed, she thanks him profusely, while he dismisses her gratitude with a casual, yeah, internally rationalizing that a supporter simply makes hunting easier, not because of any personal connection or sympathy. As he holds a small, glowing safe zone setup kit in his hand, he sarcastically remarks on his own perceived altruism. The scene shifts to a dense, ancient forest, its trees gnarled and imposing. A massive, menacing ant-like creature, with glowing red eyes, emerges from the shadows. As the venom ant monster lunges, Jong Sojung's voice rings out, a blue aura flaring around her, empowering Kim Kigyu with a vital buff, a red energy now coursing through him as he prepares to strike. With a powerful surge, he launches himself forward, his attack tearing through the very ground beneath him, leaving cracks in his wake. The creature recoils with a sharp crack, its hardened carapace unable to fully withstand the initial impact. Still airborne, he continues his relentless assault, a swirling vortex of yellow-green energy surrounding him as he delivers blow after blow. His eyes glow with fierce determination, focused entirely on dismantling the monstrous threat before him. The venom ant, its multiple red eyes burning, responds with a menacing glare, refusing to yield easily. Yet, the player's assault proves too much, a final, explosive burst of multicolored energy overwhelming the creature as it finally collapses. Standing over the defeated venom ant, the battle concludes, and in the aftermath, Ru absorbs the creature's essence, gaining increased poison resistance. 2 weeks had passed since his last major encounter, a period spent deep within the dungeon where signal was non-existent, and hunting monsters became his sole means of survival. As he continued his relentless pursuit, Jong Sojung's voice broke the silence, announcing her latest level up, to which he offered a congratulatory, if slightly dismissive, remark, knowing she could never truly catch up. His gaze, however, suddenly sharpened, a subtle shift in the air catching his attention. He hushed her, his voice low and serious, having just sensed an unfamiliar presence nearby. Jang Sojung, sensing his alarm, whispered back, her voice laced with apprehension, as he cautiously peered over a low stone wall. His eyes widened in shock, recognizing the aura emanating from below. It was the unmistakable presence of the Iron Shield, an American high ranker leading a major guild. The formidable Iron Guild, a collective of powerful individuals, had somehow entered this very dungeon. A wave of despair washed over him, knowing that facing such a high ranker was an impossible feat for him. He considers the danger, knowing that if he's mistaken for a scout, he could be attacked. The thought solidifies, he needs to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts. A deafening boom echoes through the dungeon as debris explodes outwards, leaving him wide-eyed and stunned amidst the swirling dust. The corridor ahead glows with an ethereal light, particles dancing in the air. And he moves, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, ready to face whatever comes next. Iron Shield gazes upward, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he perceives something in the distance. He questions the strange phenomenon, wondering if the mana around them is truly stable. But then, dismissing his own unease, he concludes it must have been a trick of his imagination. Meanwhile, deep within a cavernous passage, Jang Sojung and a male companion push themselves to their limits, their ragged breaths echoing through the darkness. Sojung, her face etched with frustration, questions the necessity of their desperate flight, unable to comprehend why they are running when they've done nothing wrong. She confirms their ambush, explaining that fighting normally would have been different, but they were caught off guard, which is precisely why strong players from other guilds often resort to such tactics. He adds, it's likely because larger guilds have ample resources. Sojung then asks if they need to flee far away, but Kim Kigyu dismisses the idea, stating they'll simply maintain their distance from their pursuers. Pointing to a symbol etched into the cave wall, he declares it a great sign, explaining that their route overlapping with a skilled guild means they're likely headed in the correct direction. Sojung's eyes widen in understanding. The player mark, a crimson circle with a cross-like design, drips ominously on the stone. He reiterates the presence of the player mark, while Sojung questions if it might actually be a bad omen. However, thanks to the mark, they've already managed to avoid numerous traps, all of which have been disabled. With a determined expression, Kim Kigyu declares they just need to locate the boss room, leaving Sojung utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Iron Shield peers into a dark abyss, wondering aloud where that kid could have gone. He continues his search through the desolate ruins, his senses alert to the faint, unsettling presence of something lurking nearby. Meanwhile, a desperate, ethereal voice echoes a frantic warning, urging its master to flee. Before he can react, a figure materializes silently behind him, a hand resting firmly on his shoulder, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom as it declares, I found you. The sudden, impossible appearance sends a jolt of pure shock through him. A glowing hand lashes out with blinding speed, leaving him no time to even comprehend the attack. The impact is devastating, sending him careening through the air amidst a shower of debris. He cries out, his body twisting helplessly as he plummets, unable to resist the overwhelming force. Even as he falls, a desperate thought forms, a resolve to fight back, but the descent continues. Down he goes, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A voice cuts through the darkness, calling out, hey. As purple energy crackles around him, Kim Kigyu's eyes snap open, wide with shock and disorientation. His face bruised, he looks up to see Iron Shield looming over him, who remarks, you're finally awake. Without warning, Iron Shield's armored hand clamps down on Kigyu's wrist. Pulling him closer by the collar, the armored warrior demands, who hired you, you goddamn? Kigyu's mind races, struggling to comprehend the words. He curses his lack of English, realizing the man suspects him of being a spy. Iron Shield, kneeling now, presses on, his voice stern. Who are you? How did you evade my senses? Tell me the truth, and I will let you go painlessly. Frustration boiling over, Kigyu shouts back, I am no spy, just hunting, gate hunting. Iron Shield turns to a subordinate, perplexed, wondering if Kigyu truly doesn't speak English, or if it's merely an act. A new voice cuts through the tension, asking if he knows a man named Rogers, who confirms his identity. The man, Rogers, then reveals himself as a famous player who recently joined the Iron Guild, a fact that had been widely reported in the news. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu, still bound, wonders if his interrogator knows he is Korean, as the language barrier continues to complicate his situation. Rogers kneels before him, asking if he recognizes him, adding that he is also quite famous in Korea, before deciding to skip any further introductions. He then holds up a small device, explaining that they found it during their search, and asks if such items are typically expensive. The thoroughness of their search, even bringing in a translator, suggests their interest extends beyond simple gate hunting, perhaps even to the islands themselves. Rogers presses on, demanding to know why Kim Kigyu was spying on them, and how he managed to deceive his aura sense. Kim Kigyu vehemently denies the accusation, insisting he only came to hunt, and is merely a normal player with no affiliations, believing the entire situation to be a grave misunderstanding. And he was silently allowing me to continue. Rogers, still looking down at the bound Kim Kigyu, acknowledges his silence, then presses further, asking if his assessment is correct. A flash of a blade, reflecting light, momentarily cuts through the scene. Kim Kigyu, still tied, reacts with a jolt of surprise, his mind seemingly elsewhere. He feels a sudden, disorienting pull, as if falling into a memory. His face contorts, a grimace of pain and fierce determination etched upon it. In a vivid flashback, an unnamed attacker screams in terror as a monstrous force crushes him, leaving him bewildered by its unexpected squishiness. Kim Kigyu himself struggles against an immense, unseen pressure, grunting and groaning under the strain, unable to comprehend the source of his torment. The memory shatters as Roger's voice cuts through, accusing him of arrogance and questioning his past hunts. Roger stands, flanked by his subordinates, his gaze unwavering as he awaits Kim Kigyu's response. A memory flashes, showing a knight-like figure struggling in the grip of a monstrous entity, while others cry out in desperation, unable to help. The knight remains trapped, his companions lamenting their inability to intervene, convinced that no one can stop the creature. Back in the present, the thought of expensive potions crosses his mind, knowing they won't work fast enough to heal his current wounds. Rogers, however, has other plans, seizing Kim Kigyu's arm with a painful grip, a faint red glow emanating from the contact point. His face already bruised, Kim Kigyu listens as Rogers explains his actions, claiming to help him use the items so he doesn't hoard them. Kim Kigyu recoils, demanding to know what Rogers is doing, but the interrogator simply reiterates his earlier statement, adding that he cannot do this alone. A pained grunt escapes Kim Kigyu as he struggles against his bonds, the realization dawning that they might not make it out of this situation. He is held fast by special ropes, as Rogers reveals that they used everything they had just to keep him conscious, and that even the restraints are made from powerful Reaper's mana. Rogers continues his relentless interrogation, sneering, "You want to believe you're the player who can't even level up, but you're not. You're here by himself, you think I'm stupid." He then calls out, "Rogers, come over here. You can continue your work, and I'll deal with him." A pained grunt escapes Kim Kigyu as he struggles against his bonds, thinking, "Ugh, think wisely what your best course of action is." He recalls a promise he made to himself over and over, realizing how much he lacked while dueling Treashikyung. Trapped in this labyrinth-type gate, he knew escaping was basically a 0% chance, yet on one hand, he couldn't give up hope. But what he had been trusting up till now was borrowed strength. And just from losing his weapons, a green aura flaring around his clenched fist, he feels utterly powerless. A hand, seemingly scrying, reveals a distant group of figures, their presence noted as approximately 2 kilometers away. Closer now, the group stands in a forest clearing, a diverse assembly of individuals, each appearing ready for confrontation. Meanwhile, a masked figure with vibrant green hair considers their next move, stating, "I think they'll search the area around their base for now. How would you like to proceed?" Their golden mask obscures their eyes, but the sharp line of their jaw and the determined set of their mouth betray a focused intensity as they await a response. Kim Kigyu, battered and bruised, struggles to keep track of the countless betrayals he has endured, each one a fresh wound on his spirit. Lying on the cold ground, his body bears the marks of his captivity: 27 finger amputations, 63 bone fractures, and 121 stab wounds, all accumulated over 4 grueling days since his capture by the guild. Meanwhile, among his captors, Iron Shield remarks on his prisoner's sheer tenacity, calling him a persistent son of a bitch, while the unnamed attacker laments that if only he were more useful, they could have recruited him instead. Still bound and kneeling, Kim Kigyu looks up as the blonde-haired man, Bruce, commands a subordinate to bring his sword. Though he briefly considers overpowering them and escaping, he changes his mind, a silent acknowledgement that a man of such conviction deserves a more dignified end than a mere struggle. The armored guard approaches, sword in hand, its cold steel promising to end his life, a fate that would see his precious weapon buried alongside him in a forgotten gate. Bruce stands over him, a cruel smile playing on his lips, asking if such a death would be honorable for a player. He raises the blade, promising a swift end. The sword slides from its sheath, its sharp edge descending towards Kim Kigyu's bound form. A sickening crunch and a guttural sound erupting as the blade finds its mark, splattering blood across the ground. Kim Kigyu's eyes widen in agony, his face now streaked with his own blood. Still bound, and despite his injury, Kim Kigyu's body begins to pulse with a fierce, crimson energy. The surge intensifies, causing the thick ropes around his wrists to strain and crack under the pressure. His entire form glows with the raw, red power, the bindings struggling to contain the force building within him. His eyes blaze a furious crimson, a silent, defiant roar echoing in the air. The accumulated energy explodes outward, shattering the very ground beneath him as he pushes against his restraints. From above, Rogers observes the display, his gaze unwavering. A group of armed figures, their faces etched with concern, watch the unfolding scene from a distance. More soldiers stand ready, their eyes fixed on the volatile confrontation. But before Kigyu can fully unleash his power, Rogers' blade descends with brutal speed, piercing him through the chest. He had been hiding his true power, a fact Rogers now recognized with a sneer. A purple aura subtly radiating from his form, Rogers mused that he wasn't surprised the Demon King had taken an interest in Kim Kigyu, given the aura he now sensed. Meanwhile, the unnamed attacker, staff glowing with a faint light, stood firm before Kim Kigyu, declaring that he wouldn't be allowed to interfere until they had killed time. Rogers, still radiating a faint purple energy, demanded to know how Kim Kigyu had managed to fool their detectors. A dark, intense aura swirling around him, Kim Kigyu's expression hardened as he considered his options, wondering if he truly had no choice but to unleash his ultimate power. Across the field, Rogers drew his massive sword, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. With a golden glow emanating from his helmet, he issued a chilling command. Commence the attack. Instantly, streaks of purple and blue energy tore through the air, converging on Kim Kigyu with devastating speed. He watches, his gaze sharp and calculating. As the unnamed attacker's eyes glow with an eerie white light, he prepares to unleash Artemis's arrow, a powerful skill that Rogers notes with keen interest. With a surge of purple energy and a flurry of white, bird-like effects, the attacker launches his assault, his glowing staff leading the charge, a speed that even Iron Shield acknowledges as faster than anticipated. But before the full force of the attack can land, Kim Kigyu's gloved hand moves with practiced precision, activating a countermeasure with a flash of red energy. Meanwhile, Rogers, surrounded by his guild members, issues a chilling declaration, asking if this can now be considered a full-scale war against the player guild. As they speed through the forest, the unnamed attacker taunts Iron Shield, noting his improved sense of danger. Iron Shield, ever pragmatic, responds with a rhetorical question, highlighting their constant state of peril. Despite his efforts, Kim Kigyu is overwhelmed by a barrage of glowing projectiles and energy blasts, the impacts rippling across his form. As the main assault connects, the remaining guild members charge through the forest, their forms wreathed in swirling energy, ready to press the attack. A gauntlet fist clenches, surrounded by swirling blue energy. As Rogers stands ready, drawing his sword with a metallic rasp. Meanwhile, a powerful magical barrier, glowing with intricate blue and white patterns, erupts into existence, forming an ornate, shield-like defense against the incoming assault. But the attack is overwhelming. A blinding explosion of yellow and blue energy erupts, shattering the magical shield. And the sheer force devastates the surrounding forest, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the chaos, Rogers recoils, caught off guard by a monstrous, shadowy figure that lunges from the dust. But he quickly regains his composure, shouting orders to his men to capture the spy, but not to kill him, as he faces the glowing entity. One of his subordinates acknowledges the command with a firm, "Yes, sir." Rogers surges forward, a blur of white armor and blue energy, his movements precise and powerful. His gaze fixed on the path ahead, a resolute expression hardens his features. Leading his subordinates through a treacherous canyon, he declares his intent to finally put an end to this chaos, even as arrows whistle past their heads. With a commanding voice, he rallies his team, ordering everyone to prepare for the impending combat, receiving an immediate, unified affirmation. Brandishing a heavy mace, Rogers charges ahead, his subordinates following close behind him into the unknown terrain. Meanwhile, across the desolate landscape, a distant chasm begins to stir with an ominous energy. Suddenly, a colossal surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from its depths, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ground trembles violently as the magical discharge continues, sending debris flying and echoing with thunderous roars. From a vantage point, an armored figure with gray hair observes the spectacle, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he muses. "Just listening makes me shiver. Aren't they like monsters?" As the distant magical eruption continues to rage, Rogers muses on the sheer power at play, feeling as though he is witnessing gods battling each other. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, Kim Kigyu practices with his glowing red blade, the air around him whistling with each precise movement. Back with the blonde-haired man, he looks down at someone, a hint of disdain in his voice as he remarks on their apparent weakness. He continues, acknowledging the individual before him as the one who previously breached his defenses, a monster who somehow survived, though he finds it strange to admit such a thing. Suddenly, in the forest, Kim Kigyu senses an abrupt shift, his attention drawn to an unseen disturbance. Before he can react, Rogers has him by the throat, his grip firm as he questions why he shouldn't simply end the half-dead player now. Despite the crushing hold, Kim Kigyu's expression hardens, his eyes flaring with a fierce, crimson glow. As Rogers shouts a command, Kim Kigyu's hand flashes, activating a powerful reflect skill. The skill erupts from his palm, striking Rogers with unexpected force and twisting his face into a mask of shock. A blinding blue light erupts from the reflection of Kim Kigyu, engulfing Rogers as a system message confirms the activation of the reflect skill. The reflected energy surges outward, detonating in a massive, concussive blast of pure blue force. The sheer power of the counterattack rips through the surroundings, shattering the very ground, and sending debris flying in every direction. The sky above is clear, but the distant mountains bear witness to the raw, destructive energy unleashed. Even the tranquil forest and waterfall nearby are not spared, the ground trembling and dust rising from the distant impact. Rogers lies sprawled on the devastated earth, groaning and coughing, clearly having taken the full brunt of the reflected attack. Not far away, Kim Kigyu also struggles on the ground, coughing up blood, yet a defiant laugh escapes his lips. A system message flashes, confirming that the damage Rogers has accumulated has exceeded his limit. Standing over the colossal, tusked form of Brunhilde, Kim Kigyu declares that the damage inflicted upon the monster has finally exceeded its limit. Before pressing a foot down onto its head, and drawing his sword for the final, decisive strike. A pained gasp escapes the monster's lips, as Kigyu brings his blade down with overwhelming force, his eye glowing with intense power. The monster's form dissolving into a shower of particles under the devastating impact. With a final, guttural cry, Brunhilde's remains dissipate into dust, leaving only faint energy trails in the air. Lying on the ground, Kim Kigyu felt the lingering pain of Iron Shield's attack, a blow he had managed to mitigate by activating his accessories just in time. But the sheer force of the reflected attack had still been overwhelming. His vision blurred as he realized the bleeding wouldn't stop, a desperate thought forming in his mind. Is this it for me? Then, a familiar voice cried out, Appa. He struggled to focus as the voice, now closer, asked, Are you okay? Above him, a shadowy, ethereal figure began to coalesce, its form indistinct yet powerful, uttering a single syllable, you dash. Kim Kigyu looked up, confused, as Jang Sojung's voice cut through the air, demanding, What are you talking about? It's me, Sojung. He could only manage a soft, oh. His eye widened in distress, while the shadowy entity's mouth curved into a knowing smirk. The shadowy figure, Ego, then made a chilling proposition. If I save your life, and even get you the elixir. Jang Sojung, her eyes now glowing with an eerie red light, repeated his name with an unsettling intensity, Appa. As the shadowy entity's voice echoed, it continued its chilling proposition, asking if he would offer his very life, or perhaps, his soul for the rest of his days. Nearby, Jang Sojung listened, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she seemed to consider the implications, her thoughts hidden behind her dark hair. Kim Kigyu, battered and bleeding, could only stare up, his mind racing with the weight of the choice before him, the pain a dull throb against the urgency of the moment. Sojung then held up a single finger, a silent gesture of agreement, or perhaps a condition, her expression unwavering. With a surge of desperate resolve, Kigyu finally spoke, his voice firm despite his injuries, declaring his intent to kill the Iron Shield and demanding his sword. As he made his declaration, a vibrant green aura flared around his clenched fist, a visible manifestation of the power he had just acquired. Sojung's eyes widened slightly at his demand, but then her smirk returned, confirming the deal with a simple, whatever. So it's a deal. And just like that, the battle was over, Kigyu standing tall amidst the fallen, including the middle-aged man he had punished, his new power having swiftly turned the tide. As the raw power of the deal settles, a hand reaches out, its fingers twitching, as if trying to grasp the fading energy. Lying on the ground, recovering from the surge, he is deemed an entertaining individual by the unseen ego. Nearby, Rogers turns to Jang Sojung, confirming his assessment that the player was even more captivating in person. He questions if she witnessed the mana burst stabilize, but she corrects him, explaining it wasn't a burst, but rather his own mana overwhelming the situation. Rogers, holding a device, notes how precisely the player suppressed his vitals, concluding he kept his head and is a rare gem, showing no reaction whatsoever. Looking towards a sword plunged into the earth, he then considers the fate of Iron Shield, acknowledging that despite a lethal wound, his high level means he will recover. Indeed, the injured Iron Shield groans in pain, but the assessment holds true. Even if left alone, he will recover. Rogers reiterates his philosophy, that if he survives, he was simply meant to live. Jang Sojung's eye glows with a subtle, purple light as she adds that he is like the player, and it would be better to keep him alive. A figure, now with vibrant purple hair and an intense, glowing aura, looks down with a chilling resolve, believing that revenge only grows sweeter with time. His eye, a swirling vortex of purple energy, burns with an unyielding intensity. The whispers of a prophecy echo, descent of the Demon King. Turning to Rogers, the purple-haired figure snaps, demanding silence and dismissing the title as a mere nickname given by those who understand nothing. As they walk through a verdant forest, he declares his true purpose. He is the one destined to kill the Demon King. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, ethereal void, where a glowing blue cube floats, and a voice questions its location, wondering, where? Then, with a jolt of recognition, the voice remembers, realizing it is awake within a dream. He finds himself adrift in the familiar, terrible nightmare, a recurring torment that had plagued him for years. It was a nightmare that had tortured him for 3 long years, a relentless cycle of fear and despair. Yet, after meeting Rue, it had simply vanished, leaving him in a strange, blue-hued void. A holographic status window materializes before him, displaying his name, Kim Kigyu, his level at a perplexing -1, and his unique abilities as an unknown. This is his current reality. He stares at a massive, floating hammer, its presence as inexplicable as the dream itself. A bucket? His face, marked with fresh scars, reflects a grim understanding. Ah, is that what it is? He looks down into a deep, dark well, a profound sense of entrapment washing over him. He might have escaped the wall, but he's still inside a hell. Even his dreams now mock him, yet a flicker of determination crosses his face as he grasps the hammer. Yes, he got lucky and somehow managed to grab it. But as he looks up from the well, he questions the true nature of his ascent, realizing it wasn't even his own will that was pulling him to the top. It was simply, in the depths of a vivid dream, Kim Kigyu confronts a towering, demonic figure wreathed in crimson energy, his voice echoing with a desperate question, wondering how such immense strength could exist. Despite his resolve to defeat it, the red entity, a manifestation of ego, responds with a steadfast declaration, asserting its sole purpose is to protect him. Suddenly, a new, white-haired figure appears beside Kim Kigyu, and Ego's voice confirms the newcomer's presence, addressing Kim Kigyu as master. The dream shifts again, and Ego now manifests as a radiant, angelic being with flowing white hair and glowing eyes, lamenting its current lack of useful strength. With ethereal wings unfurling, it offers a comforting plea, urging its master not to despair. Suddenly, Kim Kigyu's eyes snap open, the dream fading as he returns to consciousness. He finds himself lying on the ground in a dense forest, slowly sitting up to discover a young man kneeling beside him, his mind racing with questions about the stranger's identity. As he processes the situation, a realization dawns on him. This isn't Sojong, but rather a subordinate of the Demon King. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in glasses stands in the same forest, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Kim Kigyu confirms he has retrieved the sword and placed it beside him, while a small, ethereal Ego calls out to him, prompting him to acknowledge Ego as his master. Ego then advises him to rest longer, noting that his wounds aren't fully healed and he shouldn't move too much, to which Kigyu lets out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, the environment around them grows increasingly perilous, causing Kigyu's eyes to widen in alarm as a crimson aura begins to emanate from him. Ego, now manifesting in a more formidable, demonic form, stands amidst swirling red energy. As a towering pillar of raw power erupts from the ground, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The chaotic energy intensifies, coalescing into a volatile core of blue light, sending debris flying as the world itself seems to twist and groan under the immense pressure. Observing the unfolding spectacle from a nearby perch, the mysterious man with glasses calmly identifies the source of the power as the commander, remarking that Kigyu has never witnessed such a display before. As the immense, crimson aura continued to erupt, distorting the very air around it, a voice from the distance questioned if this was the commander, receiving a resounding affirmation. The source of this catastrophic power revealed itself fully, a monstrous, horned entity with glowing red eyes, identified by the distant observer as the true master of this labyrinth. He continued to watch the unfolding spectacle, the man in glasses maintaining his calm demeanor as the sheer scale of the manifested power became undeniable. The master of this labyrinth, Surjond, reveals himself, a towering figure wreathed in crackling flames and dark energy, letting out a guttural roar. Standing beside a man in a sharp suit and glasses, Kim Kigyu observes the scene, a thought forming in his mind. I wanted to fight against something like that. The fiery entity, Surjond, stands before him, its horned head and armored form radiating immense power, as Kim Kigyu gazes up at the formidable foe. A gasp escapes the suited man, his eyes widening in shock, while Kim Kigyu's expression shifts from awe to a focused intensity. The monster's glowing red eye flares with raw power, a thunderous sound echoing through the space. Dark, swirling energy erupts around Surjond, its form growing even more menacing, surrounded by spectral red eyes. Kim Kigyu's eyes snap wide open, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air as he fully comprehends the power before him. The master of the labyrinth, Surjond, begins to gather immense power, a barrier forming around its fiery form, causing him to wonder if his own defenses will hold against such a force. Don't worry, I'm behind me, the mysterious man assures him, a faint question mark appearing in his mind. A thunderous impact echoes as the monster's concentrated blow strikes, cracking and shattering the ground beneath its force. Yet, he stands unharmed at the epicenter of the blast, surrounded by a swirling red energy. Is this a barrier? He muses, observing the protective aura. You're correct, the mysterious man replies, a hint of admiration in his voice. You're quite knowledgeable. Surjond watches them, its fiery body still radiating an ominous glow. As the air around the monster crackles with swirling red and green magical energy, growing ever more potent. Surjond, the master of the labyrinth, lets out a strained, guttural roar, a sound that echoes with immense, building power. As his form erupts in a maelstrom of fiery orange and swirling green energy, cracking the very ground beneath him with the sheer force of his awakening. The monster continues to strain, its power surging, the ground fracturing further under the pressure. Its roar echoes across the desolate landscape, a testament to its growing might, while Kim Kigyu remains a small, vulnerable presence on the ravaged earth. Then, a figure emerges from the shadows, no longer the man in glasses, but a new form with long purple hair and piercing green eyes, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. He looks down at Kim Kigyu, still on the ground and now surrounded by shadowy, indistinct threats, a silent resolve hardening his expression. With a surge of power, the mysterious man's body ignites with a brilliant purple aura, lightning-like energy crackling around him as he prepares for battle. This sudden, overwhelming display of force signals the activation of his unique ability. Surgeon's destructive power continued to surge, tearing through the very fabric of reality. As a chilling voice declared the activation of Gluttony's flame. The chaotic energy intensified, swirling with vibrant pink and purple hues, revealing the monstrous, dragon-like head of the labyrinth's master, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. But as the destructive force peaked, a resonant hum filled the air as the mysterious man began channeling a powerful counterforce of purple energy, manifesting a glowing, sword-like construct from the swirling power. The energy blade solidified, pulsing with an intense, ethereal glow. As the man's form shifted, revealing a confident, female figure with long purple hair and matching eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. Kim Kigyu could only watch, his face illuminated by the chaotic light, a look of profound shock and distress etched upon his features. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of purple energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of the landscape. The sheer force of the attack carves a devastating path, hurtling towards Surgeon, who stands defiant in the distance. An observer, witnessing the impossible clash, can only wonder if they are watching God's battle. The purple energy intensifies, its destructive aura growing with every passing moment. Then, with a deafening impact, the colossal attack slams directly into Surgeon, engulfing him completely. The sheer scale of the descending power is immense, dwarfing the monstrous figure as it's consumed by the purple light. A blinding explosion of purple energy erupts, sending debris and glowing particles scattering in every direction. The ground cracks and shatters under the force, as waves of destructive energy radiate outwards from the impact zone. The final burst of the devastating attack leaves behind a scene of utter annihilation. After the cataclysmic clash, the desolate landscape stretches out, a lone figure barely visible against the vast, rocky expanse, leading to an ornate chamber, a reward room of ancient design. Inside, a treasure chest, glowing with an ethereal light, stands open, revealing a shimmering purple potion as a voice echoes. "Congratulations, player. So you managed to get it in the end." Kim Kigyu looks down at the reward, a quiet disbelief settling over him as he murmurs, "I did it. I actually did it." He ponders the surreal nature of his victory, thinking, maybe because so many crazy things happened at once, it doesn't feel real at all. Standing before a grand mirror, a purple-haired woman beside him, he reflects that he was more confused than happy before stating, "With this, I kept my promise." The woman turns to him, a knowing look in her eyes, asking, "If we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, there's still revenge left, huh?" He replies, "But you don't want to be spooky, right?" He looks at the purple-haired woman, a question in his gaze, wondering if her real name is Sujung. She confirms with a smile, identifying herself as Jong Sujung, and adding that she is also Korean. Meanwhile, a man with glasses, holding a small vial, muses that it was also an elixir, before addressing someone named Baal. Back with the pair, Kim Kigyu reveals his own elixir, offering it to her with a simple instruction to take it. He looks surprised by her reaction, a confused "huh" escaping his lips as he tries to understand her intentions. Jong Sujong, now holding the glowing potion, reminds him of their deal, suggesting this is merely a part of their agreement. Later, Kigyu reflects on the potion's power, acknowledging that his body is severely damaged, with some parts beyond natural regeneration, which will now form his new foundation. He still possesses one more potion, viewing it as an investment, especially since she effortlessly obtained something he was prepared to die for. Clutching the glowing purple potion, he resolves to stop comparing himself to others, deciding instead to focus on getting stronger in ways that work for him. He considers the possibility of scolding her again, but a thought solidifies in his mind. Bingo. Turning to the purple-haired woman, he asks what the catch is, to which she replies that he would be her slave for the rest of his life, doing whatever he wanted. Her words hang in the air, a simple, direct answer. "You." The sheer audacity of it makes him question, "What?" He presses her, asking what she means, then observes her willingness to take such a useless risk, wondering why she would be so reckless. She clarifies, instructing him to give her one of the vials once he reaches the god's realm, promising to begin his real training then. Kim Kigyu holds the small purple vial in his hand, and a sudden surge of vibrant purple energy crackles around it, causing him to grunt in surprise and discomfort, a sharp "ugh" escaping his lips. Jong Sujung watches the display, explaining that the vial is proof of their contract, and also serves as a method of communication between them. As she turns to leave, carrying a small suitcase, she adds that for now, the vial has no abilities and is a blank slate, but the moment he reaches the god's realm, its true power will become visible. Jong Sujung, her back to him, continues her instruction, urging him to work diligently and learn many more things. Turning to face him, she admits, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I have a lot to teach you, but not much time. I'll cover a few things before I leave, starting with the basics of how to use the vial." Kim Kigyu's expression shifts to one of utter surprise, his eyes widening at her words. A faint smirk plays on her lips as she elaborates. "The elixir I gave you contains pretty dangerous mana, so you need to be really prepared." She then delivers her final, chilling instruction. "This is your first lesson, my dear slave." Suddenly, his surroundings shift, and he finds himself observing a chaotic battle where armored figures are overwhelmed by monstrous creatures in a dense forest, the sounds of impact echoing through the trees. Kim Kigyu stands amidst the illusion, a sword in hand, his mind racing to comprehend the mana and the vial, wondering if this is all just a simulation. As an armored man with light hair and a massive sword appears before him, Kim Kigyu questions his own presence, muttering, "Well, what am I?" He watches as another armored figure, a woman, joins the man, and his confusion deepens. Actually doing? He finds himself in a chaotic forest clearing, the air thick with the sounds of battle as armored figures clash against monstrous creatures. One of the blonde-haired warriors curses, realizing an orb has been snatched while they were distracted by the fight. Nearby, Jang Sojung remarks with a sly smile that the early bird always gets the worm, dismissing any claims of ownership. Kim Kigyu, witnessing the unfolding events, wonders if the powerful entity he senses is not merely a devil, but a true demon king. The blonde warrior, still in the thick of the fight, calls out desperately to an ally, "Icon Shield." A guttural roar echoes, promising death, and Kim Kigyu's expression twists into a furious snarl. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he charges forward, a sword now in his hand, letting out a furious expletive. The blonde warrior looks on, his face etched with surprise at the sudden, unexpected intervention. A vibrant, reddish-pink energy erupts, signaling the raw power of his attack. Surjan's voice booms, questioning Kim Kigyu's altered state, wondering if he has become the very master of this labyrinth. Regardless of the truth, the monstrous figure declares that this dungeon will ultimately be his end. As if in response, or perhaps as a consequence of the confrontation, Kim Kigyu finds himself ensnared by glowing, ethereal chains, their energy crackling around him. But instead of breaking him, the binding seems to trigger a profound transformation within him, his eyes igniting with a brilliant blue glow as a powerful aura erupts. His newly glowing eyes fixate on his opponent, while Surjan's face contorts in anger and the mysterious man in glasses looks on with a mixture of surprise and understanding. Standing firm, Kim Kigyu responds calmly, assuring Surjan that he doesn't necessarily feel what his opponent thinks he does. The man in glasses nods, confirming that such a reaction is to be expected, explaining that what truly changed were Kim Kigyu's potential and his dominant abilities. His physical body may still be minor, but the difference between his eyes and those of a normal player is now vast. The most notable change is his ability to perceive the moment of impact. The man in glasses watches intently, his gaze fixed on the unfolding test. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force slams into him, sending him recoiling from the impact. But even as he stumbles, he manages to react, swiftly dodging the next attack. He finds himself surrounded by multiple armored figures, their movements impossibly fast, yet he can now perceive a fraction of their lightning-quick assaults, a stark contrast to his previous inability to see them at all. Gasping for breath, he glances towards the side, where Jang Sojung watches with concern. The man in glasses remarks that he just took the first attack from a high ranker. He remains in the thick of the combat test, the human king's words echoing in his mind, a stark reminder that even with his heightened perception, he cannot yet lower his guard, sensing the next attack, a fleeting moment of clarity before it strikes. From a distant observation point, the man in glasses watches, a slight surprise in his voice as he notes that Kigyu managed to block even a single attack, though he quickly adds that he shouldn't have. He continues to observe, acknowledging that Kigyu is not being careless, but rather calculating. The true opponent reveals himself, a formidable figure in gleaming armor, radiating a potent blue aura that crackles with raw power. The man in glasses understands, realizing that this single exchange of blows is meant to give Kigyu the full picture of his current capabilities, his growth, combined with the others, leaving no room for error. As the armored figure stands ready, Kigyu grips his sword, the man in glasses murmuring to himself, "So it's like that." With a surge of will, Kigyu activates the holy sword Kurlian, its blade shimmering with vibrant green energy. He lunges, the activated sword tearing through the air, striking the armored opponent with a powerful, resounding impact. The force of the blow sends ripples of blue energy across the battlefield, Kigyu pressing his advantage with relentless precision. He braces himself, a blue energy shield flaring into existence, as a voice echoes in his mind, urging him to simply block the incoming assault. With a surge of power, he successfully deflects the multi-pronged attack, sending shards of energy scattering around him. From a distant observation point, the mysterious man in glasses watches alongside Jang Sojung, noting that the Lord of Heaven's will is awakening the holy sword Kurlian's abilities by absorbing them, even if only a small portion can be utilized. Back in the arena, the absorption completes, his shield glowing with newfound power. As Surjond unleashes another fiery assault, Kigyu moves with incredible speed, dodging the attack, while the mysterious man observes that the Lord of Heaven's will is preparing his body to absorb the Holy Sword's power, doing his best to protect him even in his exhausted state. And finally, with the Holy Sword Kirlian now glowing vibrantly in his hand, he understands it is an item that allows him to learn the gate's abilities. Without hesitation, he unleashes a new skill, calling forth Arachne's clue as glowing blue threads erupt from his palm. The threads connect, striking Surjond with force, causing the monster to recoil from the impact. He unleashes a torrent of glowing blue energy, pushing the monstrous Surjond back with immense force, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. The creature recoils violently, its massive form struggling against the relentless assault. Kim Kigyu maintains the pressure, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him as he channels his power. The concentrated energy, a piercing blue spear, continues to drive Surjond further back. With a final surge, the monster is violently propelled through the air, unable to resist the overwhelming force. A snarl of pure rage and frustration twists Surjond's features as he realizes his impending defeat. Plummeting into a deep chasm, the creature curses its fate, disappearing into the depths below. Suddenly, the mysterious man in glasses appears at the chasm's edge, his voice calm as he addresses the falling monster, asking if it's ready to talk. Below, Surjond is now engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark energy, while the man and Jong Sojung observe from above, the battle's outcome now firmly in their control. A lone warrior in gleaming white armor stares down, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. The desolate landscape stretches out under a bruised, purple sky, a vast, empty parking lot hinting at a forgotten world. Amidst the eerie silence, a lone figure in tactical gear stands guard, as several others surround a sleek, dark vehicle. The car door slowly swings open, and the mysterious man in glasses steps out, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He takes in his surroundings, a soft hum of contemplation escaping him. As the young girl, Jong Sojung, stands beside him, flanked by the armed guards. Above them, the city lights twinkle against the twilight, a stark contrast to the grim scene below. Sung-hoon, standing outside a building under a warm sunset, confirms his presence to the man in glasses, then asks about bringing his mother home, explaining that they can't keep her in the hospital. The man in glasses agrees, telling Sung-hoon to call him when he returns to Korea, bidding him farewell. Sung-hoon acknowledges the man's words, assuring him that it was no trouble, and prepares to depart, receiving a final instruction to drive home safely. Inside, a frail woman lies in a hospital bed, her face pale and eyes closed. Sung-hoon stands over her, his voice filled with trepidation as he whispers, wondering if it's truly his mother. He confirms his identity, his expression softening as he looks down at her. Her eyes flutter open, and a weak smile touches her lips as she recognizes her son, murmuring that she missed him. With a final, heartfelt plea, she confesses her desire to see him one last time before she dies, expressing her gratitude to her dear son. He gently holds his mother's hand, offering a soft smile and a comforting promise that she will recover soon. Her eyes flutter open, and she begins to speak, her voice weak, mentioning something she wanted to tell him, but her words trail off, her consciousness fading once more. As she struggles to stay awake, she manages to utter his name, a pained gasp escaping her lips. He reacts with alarm, his expression twisting in concern, as a small, glowing orb appears in his hand, a silent command urging himself to maintain composure and believe everything will be all right. His gaze falls upon a ring on her finger, which now emits a soft, ethereal glow, and he murmurs a quiet sound of realization. Standing by her bedside, he watches over her, a silent vigil. A vibrant purple aura flares around his hand, radiating intense energy. His face is etched with determination as he focuses, the energy flowing, until his hand finally drops, exhausted. A faint glow lingers around his now limp hand, as he quietly accepts the outcome. Lying still, his mind drifts, a single thought echoing through his exhaustion. He isn't surprised by the weariness, knowing how much he endured in just one day. But a deeper concern gnaws at him, a premonition about his mother's ring, wondering if this will truly be okay. He senses something ominous, a feeling that something bad will happen with her and that ring, believing it will only bring danger. As the sun dips below the horizon, he acknowledges there's nothing more to be gained by worrying. With a sigh, he decides to simply let himself rest for now. His hand lies still on the bed, and as night falls over the quiet town, he drifts into a deep slumber. Yet, even in his unconscious state, faint purple energy lines begin to emanate from him, a subtle glow hinting at the power still stirring within. He sleeps on, enveloped by the soft, ethereal light, his rest undisturbed by the quiet hum of his own awakening abilities. The persistent ring of a phone cuts through the quiet night. As a group of students walks along a dimly lit street, one young girl holding the device to her ear. Her expression tightens with frustration, a soft groan escaping her lips as the call fails to connect. The screen confirms her fears, displaying a message from Giju that reads, "After going off the grid for a whole month, sends just one text saying hi. And now he won't even pick up my calls." "That's it," she declares, her voice laced with a promise of retribution. As the night continues to deepen around the city streets, A rhythmic thudding sound echoes from above, causing her to look up in surprise, a familiar name escaping her lips as she senses the immense power of the player that can't level up. Still reeling from the immense power she sensed, Zhang Sojung cries out, "Do you know how worried Mom has been? Is that you, Zhang?" Her voice echoes through the quiet house, but only a soft, sleepy murmur answers, "Shoo. Mom, I'm sleepy." She pauses at a closed door, questioning, "Are you sleepy? How are you sleepy?" A flush rises to her cheeks as she mutters, Mom. She looks down, her expression shifting from confusion to a deeper question, "Mom, who are you?" Meanwhile, a pot of soybean soup bubbles gently on a stove, its aroma filling a nearby room where Kim Kigyu lies in bed, a voice asking, "So then, Appa, what happened next?" He sits up, a faint smile playing on his lips as he hears, "No way, really?" Then, his gaze drifts towards the door, a familiar scent reaching him. "I smell Mom's soybean soup." A thoughtful expression settles on his face, his eyes distant. Behind that door, a scene he has dreamt of and longed for so dearly, a scene for which he was willing to risk his life, awaits. He knows he must put on a poker face, greeting her with a smile. As he steps inside, his mother asks if he slept well, to which he replies that he did. She then announces dinner is ready, telling him to sit down, noting that he seems even more surprised than she is. Outside, the night sky deepens over the quiet neighborhood. Later, as he washes dishes, a news report plays in the background. The broadcast details breaking news about Vanguard's identity unknown, and the mention of a slime catches his attention. He reflects on the situation, muttering about the slime and how he obtained it, wondering how this could have happened. Later, sitting at the table with his mother, they share a quiet meal. She asks if he's going to start battling again, and he laughs, as she assures him he's good at it. He hears his mother's voice, a gentle call of his name. Her expression filled with concern, she asks if he had a difficult time because of her, offering a heartfelt apology. He looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips, reminding her that he is the capable son. A soft laugh escapes him, as he playfully questions her statement. Later, under a clear blue sky, a voice calls out to him, noting his long absence and urging him to stay overnight. Walking alongside a man with a kind smile, the professor, he assures him it's all right, explaining that he has something important to discuss with him, yet still expressing gratitude for the invitation. Later, as his mother expresses her constant worry and apologies, he reassures her there's nothing to be sorry about and promises to see her soon, before turning to offer an apology to the professor. At a familiar barbecue restaurant, a place he often visited with his mother, Kim Kigyu sits across from the professor, who casually pours water, prompting him to ask, "Drinking already?" The professor replies, "How could I not? The staff here is so slow." Leaning forward with a serious expression, the professor then demands, "Tell me, just how did you get the elixir?" But before answering, Kigyu interjects, "Before that." His voice dropping to a low, accusatory tone as he leans across the table. "Are you into my mom?" The professor recoils, startled, stammering, "What?" Kigyu observes his flushed face, remarking, "Your face is burning red." The professor, regaining composure, mutters, "Well, I always had my suspicions." Moments later, Kigyu is on the phone, explaining, "I knew you took care of her often when I wasn't there." He adds, "And I know it's not because she got younger." Concluding the call, he states, "Anyway, I'll be there soon." Back at the table, the professor clears his throat awkwardly, then asks, "What do you mean, got younger?" He quickly tries to steer the conversation back. "Well, about the elixir." Kigyu looks at him, a thoughtful escaping his lips, before his expression turns serious as he states, "It's going to be a bit complicated." The sizzling sound of meat cooking on a grill fills the air, a momentary calm before the storm. Suddenly, a wave of fury washes over him, his expression twisting into a snarl as he curses, "What? Those motherfuckers." Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to calm down, his voice regaining a measured tone as he acknowledges the information. "Thanks for the heads up for me." Yet, the anger still simmers beneath the surface, his fist clenching tightly as he vows, "Those iron-blooded bastards. I'll take them down." The professor, observing his intensity, interjects with a hesitant, "Hey," before continuing, "Professor has something to say to me in the room on the 30th floor. Let's still go, right?" Kim Kigyu questions the professor's meaning, who then clarifies, "I have something to tell you. Or rather, something to show you. What happened to the elixir on the 30th floor?" As they sit across from each other, the professor delivers grim news. A C-rank subjugation squad was wiped out yesterday. Kim Kigyu listens intently as the professor continues, detailing the extent of the loss. By members in total, 70% of the rankers. That's enough to take down a guardian of the 30th floor. They should be reporting soon. A sigh escapes him, his earlier resolve giving way to disappointment as he laments, "That's a shame. I wanted to de-stress and warm up a little." A desolate, gnarled landscape stretches out, marked by cracked earth and skeletal trees, as a critical alert echoes through the air. A man's face contorts in terror, his voice strained as he desperately tries to convey the gravity of the situation, muttering, "I have to. Let the association know." A monstrous, fiery visage flickers behind him, a terrifying manifestation of the threat as he finishes his urgent report, the words catching in his throat, "Has been wiped out." From the desolate ground, a colossal, glowing red hand erupts, its clawed fingers reaching towards the sky, a guttural roar tearing through the silence. Our immediate concern is to verify your condition and your mother's after you've taken the elixir. This isn't something that can be handled at a regular hospital. But don't be too concerned. Taishik-O will take care of that for you. The man continues, explaining that next is the yellow crystal that came along with the elixir and the gold equivalent to the amount you requested. He then mentions that he almost found out about the situation, but he let him know that it was no longer to be worried about, and he readily accepted it. After the initial meeting, the man had been busy, but now he's back to work, and the president has given him a new task. He wanted to thank Kim Kigyu for his help, so he asked if there was anything he could do for him, and the president suggested this. Kim Kigyu, however, questions the arrangement, asking how the gold equivalent to the amount he requested is now being handled. As a new personal assistant, assigned by the general, Manhwa, and Ranko, prepares for his duties. He extends a hand, stating, "I look forward to working with you." Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu, holding a familiar ring, reflects on the man's demeanor, wondering, was he always like this? Later, outside a building in Dongdaemun, the two men stand together. As they walk away, the assistant explains that he handled the payment as instructed, but Kigyu, looking back, questions, "What do you mean by that? 8 million gold. That is all." He then reveals that some of the mana he bought on credit was destroyed, implying a deeper issue. Kigyu, visibly distressed, clarifies that he intended to use the payment to cover his credit and buy mana simultaneously, pressing the assistant, "Just how much was it, exactly?" The assistant, confused by his reaction, explains that the guild's credit was 10 million gold, but Kigyu had only said he would pay 8 million, leaving him to cover the difference, causing Kigyu to exclaim, "Huh." Looking back, he realizes he had no idea what he was truly thinking at that moment, though he did manage to make it back in the end. A soft crackle emanates from a nearby fireplace, as a quiet phew escapes him, followed by a gentle thump. In a dimly lit space, a faint glow surrounds his hand, as he offers a quiet, "Thank you." Suddenly, a booming voice calls out from an open doorway, a young girl excitedly announcing, "Grandpa, we have a guest." The interior reveals a collection of formidable axes and other weapons mounted on a wall, suggesting a formidable resident. Kim Kigyu stands with Sung-hoon, surrounded by their luggage, as he offers another polite, "Thank you." His gaze meets the older man's, a hint of recognition in his voice as he says, "Ah, so it's you." The muscular older man, observing him closely, remarks, "In just a few months, you've become unrecognizable," while the young girl adds a cheerful, "Ah, hello, sir." Kim Kigyu reflects on the encounter, sensing a connection. "I got the feeling you were from the association too. It was quite a strange feeling." The older man apologizes, stating he's leaving, then asks Kigyu if he's looking for a well, to which he confirms. Admitting his doubts about Kigyu's return, the man is met with Kigyu's undeterred assertion of his intention to pay for the task, prompting the host to readily accept. Kigyu listens intently, his expression unreadable. The man then inquires about Brunhart, receiving a somber confirmation that the entity had saved someone before disintegrating. A thoughtful escapes the older man, his gaze distant. Turning to Kigyu, he invites him to share his own experiences, particularly those moments. Later, a young girl addresses Kigyu as Appa, asking where he's going, as he prepares to depart. The girl, Young-eun, is reminded by an unseen voice that they are destined for wealth, prompting her to question if they truly did something. A young girl looks up at him, her brow furrowed in curiosity, asking if he hadn't grown taller. Turning away, a hint of confusion in his voice, he questions the sudden observation. Outside, the academy building stands quietly under the clear sky. Inside a fitting room, he stares at his reflection, a gasp escaping him as he realizes the truth. He has indeed grown, a change he thought impossible. Examining his arm, he mutters about his height, frustrated by this unexpected development, wishing it would simply stop. The young girl, still observing, suggests he could just grow in some way, leaving him internally bewildered, as he questions what could possibly be wrong with his current stature. Though it might seem minor, this change is significant, especially since, despite his relentless training, his muscle gain had long since plateaued. A system message flashes before him, revealing the gate pass condition for growth and declaring that your limits have been readjusted. He finally understands that this is what readjusting my limits truly meant. The previous certainty about monsters was a lie, after all, and he defiantly tells the system to shut up. An examiner begins to read out the results of Kim Kigyu's latest assessment, starting with his stamina test. Kigyu, however, cuts him off, asking why they're discussing his past statistics, stating he has no desire to revisit them, and then inquires about his current abilities, which he dismisses as nothing special. The examiner simply agrees. A smirk plays on Kigyu's lips as he challenges the examiner, suggesting he should have simply revealed the results were from the fight. The examiner, unfazed, continues, noting that player Kim Kigyu won't be surprised by the next revelation, before announcing his magical power and control. The words SS rank echo through the room, accompanied by the declaration that he possesses the potential of a high ranker, a revelation that visibly shocks Kigyu. The examiner, surprised by his reaction, asks why he isn't calmer about this, to which Kigyu simply replies that he was told not to be surprised. A knowing smirk returns to his face as he muses that this is, after all, old news for him. The jingle of a door handle sounds, and Kigyu, turning his attention back to the examiner, casually asks about his mother, who he claims is stronger than the average player. Holding up a few small objects, the man with glasses presents them to Kim Kigyu, who reacts with a surprised inquiry about the items. Turning slightly, he exclaims that they are truly amazing. The man with glasses, however, dismisses them, stating he will hand them over later, as he came to see Kim Kigyu in person for something entirely different. He then asks if Kim Kigyu plans to go hunting, but the young man declines, explaining he's taking a break for now. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu's hand, adorned with a distinctive ring, trembles slightly as he thinks to himself that he is still absorbing Raylon's power, and apologizes to his master. The man with glasses accepts his decision, then asks when he plans to resume his activities, to which Kim Kigyu hesitantly suggests after the weekend. Considering the answer, the man with glasses hums thoughtfully. He then sets a firm date for the following week, while Kim Kigyu expresses a peculiar sensation, wondering why he feels wrong. The man with glasses questions his choice of words, then clarifies that Kim Kigyu is in the process of having his new limits readjusted, prompting a dawning realization from the young man. He listens intently as the conversation confirms the fourth-floor guardian remains at large, a fact that clearly troubles him, prompting a silent, internal reaction. However, the voice on the other end quickly dismisses this concern, stating that something else is far more pressing. Sung-hoon's expression hardens as he processes the grim revelation. The entity is capable of hunting other players to increase its own power, a chilling thought that also registers deeply with Kim Kigyu. As the unsettling information hangs in the air, a third man, neatly dressed, interjects, expressing his desire to join the serious discussion. In a world where over 60% of the powerful are Beehawks, there is also him, whose rank, after having consumed the elixir, is simply none. Later, in the general manager's office, the professor urges him to take the official rank assessment. He assures Kim Kigyu that he won't have to worry about leveling up anymore, even if his physical attributes are only around D rank. Considering his potential, he could easily achieve B rank. Kim Kigyu ponders this, a status window revealing his current player rank as C rank, though his qualification level of 60 is not yet attained, leaving him to wonder about the implications of a B rank. He considers the professor's words, a status window detailing S rank requirements, and his own level 1 status floating before his eyes, wondering if it's truly acceptable for his potential to be so vaguely defined. After all, one only needs to observe unique ability users to understand the difference. While the general public might believe higher levels simply represent incremental increases, for unique ability users, levels are a measure of their inherent potential, information that remains private due to privacy concerns. The professor, standing by his earlier assessment, urges him to get evaluated, acknowledging that the D-level while B-rank situation would suddenly become a B rank if he did. Kim Kigyu hums in acknowledgement, considering the professor's point about control and the need to crack down on unqualified individuals, yet he still feels a reluctance to stand out. He admits to himself that it's not about fame, but the Iron Guild is likely already watching him, making him hesitant to draw more attention. The professor, sensing his hesitation, acknowledges his excessive caution but respects his decision. However, he clarifies that he cannot simply grant Kim Kigyu a rank on his own authority. Kim Kigyu, surprised, had assumed the professor would have a way to grant him a B rank after seeing his ability, reflecting on how far he'd come and the professor's earlier confidence, wondering why he hadn't been told about being the player that can't level up earlier. A sigh escapes him, the weight of his unique circumstances pressing down. Still, he muses, there must be some way to overcome this obstacle. His gaze falls upon a document, a list detailing the various guilds participating in the upcoming raid. He understands that joining a guild, even temporarily, would grant him access to the raid, but the thought quickly turns to frustration. It's not as simple as just asking, who would accept a complete stranger, especially one without a clear rank? And without being recognized as a player, he can't even view the full list of members, which would only damage his reputation further. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination mixed with weariness. He is the player who can't level up, a paradox in a world defined by progression. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a new figure addresses a gathering, announcing his appointment as the guild master for this raid, representing the formidable Iron Guild. Guild Master Donghoon Yoon, a man of authority, confidently states they will depart once everyone is accounted for, and the assembled members eagerly express their anticipation for working with him. After a brief moment of quiet, a group of hunters makes their way through a dense forest, their murmurs of surprise echoing through the trees. One hunter expresses gratitude for being allowed to join, acknowledging the burden, while another dismisses his concerns, reminding him of their shared debt. A guild leader, his expression earnest, admits his C-rank guild can only offer backup, unable to provide more substantial assistance. Kim Kigyu, carrying a sword, reassures him that his presence is already helpful, though he wonders if he'll even get a chance to fight, given his role as a porter. He observes the gathering, noting the presence of many prominent figures. The guild leader then points out Raid Captain Dong Hyun, a formidable hunter rumored to be on the verge of an A-rank promotion. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the heart of the raid, where Donghoon Yoon, surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura, leads his team in a fierce battle against monstrous creatures, their attacks echoing with explosive force. The intense combat continues, a spectacle of power and skill, drawing an impressed gasp from an unseen observer. He reflects on his own elevated standards, which have become astronomically high, considering even the Demon King or Iron Shield as mere benchmarks, musing that a certain woman is an exception to all exceptions. As he ponders, a voice calls out to him, noting a significant change in his demeanor. His companions agree, asking if he's had something fixed, though one quickly clarifies it's not a skill. Indeed, his aura has become imposing, a palpable shift in his presence. Kim Kigyu denies any major alteration, explaining that he simply gained a job-specific skill called Porter, which he believes made him a little taller, a rather flimsy excuse that draws a dismissive comment from one of his friends. The others express their envy for such a skill, wishing they could acquire it too, prompting a playful jab about their jealousy. Laughter erupts among the group, their camaraderie evident. Elsewhere, 3 stern-faced guards stand ready, their uniforms bearing a distinct B insignia. The scene shifts to the 4th floor of the tower, its upper reaches visible against the sky. On the 4th floor, a guardian calls out, instructing everyone to begin their duties while the rest are told to rest up, receiving a prompt affirmation. As the group disperses, Kim Kigyu walks alongside a tall, muscular man with a dark beard, their footsteps echoing softly on the path. He then observes a small gathering, where Jang Sojung, Yang-eun, Sung-hoon, the professor, and the mysterious man in glasses are seated, the bearded man from earlier looking somewhat flustered. Turning back to him, Kigyu confirms that this man, Seonpil, is an archer. He continues, mentioning another member, a swordsman, and then asks if Jaewon is a tank. Meanwhile, among the seated group, Jang Sojung wonders aloud why their guild is called Morning Star, noting that nobody even uses the name here. The bearded man, Seonpil, still looks sheepish, a faint blush on his cheeks as he chuckles nervously. Sung-hoon, unable to contain his amusement, tells him to stop laughing, teasing him about his previous affiliation with Yulgok, the smaller guild. As the conversation continues, Kigyu recalls a time when he went for help, leaving a cave, and someone told him they saw a light shining from him, believing him to be the best in the world. He throws his hands up in exasperation, demanding that they stop laughing. While his companions, including Yoon Jae-won, Jang Sojung, Yang-eun, the man with glasses, and the professor, continue to chuckle heartily. Kigyu turns to them, still frustrated, insisting they speak more casually with him now that he's no longer their guide. Jae-won acknowledges this, then playfully asks if he can call him Hyung, given their similar age. The group, now more relaxed, encourages Kigyu to also speak more comfortably with them, calling him Hyung in return. Kigyu, now walking through the forest, accepts their terms, remarking on how much the world has changed. Elsewhere, a group of players, including one with a prominent B on his chest, observes something in the distance, one of them commenting on a momentary misidentification. Back with Kigyu's group, they are now seated in a circle, continuing their conversation. Suddenly, Kigyu encounters a new player, Yeonseok, who is identified as a B-rank player. He's with the Brother Guild, Yoon Jae-won explains, as they're offering him a position. What exactly do they do? Well, he supposes they're known for their unparalleled strength and loyalty, above all else, their slogan portraying them as the strongest and fittest. So, the tide of their influence is rising, Kim Kigyu muses, to which Jae-won simply replies that they're boomers. A sharp glint enters Kim Kigyu's eyes, as he observes a group of muscular men and a red-haired woman, concluding that this must be why they're only C rank. Nearby, Yeonseok stands with the red-haired woman, who advises him to simply ignore them. Meanwhile, Dong-hyun confronts a group including Yang-eun, the man in glasses, and the professor, demanding to know why the professor is there, and questioning his judgment for walking into a B-rank subjugation. His expression stern, Dong-hyun continues, reminding them that they should be more vigilant than anyone else. Yet they're gossiping lazily instead, even failing to bring porters along. He leads his team deeper into the forest, a terse huff escaping him. As dawn breaks, the command rings out, urging the group forward. One of the hunters, his head bowed in shame, apologizes to his leader, lamenting the trouble they've caused. Dong-hyun glances back, a silent, heavy expression on his face. Among the retreating figures, Yeonseok turns, a quiet gratitude whispered from his lips. Suddenly, a dark, crackling energy erupts around him, his eyes flaring crimson. The power surges, threatening to overwhelm him, as a desperate plea echoes for him to regain control. Another voice warns him, questioning his intent as the raw, murderous aura intensifies, demanding he rein in his volatile emotions. The sheer force of his uncontrolled power leaves everyone stunned, a collective gasp hanging in the air. A dark, swirling energy erupts, crackling with an ominous hum. Kim Kigyu's eye glows with an unsettling purple light as he grapples with the surge of power, wondering what this phenomenon could be. He acknowledges the seriousness of the situation, yet finds himself questioning if these intense emotions are merely side effects from the recent torture he endured. The young man clutches his head, overwhelmed by the internal turmoil, desperately asking himself what is truly happening to him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pair of heavy boots stands firmly on the ground. As Dong-hoon Yoon, accompanied by Dong Hee-on and Yan Seok, observes the scene, noting that there seems to have been a disturbance. He quickly clarifies his statement, assuring his companions that he isn't trying to place blame on anyone. The three men stand before a group of individuals seated on the ground, their expressions somber amidst the desolate landscape. A thought sparks in Yan Seok's mind. Addressing his companions, Dong Hoon-yun acknowledges the existing friction, then states he has a request. Dong Hee-on confirms, ready to hear him out. The guild master then expresses his desire to discuss Yan Seok's participation, suggesting it would be prudent to avoid any unnecessary conflict. A look of surprise crosses Dong Hee-on's face. Dong Hoon-yun presses on, asking what exactly is happening, and if it involves a fight. He then points out that the difference in strength between C and B ranks is not insignificant. Yan Seok acknowledges this, but adds a condition of his own, reminding them that strong members are already part of the attack force. Dong Hee-on interjects, asserting that practical combat strength ultimately holds more weight than mere rank. He listens intently as the guild master proposes a position switch between their two guilds, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Yan Seok addresses the two men, offering a sincere apology for not discussing his plans beforehand, asking them to trust him just this once. Dong Hoon-yun, however, questions his solo actions, finding it absurd that Yan Seok would act without their input, especially when there seems to be nothing to gain from it, before Yan Seok interjects with a staggering figure, 500 million. The sheer amount causes Dong Hee-on's eye to widen in shock, as Yan Seok clarifies his condition. If they manage to beat him, he'll pay them 500 million. With a confident gesture, Yan Seok asks if those aren't pretty good jackpots. The surrounding guards look on in stunned silence. Dong Hoon-yun wonders if Yan Seok is serious, while Dong Hee-on expresses concern about him going back on his word, especially with the guild's reputation on the line. Yan Seok, however, remains unfazed, declaring this a jackpot and asserting that there's no way they'll lose, even as he acknowledges his duty as a squad captain to prevent unnecessary conflict. If what he felt wasn't just a coincidence, then the implications were far greater than he could have imagined. Confirming the terms, Dong Hoon-yun states, "All right, as the squad leader, I'll notarize it." The rules for the impending confrontation are clear, weapons and excessive force are strictly prohibited, and the fight will conclude the moment one participant yields. Yan Seok looks down at Giju, a smirk playing on his lips as he addresses him directly, "Giju." He then turns to the crowd, confident in his assessment, believing this level of intensity will be sufficient, and assures them it poses no problem for him. A thought crosses Giju's mind. The more one grows, the greater the distance they can reach and the power they can wield also increases, yet a cautious voice reminds him to still be careful, master. Yan Seok extends a hand, offering the first move, taunting that it wouldn't be fun to end it too quickly. A confident, almost arrogant smirk spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yan Seok observes his opponent, thinking that while he appears to be a B rank, there must be more to him. He notes the many perceived openings in his defense, a detail that seems too obvious for a player of his supposed caliber. Wondering if he's being baited, Yan Seok deduces that based on his physique, the man is either a standard melee dealer or a tanker. Despite his suspicions, Yan Seok decides to act, closing the distance with enhanced agility to land the first move, believing his opponent has a trick up his sleeve. As Yan Seok lunges, Kim Kigyu's internal resolve hardens. Rather than uselessly scouting, he will simply attack. Yan Seok's fist, glowing with focused energy, shoots forward, confident in his enhanced agility to connect. But to his surprise, Kigyu doesn't budge, standing firm as if confirming his defense, absorbing the blow without flinching. A smirk plays on Kigyu's lips as Yan Seok realizes the true nature of his opponent's strategy, an immediate activation counterattack skill. As Kigyu's counterattack connects, Yan Seok quickly draws back his body, preparing to hit back and mitigate the damage. He unleashes a flurry of rapid punches, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with sheer speed and force. But with a sudden burst of purple energy, Kim Kigyu intercepts the attack, his arm a solid, unyielding barrier. The impact sends Yan Seok's arm recoiling violently, a sharp cry escaping him. His face contorts in disbelief and pain, the unexpected counterattack shaking him to his core. Kim Kigyu, however, remains composed, his gaze sharp and questioning as he assesses the situation. The force of the counter sends Yan Seok flying backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground amidst a cloud of dust. He lies there, defeated and groaning, while Kigyu stands over him, the victor of the swift exchange. From a distance, the mysterious man with glasses watches, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, as the surrounding crowd erupts in cheers, hailing Kim Kigyu as the winner. The cheers continue to echo, some calling out Kigyu's name, others expressing shock at the sudden turn of events. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd, their voices rising in a clamor of disbelief and awe, wondering aloud how he had grown so strong. His movements were too fast, his power undeniable. Kim Kigyu, the player once known for his inability to level up, now stands with eyes glowing with an inner purple light, a force to be reckoned with. From a distance, the mysterious man with glasses observes, a smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges, player Giju Kim. It looks like he'll be the biggest variable in this raid. But the immediate triumph is short-lived, as a new, colossal threat emerges from the shadows, its glowing red eyes fixed on Kim Kigyu, while a voice cries out, "Squad leader." Elsewhere, Professor, Donghoon Yoon, and Dong Hyun stand grim-faced, receiving an urgent report. The scouts have returned. Yeonseok, visibly distressed and panting heavily, kneels before Professor, delivering what appears to be a dire account. The scene shifts to a vast, desolate landscape, littered with countless figures and a looming structure in the distance, the air thick with the sounds of struggle and exhaustion. Above, a modern skyscraper pierces the cloudy sky, its elevator display showing the 43rd floor. Within the association president's office, a figure strides purposefully as the B-rank association squad is officially formed. He reviews a document, his expression thoughtful, a low hum escaping his lips. The list of names includes familiar figures like Byung-hun Kong, Seon-pil Kim, Giju Kim, and Jae-won Yoon, among others, all designated for the new squad. Later, General Manager Oh sits at his desk, receiving a report from a subordinate, who confirms his understanding with a respectful, "Yes, sir." His gaze drifts towards the window, contemplating the association's basement training room and the International Hunter Association portal. He then turns his attention to a screen, reviewing information about the association's private hospital and the assistant work of Seong-hoon Hyo. A close-up reveals a clipboard with a document, bearing the stern directive, "You've got some explaining to do." General Manager Oh sits in contemplation, his hands clasped, a heavy weight seemingly resting upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, in the darkness, a pair of ominous, glowing red eyes watches with predatory intensity. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches out under a bleak sky, where a group of hunters stands ready, their forms stark against the barren terrain. A sword hilt gleams, a silent promise of the battle to come in this unforgiving land. Before them looms a towering, armored ogre, its massive form radiating raw power. In this world, the role of a player is consistently ranked highest in abnormal death rates, a brutal reality that forces one to become accustomed to death itself. Kim Kigyu, his gaze fixed on the monstrous foe, acknowledges the chilling truth. It's not so easy to get used to. With a determined grip, he draws his sword, a faint blue aura beginning to shimmer around the blade. The blue energy intensifies, enveloping him as he prepares to face the formidable beast head-on. He lets out a sharp, focused breath, his eyes burning with resolve as a vibrant blue aura flares around him. And from his outstretched hand, a torrent of swirling, azure energy begins to coalesce. The raw power solidifies, forming a razor-sharp blade of pure force, his water jet cutter ready to strike. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade slashes across the armored ogre's arm, cutting deep into its formidable hide. Still channeling the vibrant blue energy, Kim Kigyu maintains his focus. The impact sends a shockwave through the monster's limb, forcing the massive ogre to recoil with a pained grunt. Without hesitation, he charges forward, shouting, "All troopers, advance." Behind him, Yoon Jae-won and Yeonseok follow his lead, their footsteps thudding against the desolate ground as they rush into the fray. The initial strike delivered, the true confrontation begins, and the battle officially commences. As he leads the charge, his companions Yeonseok and Yoon Jae-won press forward alongside him, their determined advance echoing with a resounding "Kwa." A powerful water jet cutter skill erupts, its blue energy slicing through the air, signaling the start of the subjugation. The leader's attack serves as the precise cue, and the massive armored ogre lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing a furious red. While damaging the ogre is the primary objective, the plan is to draw its aggro and buy crucial time for the rest of the team as it charges forward, wreathed in a crimson aura. The ground shatters under the sheer force of its momentum. But a chorus of defensive commands rings out, earth wall, stone shield, as the hunters prepare their defenses. The armored ogre continues its relentless, blurred charge, slamming into the newly formed barriers with a deafening crash. But by using their defensive skills simultaneously, the hunters manage to block the kingdom's attacks, holding the line against the monstrous foe. Despite the combined defensive skills, the armored ogre's charge is relentless, pushing against the hunters' shields with terrifying force. Yeonseok, holding his ground, reminds his comrades that their shields are holding. A barrage of glowing blue and red energy shields repels the monstrous creature, its massive form momentarily pushed back by the coordinated defense. Yet, the sheer power emanating from the ogre causes the very ground to crack and splinter, a testament to its destructive might. With a guttural roar, the armored ogre glows with a furious red aura, continuing its relentless assault against the unyielding shields. Meanwhile, a group of hunters observes the intense battle, their expressions a mix of concern and determination as the ogre's power becomes evident. Yeonseok calls out, his voice laced with urgency, addressing Kim Kigyu by his alias, Seon-pil. Kim Kigyu acknowledges the situation, understanding the gravity of the ogre's strength and the need for a decisive blow. His gaze sharpens, a focused determination settling over his features as he prepares to act. Then, with a sudden burst of power, a devastating impact strikes, sending shockwaves through the air. The ground beneath the hunter's feet erupts, a massive impact sending jagged chunks of earth and rock flying into the air. As the dust settles, he watches the destruction, a stark realization dawning on him. The biggest problem with this strategy is that in the event of its failure, all hell breaks loose. The armored ogre stands amidst the devastation, its presence alone causing the very earth to groan and crack underfoot. With a guttural roar, the creature asserts its dominance, its glowing red eyes burning with destructive intent. But before the ogre can press its advantage, a brilliant, focused beam of blue energy erupts, cutting through the air with incredible speed. The attack intensifies, a concentrated spear of light hurtling towards its monstrous target. He lets out a guttural cry, his glowing blade poised for a devastating strike. Who question how long the battle has already raged as the powerful blue energy continues its trajectory. Kim Kigyu, however, is already frustrated, realizing the monster's unexpected resilience, thinking, no, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Damn it. Despite the setback, a fierce determination hardens his gaze, while the observers marvel at his power against such a foe. He moves with incredible speed, a trail of blue energy following his every step, his eyes glowing with an intense, azure light. With a powerful surge, he slams his blue energy attack directly into the armored ogre, causing a violent splash of water and light. The impact continues, engulfing the monstrous figure in a torrent of destructive blue energy. The chaotic skirmish unfolding before them is merely a fraction of the larger, sprawling battle, as main teams 1 and 2 are ordered to shift positions. Meanwhile, the backup team prepares for their own deployment, a worried voice calling out Kim Kigyu's name. Yoon Jae-won, his gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos, agrees that they should also prepare to join the fray soon. As the mysterious man with glasses reacts with a surprised sound, Kim Kigyu delivers a devastating, resounding blow to the armored ogre, sending the massive monster reeling from the impact. Seeing the intensity of the fight, Yoon Jae-won shouts a warning, reminding him of the inherent danger. But Kim Kigyu is already a blur of motion, his form enveloped in a brilliant purple aura as his eyes glow with activated power. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful, rhythmic impact echoing as he presses his advantage. Looking down at the reeling monster, Kim Kigyu confirms his earlier suspicions, realizing his strategy was correct. Elsewhere, the mysterious man with glasses addresses a group of younger, less experienced individuals, reminding them that those who graduated quickly from the tutorial often lack crucial understanding. Kim Kigyu moves like a blur, weaving through the armored ogre clones, each one exactly as formidable as the last. He notes their only difference lies in their raw physique and endurance, but then a thought strikes him. That's not entirely true. Meanwhile, the mysterious man with glasses turns to his team, questioning their inaction. He demands to know why they are still on standby when the situation is clearly worsening. Back in the fray, Kim Kigyu's eyes gleam with resolve, a surge of purple energy gathering in his hand as he declares this the perfect opportunity. He launches himself forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet, intending to test the full extent of his newly linked ego's powers. The impact sends the armored ogre clone reeling, thrown backward with immense force. As he continues his assault, a complex web of glowing lines erupts around him, signaling the activation of a powerful skill. A system window materializes before his eyes, displaying the details of Hermes, level 45, with boosted strength, dexterity, stamina, and vitality, along with a 10% movement speed increase and skills like acceleration and haste. A grunt of effort escapes him as he holds a small, intensely glowing purple orb, the sheer power radiating from it almost overwhelming. He continues his relentless assault, a flurry of strikes impacting the armored ogre, while from a distance, the professor and the mysterious man with glasses watch the unfolding chaos. The mysterious man with glasses, his expression tightening, can only utter a stunned, "What the dash?" His gaze is fixed, a mixture of concern and disbelief etched onto his face as he processes the scene. Back in the fray, the professor's voice echoes, observing that Kigyu's target possesses an abnormally high regeneration rate, making the fight a grueling test of endurance. The mysterious man with glasses quickly advises that a deep, decisive blow is needed rather than several light attacks, warning that it will otherwise become a war of attrition, urging him to conserve his stamina. Suddenly, Kigyu stands victorious over a fallen ogre, its regeneration seemingly halted, leaving him to wonder if the healing has finally stopped. A system window appears, detailing his range skill at level 51, boosting his strength, dexterity, stamina, and vitality, and revealing the crucial mana regeneration and grievous wounds abilities. The ogre's wound crackles, a system message confirming that mana regeneration increases mana recovery rate, while grievous wounds suppresses monster healing, explaining his recent success. However, the battle is far from over as another armored ogre lets out a deafening roar, its glowing eyes fixed on him, ready to continue the relentless assault. He parries the monstrous blow, noting the subtle shift in the armored ogre's movements, musing, an attack pattern change? From his vantage point, he realizes this isn't an unexpected shift at all, but rather the desperate flailing of a cornered beast. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "I predicted." And with a sudden drop, he plunges downward. The armored ogre lets out a guttural roar, its massive form racked with pain. Kigyu's eyes glow with fierce determination, all of this as well. The ogre continues to bellow, enveloped in a swirling vortex of red and purple energy. Then, with a blinding flash of red and yellow, Kigyu's glowing blade slices through the air, connecting with the monster. A violent explosion of debris and raw magical power erupts from the impact point. Two figures stand ready, their expressions grim as they face an unseen threat. He lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion. The armored ogre lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with primal fury as the attack closes in. A crimson aura erupts around him, amplifying the force of his strike. Three observers watch the unfolding battle, their faces a mix of awe and apprehension. The blade finds its mark, tearing into the ogre's tough hide. A burst of blue energy radiates from the point of impact, sending fragments flying. The massive creature stumbles backward, blood spraying from the wound. Finally, the armored ogre collapses to the ground, defeated. He continues his relentless assault, a conspicuous horizontal slash tearing through the armored ogre. The monster recoils, its body twisting from the impact. A critical vulnerability exposed as blood erupts from the wound. No matter how much it levels up, an ogre is still an ogre. The creature snarls, defiantly claiming, "It doesn't scare me one bit." Kim Kigyu's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, as the final force of his attack sends another torrent of blood and debris flying. The armored ogre finally collapses to the ground, defeated, as Yun Jae-won, Dong Hyun, Yeon-seok, General Manager Oh, the mysterious man with glasses, the professor, and Dong-hoon Yun watch the aftermath. A faint chuckle escapes the air, as the monster lies motionless in a pool of its own blood. Kim Kigyu stands victorious over the fallen beast, the battle concluded. Even on the ground, defeated, a fierce resolve burns within him, a silent promise to take down whatever stands in his way. Now, standing firm, he faces the unknown with unwavering determination, his gaze fixed on the looming threat. A sudden realization washes over him as the creature's true nature is revealed, a low-rank demon named Ferrith. The monstrous entity, its form shifting with malevolent energy, activates a terrifying ability, cannibalism. Its maw glows with an eerie green light, a vortex of destructive power. The sheer horror of the situation causes him to recoil, a gasp escaping his lips. This terrifying ability, known as Ego-Fang Ferrith, promises a grim fate for its victims. The egoification of Ferrith had failed, leaving him to ponder the implications. Later, he and other hunters trudged through a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A stern-faced man observed the scene. Orders rang out for all injured players to recover, while non-combat members were directed to gather leftover equipment from the front line. Amidst discarded gear, a voice urged everyone to remain vigilant and attentive, receiving a prompt affirmation. Dong Hyun then approached Kim Kigyu, asking if he could speak with him privately. The two walked away from the group, their footsteps crunching softly in the snow. Dong Hyun explained that even the corpse of a guardian held significant value. With the spirit stone and other items now gone, Kim Kigyu worried that the captain might be planning to blame him for their loss. But he knows there's no proof that the recent incident was his fault. It was an irregular situation from the start, so he cautions against making assumptions, as the two men stand in the desolate, snow-covered landscape. He then asks if Kigyu is at all interested in joining the Child Guild. Kigyu internally wonders if this is a scouting attempt, a small smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges the appeal. He explains that even the group he's currently with was just a temporary measure, solely so he could participate in the subjugation. A slight smile touches the other man's face. Regardless, he expresses a desire to maintain a good relationship with Kigyu, extending a business card. The card identifies him as Dong-hoon Yun, VIP of the Child Guild, offering contact if Kigyu ever changes his mind or needs help. The city hums with activity as people move through the towering skyscrapers, their day's work concluding. Amidst the crowd, Yun Jae-won turns to Yeon-seok, asking, "Can I ask you something?" Yeon-seok meets his gaze, a slight tilt of his head indicating his readiness to listen, and replies, "Yes." As they walk alongside Kim Kigyu, Yeon-seok explains his hesitation in bringing up the topic earlier, before finally posing the question, "I didn't ask you because I didn't want to offend you, but how come you're in the Sequaz King Guild?" Yun Jae-won remarks on the potential for greater success if Yeon-seok had joined a different path, but Yeon-seok simply shrugs it off, stating, "Well, it's nothing special." Yun Jae-won then clarifies his own motivations, explaining his aversion to nepotism and his desire to achieve his goals through his own strength. Yeon-seok looks surprised by the directness of the statement, questioning, "Me?" Yun Jae-won continues, elaborating on his perspective of guilds as either primary affiliations or mere side ventures, and confides that he feels Jeongho Hyung only ever calls Yeon-seok because he is childish. Yeon-seok concludes the thought with a dismissive tone. "Well, it's nothing great," as the sun begins to set over the distant horizon. As the conversation continues, Yun Jae-won asks what the two of them are discussing so intensely, then offers to go out with Yeon-seok. Kim Kigyu, however, declines, suggesting they do it another time. Yeon-seok explains that he needs to go home and pack. Yun Jae-won agrees, saying he'll call them once he's moved, and Yeon-seok confirms he'll see him then. Kim Kigyu then remembers he was told to call Seong-hoon after work, a task he finds a bit tricky. Later, a message appears on his phone screen, from Taeshik. The message reads, "Sorry to call you out so suddenly, Giju," and asks him to call after the subjugation. The city lights twinkle against the night sky as towering buildings stand silent. Meanwhile, a man with stubble mutters to himself, referring to someone as the old geezer, I mean. As the three walk together, the young man expresses his gratitude for the president of the association having dinner with them. His companion agrees, finding it quite nice, while the third remarks that it's fine, but a bit much. He then checks his phone, a message on the screen reminding him that he is the president of a small guild, yet still a player unable to level up. He sighs, wondering why he has to meet the president. Arriving at their destination, a soft chime announces their presence, and his companion confirms that his grandfather said he would prepare for them himself that morning. A quiet beep sounds as they stand before the door, ready to enter. The lock clicks open, and he announces their arrival. "We're here, Gramps." Inside, a familiar voice greets him. "You're finally back, Taishik-o." Taishik replies that he's just there, adding that it's great timing, as he was wondering what to cook with the ingredients. The young man, looking exasperated, simply tells him to set the table, having brought groceries himself. He finds Taishik already at the residence, wearing an apron and cooking, as the older man remarks on the state of the house, calling it a total pigsty. Turning to face him, Taishik extends a hand, addressing him as player Giju Kim. As they shake hands, with Yoon Jae-won and Yeonseok observing, he politely responds, "Ah, yes. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you." His gaze falls to the ring on his finger, and a sudden, intense blue-white glow envelopes his vision, triggering a powerful, almost overwhelming sensation. Within the blinding light, a stern figure with glowing red eyes appears, declaring himself as Taegu-oh, the president of the Korean Players Alliance. The vision intensifies, surrounding him with a complex, glowing red geometric pattern, a manifestation of the immense pressure he feels. He struggles under the weight of it, realizing that such intense pressure is inherent to leadership, and that not just anyone can become the guild leader of a group of superhumans. Snapping back to reality, he finds Taishik still cooking, while Yoon Jae-won watches, and he can only ask, "What are you doing?" Still reeling from the vivid memory, Kim Kigu's mind races, grappling with the immense pressure he just felt. As the city lights twinkle outside, the evening settles into a quiet rhythm. A warm meal awaits, and a voice encourages everyone to eat, assuring them the food is good, as another expresses gratitude for the meal. At the dinner table, Taishik addresses Kim Kigyu, mentioning he's heard much about him from his friends. His gaze sharpens as he continues, noting the significant help Kigyu has received through his authority as the department general manager. Yeonseok, unable to hold back, snaps at the older man, reminding him they are at the dinner table and to let Kigyu eat in peace. Taishik dismisses the interruption, stating Kigyu can eat all he wants, insisting he was merely smiling, though he observes that the young man can barely swallow his food. With a direct gaze, Taishik then shifts the conversation, offering a proposition and asking if Kigyu is interested in hearing him out. Kim Kigyu listens intently, his expression unreadable. He clears his throat, asking for clarification on the proposition, while Taishik, leaning forward, begins to explain. Over a table laden with food, Taishik's voice echoes, reminding him that he'd already mentioned this to him. But he remains firm, stating his disinterest in joining any organization. Taishik quickly counters, assuring him it's not what he thinks. He then reveals his true intention. He wants him to become a member of the association. Later that night, the city lights glow under a star-filled sky. Walking alone, the words of the old man echo in his mind, a reminder of his strength and the power he wields. Taishik's voice continues to resonate, explaining that the association simply wants to give him the authority to act freely, without being tied down. He considers the offer, Taishik's final words lingering. It shouldn't be a bad deal, especially if it's not full-time. Still pondering the association's offer, he murmurs to himself, affiliated, huh? As Yoon Jae-won, standing beside him, asks, "What about you?" His thoughts drift to powerful organizations like the Kind Guild, a formidable force. He remembers how, while he was struggling as a level 1, a man named Sikwoo became renowned as the leader of a top 10 guild in Korea, a stark contrast to his own journey. The weight of his own limitations settles on him, as he resolves not to be a burden forever, yearning to stand as an equal alongside those he admires. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dense, overgrown forest, shrouded in deep shadows. A sudden, fiery impact erupts on the forest floor, sending debris flying with a loud crash. Then, the distinct sound of rustling footsteps echoes through the tall grass. In a sudden shift of scene, two hunters find themselves mid-combat. Yeonseok curses, having missed his target, but Yoon Jae-won quickly reassures him, ready to finish the fight. Moments later, Kim Kigyu and Yeonseok stand before a raging inferno, the former noting the approach of something formidable. From the flames emerges a colossal, lion-like beast, its fiery mane blazing as it lets out a terrifying roar. The creature's guttural cry echoes through the air, a primal sound of pure aggression. But before it can fully unleash its fury, a powerful, unseen force strikes, shattering the beast with a brilliant, explosive impact. As the dust settles, Kim Kigyu lets out a sigh of relief, while Yeonseok questions if they should proceed, to which Kigyu replies that it's already too late to hesitate. Observing their surroundings, Kigyu notes the arrival of nighttime, and Yanseok suggests they simply be cautious of any remaining threats. As they walk through the tall grass, Kigyu muses about leveling up soon, but finds it strange that he hasn't felt cold in a while, a sentiment Yanseok attributes to the night. Still, Kigyu remains thoughtful, recalling that the 26th floor typically has a hot climate, making his lack of chill even more peculiar. As they stand at the edge of a steep decline, Yanseok observes that their target must be at the bottom of the hill. A sudden realization dawns on Kim Kigyu's face, as he questions what exactly lies before them. Below, a vast, alien landscape unfolds, dominated by towering, glowing crystalline formations. The entire area shimmers with an ethereal blue light, a stark contrast to the warmth they had previously experienced on this floor. Later, sitting amidst the frozen spires, Kim Kigyu confirms his suspicions, realizing that whatever they sought isn't present in this icy expanse either. With a renewed sense of purpose, he rises, his boots crunching on the crystalline ground. Looking ahead with determination, Kim Kigyu declares it's time to ascend. The Aurelia Guild's raid of the Boys' Hole caused a global sensation, reverberating across the entire world. This event, alongside the rise of figures like player Seconded Lee, a global rank 1 candidate, and player Yoon Jae-won, who recently entered the rankers list in March, reinforced the fact that South Korea is undeniably a nation of strong players. Indeed, they've proven time and again that their players are among the strongest. It is precisely for this reason that a special event for high rankers has been prepared, the first part of which is about to begin. This initial phase is designed for everyone to begin getting to know the participants. Among them is the formidable figure known as the living legend, Azura. He is even counted amongst the original 5 high rankers, revered as the godfathers of all high rankers. Azura, the living legend, remains an enigma, with very little information available about his true identity. No one knows his age, nationality, or even his gender, and he's been known as a living legend since before Songwoo Lee's rise, truly one of the godfathers of the player world. Meanwhile, Kim Kigyu processes a shocking revelation, wondering if the president of the Korean Players Association is truly his grandfather. He confirms the truth of the matter, acknowledging the immense wealth and influence that comes with such a connection. The unseen speaker clears their throat, reminding him not to spread such classified information around. Changing the subject, they present him with a small, mysterious box. Kim Kigyu looks at the item with confusion, questioning its purpose and wondering if it was meant for someone else. The speaker explains it's a type of contract given to managers, allowing him to exercise the authority of one, much to his surprise. Later, in a car, Kim Kigyu is informed that Yin Hun will provide all the details, as he officially begins his role as his new secretary today. He is informed that he will receive a high ranker's reward for anything he clears, and that he has the right to decline any mission. Considering the implications of such unprecedented freedom, Kim Kigyu finds the offer more than satisfactory. Meanwhile, far across the globe, a towering skyscraper pierces the clouds of a bustling metropolis, a beacon of power in the heart of New York. This impressive structure, known as the Iron Guild Building, stands as a testament to formidable strength in the USA. Inside, a man with sharp features and blonde hair gazes out over the city lights, his reflection mirroring his contemplative stance. A voice from behind breaks the silence, asking, "You wanted to see me?" The man with glasses awaits a response, as the blonde figure turns, confirming his identity. "Yes, Guild Master." The Guild Master, Dong-hoon Yoon, lets out a dry cough, a subtle sign of his irritation. His gaze remains impassive, as the other man continues to plead. With glowing red eyes, the mysterious man implores, "Send me to Korea?" His voice cracking with desperation, he continues, "I'm begging you, Guild Master. I'll give you everything, so." Dong-hoon Yoon listens, his expression unreadable, considering the man's fervent plea. Finally, he turns away, offering a cold proposition. "I'll give you the manager position. Do as you wish, for revenge or otherwise." The mysterious man, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and resolve, counters, "And I'll bestow upon you 9. The mention of the name causes Dong-hoon Yoon to recoil in surprise. "In 9? The Holy Sword 9? Having secured his deal, the mysterious man bows deeply, expressing profound gratitude to the Guild Master. A man in a sharp suit, Rogers Hahn, stands illuminated by a mysterious glow, his gaze firm. He vows that his enemies will become the stepping stones for his own revenge. The target of his wrath, a man with glowing blue eyes and a mechanical arm, stands ready for their next encounter. A mechanical knee joint gleams, a silent promise of the destruction he intends to unleash. Meanwhile, a system window displays the details of Yileli, titled the Lord of Holy Swords, showing impressive stats like 100 in strength, dexterity, and eternal magic ability, alongside the skill All-Knowing. The system continues, detailing L's abilities to reflect and absorb damage from holy swords, and even prevent death once, as the protagonist, now in a car, ponders the Holy Sword 9. He looks at a holographic display, asking if Yileli knows anything about it. A close-up of his hand, adorned with a ring, accompanies L's apologetic response, explaining that though its memories have awakened, they are not yet fully intact. Surprised, he holds a small, white, furry creature, recalling a previous conversation about not finding rare cards, before clarifying that was before the chimera's egg. He hums thoughtfully, then notices a subtle change in his companion's appearance, remarking on his freshly cut hair. His companion acknowledges the trim, suggesting their previous conversation is now concluded, but the protagonist, holding a glowing, winged pendant, presses on, demanding to know about the fragments. A sigh escapes him, as if he had expected nothing less from the abrupt end to their discussion. He then turns to the driver, Mr. Sung-hoon, asking for their destination, who simply confirms his presence. The car speeds along the highway, heading towards a gate in Yosu, a location where the system indicates the gate's class is fluctuating wildly. The system reports the gate is fluctuating between S and a class, and he acknowledges the task, noting that this is his very first mission as a new guide, feeling a little overwhelmed. Mr. Sung-hoon reassures him, explaining there's no need to worry since their initial objective is simply to gather information, and he confirms his understanding. He acknowledges the point. Then Mr. Sung-hoon asks if he knew about the baby potatoes, referring to the code names given to players by the association. He questions the term code names, clarifying if he means titles like Demon King or Killer, as the conversation shifts to the player hierarchy. The decision had been made that very morning in a meeting, a fact that left him wondering why they were deciding such things entirely on their own. As the car hummed along the road, the man in glasses continued, revealing his code name. A slight frown creased his brow as he heard it, asking if it was truly Morningstar, only to be told he could choose anything he wanted. Soon, they arrived at a remote location, marked by a no-entry sign, nestled amidst rolling mountains. Stepping out of the vehicle, they stood before a massive, shimmering purple gate, its energy pulsing visibly. A figure approached, bowing deeply, greeting him with an almost comical reverence. "Sir Morningstar, it's an honor to meet you." The overly enthusiastic man introduced himself as the manager of the Players Association in Yosu, while he, holding his small pet, simply asked him to lift his head already. Catching the amused glance from the man in glasses, he snapped, "Stop laughing." With the awkward introductions behind them, the two stood before the shimmering gate, ready to begin their mission. The gate, which had been immediately classified as a unique S rank upon its discovery, had remained untouched for 70 years, a testament to its formidable nature, yet the Yosu manager, beaming with pride, declares it to be their city's greatest asset. He continues, explaining that they should be able to clear it together, given the supplies they've gathered upon request, assuring them that it should be sufficient, before adding that he's already sent all the necessary supplies to the office. Mr. Sung-hoon, observing the manager's boundless enthusiasm, remarks that he's already sent the supplies, while Kim Kigyu, looking utterly bewildered, can only manage a confused sound. The manager, oblivious to Kim Kigyu's discomfort, continues his effusive welcome, addressing him as player Giju Kimnim. As they approach the gate, a narration box warns of its unique and dangerous nature, advising against reckless approaches. Kim Kigyu, his expression now serious, confirms his readiness to Mr. Sung-hoon, stating, "Yeah, I'm sure, master." Suddenly, a powerful surge of blue-green magical energy erupts from the ground around the gate, swirling violently with a loud rush of sound, intensifying into a chaotic red aura laced with dark tendrils, as the gate destabilizes further, causing the Yosu manager to exclaim in alarm, "Damn it, the gate broke." With the gate now visibly unstable, the manager urgently commands Yin-hun to contact the other players immediately, while Mr. Sung-hoon watches the unfolding chaos with a grim expression. He curses under his breath, the chaotic energy of the gate swirling around him. Damn it, how come? There should have been plenty of time left, he thinks, the reality of the situation sinking in. This really is a disaster, he realizes, as a glowing blue interface materializes before him. "I told you so," a voice echoes, urging him to confirm the link. The interface displays "Confirm link," while an internal voice clarifies, "Is an ego, master. Ego rim." A tense silence hangs in the air before a shimmering, organic gate, as a man anxiously asks for any news. Nearby, a group of officials reacts with alarm, one pointing emphatically as another expresses concern over the gate's unexpected strength, far exceeding C-rank expectations. The protagonist reaches out, his hand hovering over a holographic interface, preparing to confirm a crucial link. A look of profound shock crosses his face as he processes a startling revelation. The gate is not merely a portal, but an ego, a sentient entity. Suddenly, a vibrant purple aura of lightning crackles around him, confirming the reality of his unique connection to the gate. The officials, witnessing this sudden surge of power, recoil in utter astonishment, recognizing the name of Kim Giju. Their surprise turns to concern as they realize the implications of his awakening, one man exclaiming in dismay. Unseen by them, a small, glowing purple orb floats mysteriously within a chamber, perhaps the true core of the gate's power. In the temporary container office, Otashik stares at Kim Giju, utterly amazed by what he has just witnessed. A tense silence hangs in the air, as Kim Giju looks away, a troubled expression on his face. Otashik finally breaks the quiet, wondering if he will control monsters next, too. Scratching his head, Kim Giju admits he never expected things to unfold this way. Meanwhile, a door swings open with a soft whoosh. And Kim Gijyu, turning back to his companion, inquires about what exactly happened. Elsewhere, Otashik stands before a holographic projection of the gate, reflecting that while things return to normal, he questions if it was truly just a gate. Back in the office, Kim Gijyu explains that he cannot reveal everything, but believes it was likely due to his own unstable ability. Otashik considers this, agreeing to keep quiet for now if that is the case. A traditional Korean mask, intricately carved, is held up, its presence hinting at a deeper, perhaps unsettling, significance as he considers putting it on. He muses about the spoiler on his body, a consequence of the long break he'd taken, while outside, a crowd of people gathers, bathed in a soft blue glow. He observes the news, noting that reporters are already swarming outside and will soon be arriving at their location. Otashik, holding his phone, expresses concern, asking if he truly wants to be all over the news. He advises Kim Gijyu to at least put on some proper clothes, like other people, warning that they'll likely get caught if they go out like this, before adding that he managed to get that one for him, prompting Kim Gijyu to ask if he means the district, to which Otashik replies, "Isn't it pretty?" After conferring for 3 hours, it was ultimately decided that he would enter the gate alone. Despite 9 protests, it seemed the association president was involved in the decision, regardless of how much he tried to avoid the inevitable attention, his body glowing with a soft blue aura. Otashik asks if he's going to be alone again, to which Kim Gijyu replies that it's because of his unstable ability, and Otashik responds, "I trust you. Stay on." A digital interface glows, prompting a link confirmation. With a low hum, the link is established, his form shifting, eyes burning crimson as he gazes at the holographic display. He stands before the shimmering blue portal, an aura of power radiating from his transformed body. Without hesitation, he steps forward, disappearing into the swirling energy. The air grows heavy, and the sounds of the world fade, replaced by the eerie silence of a moonlit forest. From the shadows, a crow with glowing yellow eyes watches his arrival. His footsteps crunch softly on the forest floor, marking his solitary journey deeper into the unknown. A thought crosses his mind, a quiet contemplation of thinness, followed by a questioning whisper of worthiness. Holding a traditional mask and a pearl necklace, he muses that he has to give names to fewer and fewer things, wondering if his body itself is somehow different. He rummages through his bag, acknowledging the strange situation, yet resolute in his decision to face whatever lies ahead. As he continues deeper into the unsettling, moonlit forest, he reminds himself to remain vigilant. A dark and dreary magical presence permeates the air, a sensation he finds surprisingly agreeable. Deciding to confront the source, he sets his course toward the area with the highest magical concentration. His footsteps echo softly on the forest floor, as a strange, glowing mist begins to swirl around him. Suddenly, the ground before him cracks and rumbles. As shadowy, monstrous figures begin to claw their way out of the earth. As he pressed deeper into the forest, the ground before him began to churn, and from the dark earth, grotesque skeleton soldiers clawed their way out, their numbers rapidly multiplying. Their bony limbs and rusted weapons glinted menacingly, a clear and present danger. Observing the horde, Kim Gijyu recognized them instantly as skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, a brilliant blue aura flared around him as he summoned his Dalagent, a loyal companion ready for battle. He mused to himself, a Dalagent, his first time seeing one in real life, though he found the name a little much. With a firm command, he called out to his companion, Lu. Then, channeling his power, he commanded haste, and Lu responded with an eager yes, master. Empowered by the spell, he surged forward, a blur of motion towards the encroaching enemy. His glowing blue sword cut through the air, striking the first skeleton soldier with devastating force. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he unleashes a flurry of attacks, red and blue energy slashes tearing through the skeletal horde. Each strike is precise, each movement fluid, shattering the bone-armored enemies into countless fragments. The sheer speed of his assault leaves no room for counterattack, as he thinks to himself, ordinarily, in this kind of situation, one would need to be faster and strike first. He continues his relentless advance, clearing a path through the remaining skeletal warriors. With the last enemy dispatched, Lu watches in awe, uttering, "Master is a genius." The force of his final blow sends a skeletal head flying, its form dissolving into dust. His weapon, still glowing with residual energy, is poised for any further threats. Later, under the pale glow of a full moon, he finds himself walking through a desolate graveyard, ancient tombstones casting long shadows. The air is heavy, and a prickle of unease runs down his spine as he realizes something's off. He wonders what exactly this place is, concluding that the skeletons he just fought must be guarding it. Yet, they were far too weak, barely worth the effort, he muses, considering if there's more to it. A heavy thud echoes from a massive stone structure, which he quickly deduces is the entrance through which the boss monster must emerge. Lu, sensing the danger, warns him to be careful, master. Gijyu, however, is still pondering the weakness of the Dullahan he encountered earlier, convinced there's a deeper reason behind it. As a crimson aura crackles around his hand, a skeletal hand, adorned with rings and wreathed in a sickly green glow. emerges from the darkness, its jaws set in a silent, menacing grin. Emerald energy swirls around the ancient stone gate, as if all the magic within the ruins has been drawn to this single point, leaving a lingering question of why so much mana remains. A chilling rattle echoes through the air, and a skeletal hand, wreathed in emerald light, pushes through the gate's opening, prompting Kim Kigyu to realize that whatever is coming will emerge from one direction, or perhaps this is a stage far beyond his current understanding. From the depths of the gate, the undead king, a towering skeletal figure, fully manifests, its form crackling with malevolent green energy. Its hollow eye sockets glow with an ominous red light as it speaks, its voice echoing with ancient power, demanding to know if Kim Kigyu is the one who wishes to become its master. A wave of confusion washes over Kim Kigyu, his mind reeling from the unexpected declaration. He can only utter a single word, questioning the impossible situation as the lich stands before him, fully revealed, yet he knows he must face this challenge one more time. The lich's gaze intensifies, its voice resonating with an unyielding presence, reiterating its claim. With a staff now clutched in its bony hand, the lich once again challenges Kim Kigyu, who stands ready, his own hand beginning to glow with nascent power. The gatekeeper has arrived, its presence splitting reality as Kim Kigyu grapples with the chilling realization that this formidable undead king speaks with a system voice. In a desolate, ruined landscape, the skeletal figure of the undead king lich stands before a lone young man, its voice echoing with an ancient power, questioning if he is the one it seeks. The lich's glowing red eyes fixate on him, its chilling question piercing the silence. Who wishes to become my master? A moment of surprise gives way to fierce determination as Kim Kigyu steps forward, declaring with unwavering resolve, "That's right. I'm here to become the undead king's." The lich, surrounded by a faint green glow, interrupts, its voice probing further. "And what about the gate? So let me ask you, are you the one?" The mention of the gate hangs heavy in the air. Its glowing red eyes burn with an intense, ancient energy, the green particles swirling around its skeletal form. Kim Kigyu acknowledges the question of the gate, reaffirming his purpose with conviction. "I am to become the undead king's master." A mysterious voice then echoes, a voice. As if in response to the declaration, a swirling vortex of green, ethereal energy erupts, manifesting a shimmering gate in the desolate space. The undead king lich, its skeletal face contorted, demands to know what its new master is doing, even as it acknowledges Kim Kigyu's command. With a staff glowing with malevolent green energy, the lich continues, warning Kigyu that the path to becoming its master is fraught with peril. As if in response to its words, a swirling vortex of vibrant green energy begins to manifest, accompanied by an ominous hum. The gate expands rapidly, its emerald glow intensifying and casting eerie shadows across the chamber. Dark, shadowy tendrils lash out from the swirling green mass, threatening to engulf everything in their path, even as the lich stands silhouetted against the chaotic energy. Kim Kigyu, sensing the immense danger, bolts away, a crimson trail of energy marking his desperate escape. His brow furrowed in intense concentration, he pushes his body to its absolute limit, steam rising from his head with the effort. But realizing his escape is too slow, Kigyu's eyes glow crimson as he unleashes a powerful, fiery impact, a resounding crash echoing through the space. The attack culminates in a blinding golden explosion, its force rippling outwards with a final, desperate cry. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the dust of the previous impact still settling around his form. The undead king lich's voice echoes, urging him to master the conceptual power, a command he already understands, even as the green energy pulses ominously. With a fierce glint in his eye, Kim Kigyu's resolve hardens. A powerful green aura erupts from his body, swirling around him as he challenges the lich, demanding to know if that is the extent of its power. The skeletal king merely scoffs, its glowing red eyes conveying a chilling dismissal. Around him, the green energy intensifies, manifesting more skeletal figures, a clear sign that the true battle has yet to begin. The chaotic power swirls and crackles, unleashing a destructive force. He twists and turns, a blur of motion as he narrowly evades the relentless barrage of green energy lashing out from the undead king lich. The attacks intensify, forcing him to move with even greater haste, the emerald blasts tearing through the air where he had just been. From a distance, the undead king lich watches, his skeletal face impassive as a sinister green aura pulses around him, the air crackling with his dark magic. Suddenly, towering pillars of green energy erupt from the ground, completely encircling him, trapping him within their glowing confines. He looks up, realizing the sheer scale of the trap, wondering what the lich's ultimate goal could be. Despite the overwhelming odds, he tries to reassure an unseen companion, promising to open a gate and ensure their safety, but a sudden realization dawns on him, cutting off his words. Before he can react, a devastating green energy blast slams into him, sending him flying with a scream of agony. He crashes to the ground, injured and defeated, cursing the shitty master who put him in this predicament. As he lies there, broken, the lich's foot descends, ready to crush him, and he can only utter a final, desperate apology, wondering if his tormentor is laughing at his plight. He unleashes a torrent of multicolored energy, a desperate counterattack that explodes outwards in a blinding flash. The impact tears through the ground, sending debris flying. But before his attack can fully connect, the Lich's emerald energy pierces through his defenses, forcing a choked gasp from Gijyu as he coughs up blood. The undead king declares his dominance. Foolish Gijyu, you cannot escape the Lich. The overwhelming force continues to crush him, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. The world blurs around him as he's sent flying, his body engulfed in the Lich's malevolent green aura. The undead King Lich, his eyes burning with crimson light, gathers an immense amount of green energy, preparing a devastating final blow. He is caught in the swirling vortex of power, uttering a desperate thought. This is the real deal. The green energy slams him into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending shockwaves across the desolate landscape. He cries out, the force of the blow sending him reeling, his body twisting in midair. Meanwhile, the undead King Lich prepares another devastating attack, a swirling vortex of green energy gathering around his skeletal form. The blast connects, slamming Gijyu backward with immense force, sending him crashing into the desolate ground. The Lich stands over his fallen opponent, a silent, green aura of power radiating from him, his victory seemingly absolute. He then turns his attention to a glowing sword, now held in his skeletal hand, remarking on its surprisingly annoying nature. The intricate hilt of the weapon glows with an ethereal light, a testament to its unique power. Despite the overwhelming defeat, a fierce determination ignites in Gigyu's eye, a faint blue glow hinting at untapped power. Lying on the ground, he gazes upward, his own sword now resting beside him. Suddenly, countless glowing swords materialize around him, their blades pointing outward, ready to strike. Countless glowing green projectiles, summoned by the undead king, shimmer around Gijyu, poised to strike. He knows the Lich's attack is too vast to evade entirely, but a plan forms in his mind. He can't dodge them all, he thinks, then addresses his companion. Swing me around, master. I'll seal it. With a powerful surge, the green projectiles, now under his command, launch forward, slicing through the air. Gijyu, wielding a newly manifested, glowing red sword, spins with incredible speed, redirecting the torrent of green energy outwards. As the redirected attack surges, he calls out to his Dal agent. Let's go, L. The small creature responds with a cheerful okay, before Gijyu suddenly questions, huh, what was that? The undead King Lich, caught off guard by the unexpected counter, watches as his own mana is turned against him. He mutters, your monsters need for mana. These were merely meant for mana. Sorry, but... He quickly regains his composure, a menacing glint in his glowing red eyes. It's not enough to do damage to me, the undead king, he declares, a hint of impatience in his voice. It's getting late. A dark, swirling green aura envelopes the undead king, as if he's preparing a new, more potent attack. He questions, can we not? Despite the escalating threat, Gigyu's face hardens, his jaw clenching with unwavering resolve. As the green energy particles swirl around him, he stands firm, his glowing red sword ready, even as Lu questions his resolve. The Lich, observing his unwavering determination, can only utter a challenging thought, I believe in you. Ignoring the taunt, Gijyu unleashes a powerful swing, his red blade arcing with destructive force. The impact erupts in a massive red explosion, as Lu begins to absorb the demonic energy released. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind, revealing that he has begun to gain awareness of the demonic energy, the demonic key, leaving him utterly surprised. This new awareness is a sacrifice, a necessary step for him to successfully awaken his true power. As the words resonate, his hand begins to crackle with vibrant red energy. From the swirling power, a small, glowing red shard materializes. The shard rapidly expands, forming a massive, pulsating red orb with intricate, tree-like structures within its depths. The air crackles with raw power, a storm of red lightning and dark energy swirling around the battlefield. As the undead King Lich, still reeling from the unexpected display of power, can barely comprehend how a mere human could possess such strength. His single glowing red eye narrows. A chilling acknowledgement of Gigyu's capabilities, yet he remains confident, declaring that the true final test is about to begin. Let us begin the last test. With a deliberate step, the Lich unleashes his full might, green magical energy erupting from the ground. As grotesque, roaring monsters begin to claw their way out. A relentless tide of abominations pouring forth. To overwhelm his opponent, he surveys the newly summoned horde, a thoughtful hum escaping him. There are many, he notes, and it's not just about their sheer numbers. He wonders aloud if they even have the time to fight them. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness. Belonging to a massive, rocky green creature that stands tall, emanating a vibrant, emerald aura. His eyes widen in recognition, a gasp escaping him as he identifies it, a flash golem. With a low rumble, the colossal golem surges forward, its green energy trailing behind it. Accelerating with incredible speed. Its charge echoing with a powerful, resonant impact. As it leaps through the air, continuing its relentless, terrifying advance. As the flash golem surged forward, a system message confirmed its accelerated state, declaring haste as it closed the distance with terrifying speed. Its single, glowing red eye fixed on its prey, the creature's intent was clear and unwavering. Swirling green and blue energies erupted around the golem, propelling it even faster through the dark expanse. But before it could reach its mark, a blue streak of light, Kim Kigyu himself, shot through the air, intercepting the monster's path with a decisive thwack. Hovering above the golem, he challenged the very fabric of their reality, asking, "How's this, gate? Is this worthy enough for you?" As he spoke, a maelstrom of blue and green energy swirled around him, his form radiating immense power, poised for a devastating strike. From a hidden vantage, the undead King Lich observed the display, a low, guttural sound escaping his skeletal form. His spear glowing with dark energy, the Lich made his decision, declaring, "I accept you, my master." Unaware of his new subordinate, Kim Kigyu unleashed his gathered power, a crimson slash tearing through the air with a deafening quang. A stark message flashes into existence, confirming that the gate has accepted the link, urging for further action. Deep, resonant thuds echo through the air, as a desolate, swamp-like landscape, shrouded in an eerie mist, slowly comes into view. A deep, resonant rumbling echoes from within a vast, circular crater, as a plume of purple-pink smoke billows upwards. The ominous, skull-like gate, now fully activated, declares its acceptance of a lure, demanding a name for the entity it has drawn forth. A torrent of dark, chaotic energy erupts, swirling violently. Kim Kigyu finds himself enveloped by the encroaching darkness, questioning his next move as the shadowy tendrils creep around him. Lu, his small companion, floats beside him, equally bewildered by the sudden surge of power. Suddenly, a brilliant red blade ignites with crackling lightning, its power surging. Kigyu grips the newly manifested sword, a fierce determination in his eyes as he proclaims this to be his true self. From the shadows, the undead King Lich observes the escalating power of the blade, wondering how long he has been watching this transformation unfold. He lets out a wild, almost manic laugh, the newly manifested red sword glowing intensely in his grasp, while Lu, startled by his behavior, cries out in concern. His laughter continues to echo, the sword pulsing with dark energy as Lu recoils, calling out his name in alarm. As the initial surge subsides, Lu questions him, asking what's wrong and what he's done. He looks utterly bewildered, and Lu observes that his master seems confused. Still dazed, he can only manage a small sound of confusion, while Lu, exasperated, urges him not to be useless. Clutching his head, as if struck by a sudden headache, he declares his need for a break, despite Lu's many unanswered questions. Looking down at the glowing red ground, he agrees to discuss the topics later, a sentiment Lu readily accepts. With a thoughtful expression, he realizes his immediate task is to come up with a name. A system prompt appears, requesting a name for the gate. He stares intently at the glowing screen before him, a thoughtful silence hanging in the desolate air. His gaze narrows, a flicker of determination crossing his features. As if in response to his thoughts, the name, Brunhart, appears, accompanied by the shadowy forms of unseen entities. The previous prompt, now fading, confirms his decision, and he declares, "All right, I got it." Looking up, he firmly states, "Your name is..." And the name Brunhart solidifies on the screen, his choice made. As the system confirms his new role, a message flashes before him, instructing him to assume directorship of the Brunhart Gate once again. Before the glowing portal, a man with neatly combed brown hair declares with grim seriousness that this is no mere drill. His companion, a stern-faced man with gray hair, wonders aloud if he hasn't seen the other man in a while, prompting a confused query about who he means. Meanwhile, the system continues to relay information, confirming the gate's identity as Brunhart and noting its status as a collaboration between F and C rank entities, a detail that solidifies the gravity of the situation. Turning to the brown-haired man, Kim Kigyu questions if backup is available, learning that while other guilds are nearby, the leader of the Child Guild has yet to appear. The gray-haired man interjects, his voice laced with concern, that this will indeed be a problem, as they believe the gate opened 20 minutes prior. With a determined expression, Kim Kigyu resolves to inform them of the situation, his gaze hardening. However, a more pressing concern weighs on his mind, a problem far greater than the missing guild leader or the time elapsed. Outside, a throng of reporters has already gathered, sensationalizing the event and dubbing it the Gate of the Price of Blood, or the Gate of the End, their cameras flashing relentlessly. As the situation at the Brunhart Gate escalated, the manager gave a firm command, telling his subordinates to abandon anyone who wished to die, ensuring they wouldn't be held back, a directive he then acknowledged with a terse understood. He continued, his voice laced with concern, that the impending break could be catastrophic, fearing that even their formidable Morning Star might not be able to handle it. But the thought lingered, as the image of the massive gate, surrounded by figures, filled his mind. He stared intently at the distant structure, his brow furrowed with deep worry. For if a true break were to occur, it would inevitably mean something terrible had befallen Gidju. Suddenly, a surge of red energy erupted around the manager's brother, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "It's a break." With his weapon now glowing with the same fierce aura, he commanded, "Get ready for battle," as a sound of straining effort filled the air. The red energy pulsed around him with a deep hum as he cried out, "Brother, I'm sorry," blaming himself. "This is all because I am lacking." Meanwhile, the manager, his face etched with grim determination, also whispered an apology, muttering, "I'm sorry, Gidju," before calling out, "Manager." A sharp, bladed weapon is gripped tightly, its dark form reflecting the grim realization that settles in the air, and what's worse. He lunges forward with a furious cry, striking General Manager O with brutal force, declaring, "I'll avenge you." The attack continues relentlessly, Kim Kigyu airborne, weapon raised, as General Manager O recoils in disbelief, barely able to utter, "What?" at the declaration, "My own hands." His face contorted in pure rage, Kim Kigyu screams his own name, "Gidju Kim." Meanwhile, General Manager O, utterly bewildered, can only manage a confused, "Yeah?" Suddenly, Kim Kigyu is behind him, holding him captive, as General Manager O cries out, "Huh?" to the question, "You call me?" Still held fast, General Manager O struggles to speak, managing only a choked, "You." But Kim Kigyu shows no mercy, delivering a brutal punch with a snarl, "You bitch." General Manager O collapses to the ground, defeated, as dark energy particles swirl around his fallen form, leaving Kim Kigyu standing victorious over him. General Manager O, phone pressed to his ear, can only manage a confused sound. A mask now covers his lower face, his expression shifting to one of bewildered concern. Blue energy crackles violently around his hands, and a pained cry escapes him. He's suddenly swarmed by a cacophony of voices, reporters shouting questions about monsters and gates. Flashes erupt as more reporters press in, demanding interviews and asking about rare items, completely overwhelming him. Later, the city lights glow in the distance, a stark contrast to the chaos. A single, profound thought echoes, an ego. The general manager sits alone, his head heavy in his hands, a deep sigh escaping him. Kim Kigyu sits opposite him, observing, as he finally understands how he was able to grow stronger so quickly. He explains that the ego is a unique ability that only he can hear, a skill he brought back from the other world, which is why he couldn't use it in the first place. Considering this, he wonders if it's linked with the gates that are beginning to appear. He muses that if this is true, then the world isn't really stable, and he thinks something happened when the gates first closed. General Manager O then asks about Lu, wondering how the ego is doing, and if it wasn't attacking him either. Kim Kigyu reassures him that Lu is staying quiet, and he can't imagine it thinking anything about attacking him. General Manager O sighs, lamenting that a player who can possess an ego is a rare thing. He continues, stating that if this doesn't work out, the world will be in chaos, but the association won't care, so it won't be exposed to the press. Later, the two men share a meal with two other individuals, the conversation continuing over a spread of dishes. Finally, after a long day of revelations and discussions, Kim Kigyu rests, sleeping soundly. As the group settles, Kim Kigyu's phone rings, prompting General Manager O to assure him there's no rush. He steps away from the table, answering with a simple, "Hello?" His voice carries a hint of surprise as he asks if it's too early for a call, explaining he's in the middle of an important conversation. The caller's voice, now clear, exclaims recognition, asking if he's that guy on TV. Back at the table, the caller continues, mentioning the price tag on his necklace and questioning his weird mask. General Manager O observes that Kim Kigyu has garnered significant attention, his exploits now widespread across the internet, to which Kim Kigyu can only offer a non-committal The caller's excitement builds, praising him as the unknown hero who stopped a riot, and adding, "Sheesh, you're a bit cool." Kim Kigyu, a slight smile playing on his lips, wonders if he can boast about this to his friends, then muses that even those who aren't human can recognize him, before repeating a soft hello. The meal continues, the conversation now flowing freely among the group. He stares, a flicker of concern crossing his features, as a news article flashes across a phone screen, proclaiming, "A hero who single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a new high-ranker?" A sigh escapes him, "I'm screwed." The headline repeats, emphasizing the sudden rise of a new hero. The accompanying image shows the hero himself, Kim Kigyu, his eyes glowing with an intense, almost red light, a powerful aura surrounding him. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair, Lee Seon-pil, scrolls through her own phone, her expression unreadable, her thoughts drifting to the image of the hero, and then to another, more ominous figure, the skeletal form of the undead king, as she murmurs, "I just feel my student," and the undead king,